In this manner, a young woman's ordinary life was one day shattered, her soul completely replaced by another, entirely different one. The protagonist has no idea why she's in this body, but she strives to act flawlessly, ensuring no one suspects she's been swapped. A loyal and considerate maid attends to her, managing nearly everything, which is an immense help. The young woman is relieved that everything continues as usual, with no one finding her odd. The protagonist desperately tries to act like a noble lady, hoping her performance is convincing enough. Otherwise, in this world of princes, knights, and holy magic, survival will be difficult. She's been transported into the body of the Marquis's daughter from a novel she read just days ago in her original world. Now, she has to pretend to be Alice Mazarian, even though she isn't. But she's not happy about this. She just wants to return to her family. Yet, she's forced to discuss her future engagement to the prince, which greatly displeases the girl masquerading as Alice. Terrified and uncertain if she'll even like this world, especially since her character meets a terrible end, she plans to die quickly to return home. This desire stems from the fact that her fiancé, Eric, falls in love with another girl, Helena, from a fallen noble family. Their passionate, desperate love makes him completely forget Alice, focusing only on his beloved Helena. Mazarian, also developing feelings for Eric, gradually descends into madness fueled by loneliness and grief. She vows not to let this go, planning revenge on Helena. Consumed by jealousy, the Marquis's daughter poisons the prince's lover, feeling no remorse. Even when sentenced to death for her crime, Alice remains unrepentant, believing her actions justified. The protagonist understands her role in the novel is merely to further Eric and Helena's romance. Uninterested in the story, she still yearns for death. Now, she's on her way to meet the Emperor's son, though she sees no purpose in it. Alice knows the prince has no interest in her, his heart already belonging to another. As expected, he sits beside a blonde girl, ensuring her comfort. Upon seeing Alice, Helena smiles brightly and waves, having always been kind to her. Eric, however, grumbles about her lateness, barely glancing at her, resentful of their engagement. Mazarian apologizes for her tardiness, stating no one should be angry or upset on such a beautiful day. The Countess's daughter, Helena, kindly invites her friend to their table, much to Eric's displeasure as he holds no respect for Alice. Eric looked pointedly at the Marquis's daughter, making it clear to her that Helena didn't need to use honorifics. The young woman herself had no objections to observing etiquette, as her family was now practically common. Tired of the bickering, Alice decided not to argue with anyone present, wanting only a peaceful existence. She sat down as previously invited and asked for a cup of tea so the tea party could continue. Helena, smiling cheerfully, immediately reached for the teapot, wanting to properly host her friend. But the prince crossed his arms in displeasure, irritably asking if Mazarian couldn't pour her own tea. However, the young lady wasn't at all bothered, stating that asking a friend to pour tea wasn't a crime. Helena defended Alice, asking the heir to stop arguing, as they were indeed friends. The Countess's daughter smiled gently at her beloved, urging him not to get angry and inadvertently ruin his reputation. Alice, observing Helena, found her to possess an undeniably likable quality. But Alice herself pretended not to understand why everyone was so kind to her and willing to associate with her. Suddenly, Eric and Helena were embraced from behind by a mutual friend, who jokingly hinted that he also wanted some tea. It was Jason Kajal, the strongest knight of the Empire and son of a renowned duke. The young man didn't immediately notice Mazarian among his friends, so he only greeted her a few minutes later. He winked cheerfully at Alice, saying that she was as beautiful as ever, which greatly pleased his amorous heart. The protagonist didn't want to get close to the talkative man, so she responded with restrained formality. Eric became truly angry when Alice pointedly mentioned that she couldn't be disrespectful to anyone, as she was his fiancée. The prince gripped his cup tightly, furious that Mazarian would remind him of this in front of his beloved. Jason immediately started rambling, trying to diffuse the sudden tension at the table. But Eric suddenly calmed down, saying he didn't care what others thought of him. Alice smiled with satisfaction, saying that only the emperor could speak like that, but even he couldn't ignore gossip. These words were so sharp that even Helena cried out, telling her friend to stop talking like that. Kajal understood that anything he said now would be pointless, as Mazarian was deliberately provoking the prince. Eric struggled to restrain himself, remembering that he wasn't the emperor yet and couldn't afford to ruin his reputation. The young lady chuckled, as everyone pretended to be friends, yet the atmosphere at the table was far too tense. She knew very well that the former Alice would have been deeply hurt by her beloved's anger. But the current Marquis's daughter was no longer the same girl from that love story. Having decided to end the tea party, she stood up and thanked Helena for her hospitality. Helena was somewhat displeased that her friend had decided to leave so early, especially since they had only just sat down. But the Marquis's daughter, Alice, simply advised her friend to consider the other person's status before speaking to them. This immediately disheartened Helena, as she realized she treated everyone with absolute equality and kindness. Eric, further enraged by his fiancée's words, harshly questioned how she dared speak to his beloved in such a manner. Helena grabbed his hand, loudly begging him not to say anything to Alice, as she didn't want any arguments. The prince worried that Mazarian's behavior was too disrespectful, but the blonde-haired young woman said she was fine. Ultimately, the heir could only comply with his beloved's wishes, as he didn't want to upset her further. Helena was grateful for Eric's compliance, as she truly felt guilty about everything that had happened at the table. Alice knew that the Countess's daughter was so kind that she could forgive any wrong done to her. Alice wasn't sure if she should take advantage of this, as she hadn't fully decided what to do next in this world. She saw that Helena was currently surrounded by people who loved her. At least for now, the girl could be happy. Because of this, Alice felt that even if she still genuinely disliked this beautiful girl, it didn't matter much. As Alice walked towards her carriage, she felt annoyed with herself for wearing so much heavy jewelry under such a hot sun. Her attendant was already waiting by the carriage and politely asked if she had enjoyed her time with her friends. Miss Mazarian didn't want to disappoint the man, so she lied and said she had enjoyed the tea party, even though it wasn't true. The protagonist didn't want to stay there any longer, so as soon as she was settled, she asked to depart as quickly as possible. After returning to her estate, Alice felt that the weather was perfect for dying, but she still lacked the courage to take that step. This was because Alice had already tried countless methods, desperately trying to return to her own world. She held a book in her hand, which contained a record of all her research written in a special code, but even that hadn't helped. Initially, the protagonist had decided to secretly jump from the balcony of her room in the middle of the night, but ultimately, this hadn't brought about any change. The next time, she drank poison and then stabbed herself with a knife, but she woke up the next morning completely unharmed. The girl recorded all these death experiences in the book and finally realized that some force was preventing her from escaping the original plot of the novel. Every time she tried to commit suicide by jumping from a height, she would always be caught by some servant. Whenever she tried drinking a large amount of poison again, it acted like ordinary sleeping pills, unnoticed by anyone. When the protagonist stabbed herself with a dagger, she remembered causing her servants great worry, but then she lost consciousness. Then she would wake up in bed without even any pain, which completely bewildered Alice, as she simply didn't know how to die. The girl was utterly despairing, unable to go home, having exhausted all possible methods. One day, Miss Mazarian turned to her most loyal attendant, Emma, who responded happily, ready to do anything for her mistress. With a gentle smile, Alice asked the maid to find her a powerful witch, as she had decided to use magic to solve her problems. A few days later, Emma finally found the witch's address, and Alice began preparing for the long-awaited journey. The attendant was completely unaware that her mistress was going to her death, so she cheerfully picked out beautiful clothes for her. She also hoped that when Alice returned, they could go shopping for new dresses and pastries together. Alice, keeping her true reason for seeking the witch's secret, absent-mindedly agreed to all the maid's suggestions. Emma expressed that whenever her mistress was happy, her own mood improved, so she always tried her best to please Alice. However, Miss Mazarian didn't really care about these displays of affection. Although she politely accepted them, she was, after all, about to die. Seeing the attendants' devotion to their mistress, Alice wondered if she loved them equally in return. However, at this moment, such thoughts were far from her mind, as she was fully prepared for her trip to the city. Alice was surprised that the guard were equipped with melee weapons, as if they were back in the Middle Ages, despite the prevalence of magic. But she didn't intend to dwell on this, so she tried to ignore these details. not wanting her servants to follow her. The Marquis's daughter told them to wander around nearby. When one of the knights objected, Alice sternly reminded him that they would draw too much attention to her. In the end, the guard had no choice but to stay near her carriage, as he didn't want to wander around alone either. Meanwhile, Miss Mazarian entered the witch's house and began to look around, as everything was unfamiliar to her. She found the surroundings peculiar, indeed reminiscent of a witch's dwelling. Suddenly, as she reached out to touch a book, a voice from behind startled her, causing her eyes to widen. Miss Mazarian spun around to see a red-haired woman who appeared to be around her age. Alice froze in surprise, silently staring at the somewhat annoyed stranger. Finally, Alice recovered enough to say that she had come on important business, which the witch likely already knew. The red-haired woman smiled and replied that she was well aware of the problems plaguing this girl from another world. Hearing these words, Alice froze, stunned that the witch had seen through her. The shock made her forget the questions she had intended to ask, leaving her standing speechless. The witch, pleased with the effect she had produced, simply smiled. Not wanting to waste time, she took her guest's hand and led her aside to talk. Miss Mazarian decided to go with the flow and let the witch explain everything. Although frightened by the unfolding events, she obediently followed the red-haired woman, hoping everything would turn out all right. Once Alice regained her composure, she spoke, saying that since the witch already knew about her situation, things would be easier. The Marquis's daughter confidently declared that more than anything, she wanted to return to her own world and was willing to pay any price. The red-haired woman turned to her guest and said with a smile that she imagined Alice had already tried to go back more than once. Alice was surprised that the witch could deduce this simply from her soul's aura and fell silent for a moment. Alice was displeased by the witch's certainty that this world wouldn't let her go easily, precisely because she had attempted to take her own life. The red-haired woman then asked for a little time to prepare something for her. When the witch placed a strange potion in front of Miss Mazarian, she looked at it dubiously, frowning. But the red-haired woman just smiled, noting Alice's distrust, and remarked that because she wanted to go home so badly, she would drink even poison. The witch was absolutely right, but Alice couldn't admit it, only staring at her reflection in the cup. Finally, feeling she had nothing left to lose, she obediently drank the concoction the red-haired stranger had just prepared. The taste was so awful that Alice almost couldn't stop herself from spitting it out. Noticing this, the witch offered her a candy, but this gesture only further displeased Miss Mazarian. The red-haired woman sat down opposite the girl and said that it should be obvious by now that she wasn't an ordinary fortune teller. She opened her palm, and within seconds, a flame ignited there, harmlessly. This was the first time Alice had witnessed magic firsthand, as it was strictly forbidden in the Empire. The witch then introduced herself as Medea, the last witch of the Empire, and explained that she was constantly hiding from her enemies. Alice couldn't recall any mention of such a character in the novel and listened with bated breath. However, the Marquis's daughter couldn't contain her curiosity and asked if there truly were no other witches. Medea calmly explained that her sisters were either truly dead or, for various reasons, unreachable. Alice still had many questions, but returned to her primary concern, asking how she could return home. After a moment of thought, the witch said she would help find a way, as her guest's situation was unique. Alice was unsettled by the witch's immediate warning that she might accidentally die in the process of returning to her world. Clasping her hands nervously, the girl asked if there was a safe way for her to return home. But Medea couldn't offer any comforting answers, as even among witches, such cases were practically unstudied. Alice sighed in resignation, admitting the difficulty of her situation, and decided to give the red-haired woman some time. She placed a bag of gold coins on the table, saying it would aid Medea in her search. Then, the young woman frankly stated that she would keep Medea's secret, but expected the witch to do the same for her. The fortune teller smiled and nodded in agreement. She didn't want to be discovered, and she had become intrigued by Alice's situation. Back in the carriage, Alice was surprised to realize this was the first time she'd encountered a character not mentioned at all in the novel. Alice intended to stick strictly to the prearranged plan so that neither of them would run into any problems. Suddenly, looking around, she noticed that for some reason, the area had become unusually crowded, which rarely happened. She had specifically chosen this pastry shop to appease the maids, but she hadn't expected to have to wait so long amongst the commoners. Finally, Alice decided to come back another day, not wanting to waste time in such a noisy place. Just as she turned, however, she was suddenly bumped by a powerfully built person and nearly lost her balance. Her heels, unsuitable for the occasion, made it difficult for her to stand firm. But just as Alice was about to fall, someone in the crowd gently caught her shoulder, steadying her. It was a dark-haired man, nearly a head taller than her, so Alice hadn't seen his face clearly at first. But when she finally got a good look, she immediately recognized him as someone from the novel's plot. The man released her, feeling that prolonged physical contact was inappropriate. Alice was momentarily at a loss for words, as this was the very person who cursed her character in the novel. He was Hebrus, the high priest. Although he currently bore her no ill will, Alice couldn't help but feel tense in his presence. Suddenly, a look of both interest and surprise appeared on the man's face, even though they had never met. He suddenly moved closer, and Alice almost couldn't resist taking a few steps back, just in case. The priest leaned down towards her and asked, in a menacing tone, who she was. Alice was completely at a loss, unsure whether she should confess her situation and tell him everything. Her only hesitation stemmed from the fact that, according to the novel, Hebrus was on Helena's side, essentially her enemy. In the end, however, fear overcame her desire to confide. Alice clenched her hands tightly, finally regaining her composure. She said it was strange for him to be concerned with a girl who was practically engaged, implying they were indeed strangers. Hebrus simply sighed heavily, explaining that he wasn't concerned with her identity and wasn't interested in it. Alice truly didn't understand what the priest meant and asked him to clarify. She noticed that the surrounding nobles had begun to pay attention to them, but she didn't react for the moment. The priest looked around and said he couldn't elaborate on his suspicions right then. Mazarian didn't let the man go just like that, reminding him that he didn't have the right to leave, considering he had almost threatened her. The man tried to explain that he hadn't meant it that way, but the girl suddenly asked if he was looking down on her. In the end, Alice even received an apology from the high priest, which satisfied her greatly and left him completely bewildered. Alice quickly left the scene, not wanting to continue the conversation with Hebrus, who was left staring after her in confusion. Back in the carriage, however, she regretted not confiding in Hebrus, as he might know something about her situation. Missing such a good opportunity left Alice feeling incredibly frustrated, even to the point of biting her lip. However, she quickly concluded that such emotions wouldn't lead to anything good and forced herself to calm down. Alice didn't even want to think about the fact that in order to return home, she would have to kill or be killed. She regretted for the first time having only skimmed the novel, knowing so little about the supporting characters' storylines. By the time the carriage arrived at the manor, the Marquis's daughter was still lost in her heavy thoughts, unsure of what to do. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage, an attendant asked if she wasn't planning on choosing a knight for herself at this ceremony either. The servant tried to persuade Alice that any self-respecting lady needed a personal guard, as it would elevate her status. Listening to his cheerful persuasion, Mazarian herself suddenly found the proposition quite tempting. But she would be leaving this world soon, so she didn't want to increase the number of people she had to care for. In the end, Alice told the attendant that she didn't believe in romantic dreams coming true and therefore didn't need a knight. Then, she turned to the servant and asked him to dedicate his life to her instead of to some beautiful young lady. The next day, Alice tried to remember what the high priest liked besides a large quantity of sweets. But because the man was quite famous in high society, he was often recognized on the streets and didn't even have time to visit the pastry shop. Hebrus, by nature gentle, could never refuse a conversation and therefore often missed out on his sweets. Helena became the first person in the novel to offer the high priest delicious cookies. The high priest was very surprised that the girl would wait in line for him at the pastry shop and specifically bring him treats. That day, he sincerely thanked her, although due to his duties, he still suppressed his desires. And now, standing on the balcony, Mazarian completely understood why the man ultimately preferred the beautiful Helena. Because of this, she intended to try and win the high priest's favor before it was too late. But at that moment, Alice found it difficult to imagine how she should approach Hebrus and how to begin the conversation. The Marquis's daughter was most worried that the high priest would tell the prince about their conversation, and the prince would certainly not let the matter rest. Therefore, Alice carefully considered her plan before acting, as she couldn't afford to fail. Just then, a maid knocked on her door, saying the emperor was waiting to see her, which greatly surprised Mazarian. She didn't keep the emperor waiting long and quickly arrived at the palace, wanting to know why she had been summoned. The monarch immediately noticed that the Marquis's daughter was somewhat different than usual, but didn't dwell on it. She hadn't expected the emperor to want to discuss her upcoming marriage, but she prepared to listen attentively. The man suddenly made an announcement, even permitting her to hold her coming-of-age ceremony on his own land. Alice guessed that all of this was because her father was furious that her fiancé was deeply involved with another girl. Although the Marquis hadn't mentioned a word about it, she could see his anger in his often clenched fists. Eric and Alice's engagement had been arranged for political reasons, so neither of them could choose other partners. Regardless, Alice thanked the emperor for his generosity, even though she knew this decision would anger the prince. The monarch expressed his concern about his son's recent constant interactions with a commoner girl. Alice understood that while the man appeared benevolent on the surface, he had executed his eldest son on suspicion of a crime. The empress had only survived because she carried another heir in her womb. Mazarian was surprised when the emperor suddenly asked if she was jealous of the prince talking to another girl. She denied it, which pleased the monarch, as he believed there was indeed no reason for jealousy. The old man ordered the Marquis's daughter to approach him, and she immediately obeyed, as she always strived to behave properly in his presence. Stroking Alice's hand, the emperor said that what was more important than love was that Eric's power would eventually be transferred to her. Alice nodded in agreement to every word the monarch said, though in reality, she didn't care about the content of his speech. The old man firmly believed that after she married the prince, she would certainly bear excellent heirs for the family. Alice guessed that he wasn't trying to comfort her, but rather to intimidate and warn her with his words. Therefore, she bowed her head before the emperor and promised to remember every word he said, so as not to make any mistakes. But Alice was from another world, so she didn't care what would happen to her family or the royal family in the future. Passing by the prince's residence, Mazarian decided not to see him today, so as not to further upset herself. Suddenly, someone grabbed the girl's shoulder. She instinctively shook it off and turned around abruptly to see who it was. Imagine Alice's surprise. She found Helena standing before her, whom she had unintentionally pushed to the ground. Helena responded that the prince liked her flirtatious behavior, which was why she acted that way. Finally, Alice realized she couldn't change the girl and sighed helplessly, dropping the subject. Then she noticed that Helena had received a minor injury in the fall. Scratches, clearly visible, appeared on her hand. Helena reached out, wanting to help the blonde girl up, as she hadn't truly meant to hurt her. But Helena said there was nothing to worry about. She would see her doctor later. The girl was certain Eric would help her, as she was popular, a fact well known in aristocratic circles. Hearing this, Alice couldn't understand why she should care, as everything that happened had nothing to do with her. Thinking about how Alice could have been punished more severely, she felt even angrier, turned, and walked in the other direction, wanting to end the conversation. However, the prince's favorite didn't want to let her go just like that, and despite her displeasure, followed after her. Alice turned to Helena and said that he addressed her formally, and she expected the same in return. Alice explained that the empress and the crown prince were both fond of Helena, which was why she was being so polite. Helena, somewhat confused, replied that she hadn't asked Alice, the Marquis's daughter, about any of that. She simply wanted to be friends. But Alice didn't believe her, as the novel never mentioned Helena having a friendly personality. Therefore, she advised the Earl's daughter to end the friendship, even though it might negatively impact her reputation. When Helena asked if it was because of Eric, Alice could barely contain her anger, as she didn't need him. Alice didn't want to explain, simply saying she had no particular reason to end the friendship. She just wanted to. Suddenly, someone grabbed her wrist forcefully, catching her completely off guard and startling her. It was Eric, furiously declaring that Miss Mazarian was becoming more shameless and terrible by the day. But Alice wasn't hurt by his harsh words, understanding he was just upset. However, the tension didn't dissipate. Eric suddenly announced that the Marquis's daughter wasn't even qualified to speak about her status in front of him. Only then did he release her hand, because he felt disgusted by continuing to hold on as such an arrogant and rude person. Hearing the prince's rude words, Helena approached him with a guilty expression, sadly telling him that she was in the wrong. Meanwhile, Helena touched Eric's chest, deliberately showing him the hand she'd injured in the fall. Eric immediately asked who had hurt her, but she lowered her head, too shy to reveal the truth. Suddenly, a nearby maid shouted that it was Alice who had hurt Helena. Alice hadn't expected anyone to speak against her and her father, even in this situation. Just then, Eric strode towards Alice, too quickly for even Helena to stop him. Without a word, the prince suddenly slapped Alice hard, simply because she dared to hurt his beloved girl. Alice froze, stunned, unable to believe Eric had actually slapped her. The prince himself stated that he believed his actions were completely justified because Miss Mazarian had done something wrong before. Alice, covering her burning cheek, wondered what this guy's definition of justice actually was. Only now did she remember a similar scene in the novel, although the original Alice hadn't paid much attention to it. But at this moment, the girl was absolutely certain that these people were all crazy, and she couldn't change any of it. A furious glint shone in Alice's eyes, though she hadn't yet taken any action to avenge this humiliation. Eric suddenly told Helena to come with him, reminding her that the engagement was arranged by his father, not him, which was why he resisted it. The prince was surprised when Alice said she understood all of this perfectly. She confessed that whether Eric liked it or not, she had to become a member of the royal family, as it was an agreement between their parents. Alice reminded Eric that she herself had been in a similar constrained position and couldn't disobey her elder's wishes. Hearing this, the prince couldn't help but laugh, as not long ago, he'd had to listen to Alice's confession. But Alice wasn't sure if the original Alice had truly loved Eric, as there was too little information. However, she decided to respect the feelings of the girl whose body she now occupied, so she frankly admitted that she had indeed loved the prince. Eric didn't expect Alice to speak of her feelings in the past tense, as if she no longer held them. Alice reiterated that her engagement to the prince wasn't her own wish, but a decision made by their parents. Eric didn't even consider talking to the emperor about breaking off the engagement, instead only directing his anger at Alice. She advised him to go directly to the emperor, as she was tired of being resented for the engagement. Eric was speechless at Alice's words, only frowning, unable to think of a response. Since Alice didn't want to continue the conversation, she turned and left, bidding farewell to her acquaintances. As Alice approached the carriage, her cheeks swelled, becoming even redder, which was immediately noticed by the nearby guards. The knights couldn't tolerate their lady being treated this way again and paid particular attention to the slap. But before they could speak, Cassius suddenly appeared from Alice's carriage. Alice calmly endured his surprised look upon seeing her cheek and asked him to ignore it as she sat beside him. Then, she immediately asked why Cassius was in her carriage. The boy explained that he had come to discuss the upcoming ceremony. He confidently crossed his legs, stating that every self-respecting noble should choose their own knights. But Alice simply replied that if Cassius was truly tired of riding, he could borrow a carriage from the emperor. In truth, while many found Cassius to be quite talkative, he only irritated Alice more and more. Meanwhile, the knight himself acted as if nothing had happened, saying he would be staying in the Empire for a while, wanting to take a break from his duties. Mazarian remembered that Cassius was doing this simply because he wanted to see Helena. But at that moment, the young lady noticed that the man's gaze was deeper than usual, meaning he had another reason. When Cassius was born, a powerful high priest prophesied that he would become a brave and mighty dragon slayer. As a result, the boy had to constantly train, even though he didn't actually enjoy wielding a sword. However, his family never went easy on Cassius, so he underwent cruel and relentless training from a young age. Although the Cassius family was composed of skilled warriors, this didn't make things any easier for the boy. However, through perseverance, he eventually attained the strength to slay a dragon. And the story of a novel begins with Cassius returning to the Empire and unexpectedly falling in love with the beautiful and gentle Helena. She was the only one who treated the knight like an ordinary nobleman, not a weapon of slaughter. The protagonist didn't even know how to react to all of this, but the knight was lost in his own thoughts, giving her time to remain silent. After a few minutes, Mazarian decided to at least let the man tell his story. With a pleasant smile, Cassis admitted that he hadn't expected the Marquis's daughter to make such a request, but he was happy. He smiled again, saying he had originally thought the young lady wasn't interested in him at all, a point Alice confirmed, asking him not to question her about it. The young lady frankly stated that as long as the man was busy telling his story, he wouldn't have time to ask about anything else. Cassis himself guessed that this was a diversion tactic, but he still interlaced his fingers, preparing to speak. He began by recounting the prophecy made at his birth, which had predetermined his life. With a heavy sigh, Cassis confirmed that he had indeed undergone arduous training, solely to learn how to slay dragons. He took up the sword every chance he got, because his whole family was putting pressure on him. But at the same time, Cassis had no idea what he wanted, because all these amazing accomplishments didn't make him happy. He admitted that he used to look up at the vast sky, longing to be a part of it, just to stop being an ordinary knight. Back then, he didn't understand that his parents were pushing him so hard because they wanted to protect him, so he had considered running away from the manor. But Cassis thought more about the fact that sooner or later he would have to slay a dragon, and he had no idea what would happen. So, as time went on, he continued training even at night, until he felt completely prepared. From that moment on, Cassis began traveling, finally about to find the dragon that was meant for him. Even harsh weather like torrential rain couldn't stop the brave knight from pursuing his goal. But deep down, he always believed that everyone around him would be better off if he died in this battle. Only at times like these would Helena's sweet image surface in Cassis's mind, and he would remember his longing to return her. It was because of these thoughts that Cassis was able to survive and return, even making new friends. Despite his difficult circumstances, the knight remained kind-hearted, always willing to share what he could with those he met. Therefore, Cassis concluded that all his adventures hadn't been a waste of time, as he had gained much from them. What pleased the knight most was the joy he felt whenever he recalled the times he spent drinking and sharing stories of heroic deeds with his friends. One day, Cassis was walking through the streets of an unfamiliar city, blending in with the crowd as usual. Suddenly, the surrounding guards shouted for the crowd to disperse as the emperor's daughter's carriage was passing by. Cassis hadn't expected anything from this encounter, but he looked at the carriage with curiosity, wanting to see the young woman. Even just a glimpse of her profile made the young lady seem like a girl from a completely different world, which surprised the knight. However, Alice Mazarian said that the encounter with the emperor's daughter was the most insignificant, which made the young lady ponder. Mazarian pointed out that the knight had indeed caused quite a stir with his heroic deeds, which sounded very interesting. He nodded slightly reservedly, though pleased, and then said that his most significant encounter was actually with a dragon. Cassis confessed that he had never seen such a massive and majestic creature in his life. However, he forced himself to calm down quickly, just to survive the encounter. The dragon telepathically told the knight that he only perceived it as so large because of his own fear. It was at that moment that Cassis finally understood that he had been running from his destiny as a dragon slayer. Although he still gripped his sword tightly, he was actually extremely dissatisfied with all of this. For the first time, Cassis felt so awkward and uneasy, even though he had to fulfill his life's mission. But the dragon's reaction was completely different from what Cassis expected, as it was glad that the knight destined to kill it had finally arrived. The knight hadn't expected that such a powerful creature had simply been waiting for him for so many years. Cassis casually asked how the dragon knew he would come to kill it, since the creature had no connection to the human world. The dragon replied that it had long yearned for death, and had therefore specifically asked the priests to spread the prophecy. The creature explained that it hadn't known what to do for years, as its life was too long and boring. Cassis stared at the creature with wide eyes, realizing that it wasn't bloodthirsty or terrifying at all. Just a few minutes later, all that remained of the enormous dragon was its heart, which the brave knight had to destroy. The shocked young man couldn't utter a word, though his lips trembled, as he couldn't help but want to cry. However, Cassis gripped his sword tightly, for he was about to fulfill the destiny bestowed upon him since birth. The knight didn't hesitate to swing his blade, thrusting it with all his might into the dragon's heart. The heart instantly emitted a dazzling light. A few seconds later, the white light vanished, and the world around him plunged into darkness. The moment the dragon's heart was destroyed, the earth began to tremble slowly, as if it too felt the pain of this event. The knight knelt before the small fissure that symbolized the dragon's death, but felt no joy in his heart. Alice listened attentively to his story, but couldn't understand the emotions he felt as he recounted it. The young man sank back into his sorrowful thoughts, unwilling to explain anything no matter how much she inquired. Then, Alice changed the subject, asking who the high priest was that ultimately colluded with the dragon. Cassis didn't hide it, admitting that the church's guardian was Matthias, but quickly added that the old man had retired due to his advanced age. But regarding the dragon, the young man couldn't say more, because he had personally handed its heart over to it, and it hadn't explained anything. Cassis believed that even if he had questioned the creature, he wouldn't have understood its answer, so he felt no regret. Alice carefully observed the seemingly calm knight, worried that he wouldn't answer any more of her questions. So, she resolved to find the answers herself, no matter how difficult it might be. Alice was surprised when Cassis suddenly smiled and said that they had clearly become closer. The young man confidently suggested that they could be less formal in the future, thus showing everyone that they were friends. Cassis felt that after confiding so much in the Marquis's daughter, such behavior was entirely reasonable. Alice didn't respond to the knight's suggestion, finding it extremely presumptuous and inappropriate. Cassis smiled kindly, but Alice couldn't shake the fact that he actually preferred Helena. Finally, Mazarian returned a smile, saying that she and Cassis weren't close enough for such casual behavior. This greatly disheartened the young man, who openly displayed his sadness to Alice. However, Alice was indifferent to the knight's emotions, simply turning her head coldly and silently gazing out the window. Finally, they arrived at the Marquis's daughter's family estate, the sun already beginning to dip below the horizon. Cassis was the first to alight from the carriage, immediately extending his hand to Alice in accordance with evening etiquette, offering to help her down. Alice hadn't expected Cassis to offer assistance, but she didn't refuse, as her skirt restricted her movements, although she wanted to minimize physical contact with the opposite sex. This time, she took Cassis's hand. Suddenly, the young man called out to Alice as she was about to leave, and the girl turned around curiously. Cassis asked her not to be angry with their mutual friends, as they were spoiled by the Emperor's favor but were still good at heart. To this, Alice replied that she understood many things, but they were past the age where such familiarity could be excused. Cassis hadn't expected Alice to dismiss him so curtly, especially since he'd only meant to offer some helpful advice. Finally, Mazarian said she trusted the knight to fulfill his duties, but offered nothing more. In truth, Cassis had much more to say, but he suddenly realized that continuing the conversation would be entirely inappropriate. So he bowed politely to the girl without further explanation, deciding it was for the best. As soon as Alice entered the manor, her maid was startled to see that her mistress's cheeks were noticeably flushed. But Alice told Emma not to fuss, insisting she was fine, despite her flustered appearance. Emma, however, didn't ignore the situation and brought an ice pack to help Mazarian cool down. The maid, smiling, mentioned that the Marquis was waiting for his daughter for dinner, so she needed to reduce the swelling and redness on her face. Mazarian immediately realized that impersonating Alice in front of the man would be difficult, as she had no idea how to act. Nevertheless, she didn't refuse the opportunity and joined her father for a quiet and peaceful dinner that evening. Meanwhile, Mazarian herself was extremely nervous, unsure of the reason behind her father's summons. But the Marquis ate slowly and with relish, in no hurry to tell his only daughter anything. As a result, when he finally spoke, Mazarian was startled, his voice cutting through the silence. The Marquis elegantly wiped his mouth and asked if she truly intended to forego choosing a knight for herself at the upcoming ceremony. Alice hadn't changed her mind, so she replied that having the family's protector was sufficient. However, her father went into detail about why everyone needed a personal knight. Mazarian listened silently, unwilling to argue further, though she had no intention of yielding. The Marquis suddenly set his wine glass down, his expression turning serious as he spoke about knights. He explained that if you chose a commoner as a protector, that man would obey the lady's commands without question. A menacing glint entered the nobleman's eyes as he said that if something terrible were to happen, such a knight's death would be of little consequence. The chilling words sent a shiver down Mazarian's spine. She hadn't expected the conversation to take such a turn. For a moment, she even felt that the Marquis wasn't warning his daughter, but her, even though he couldn't possibly know about the identity swap. Mazarian knew perfectly well that no matter how hard she tried, she could never truly become the Marquis's daughter. She didn't know Alice's dietary preferences, so she could only choose based on her own tastes. The novel hadn't mentioned the girl's preferences either, though her maids had taken the time to learn them, which had been a great help. However, there were still many details about Alice's behavior that Mazarian didn't know, leaving her unsure of how to act correctly. Mazarian understood. How could the Marquis, who had raised her since childhood, not notice these strange changes? She didn't know if she should apologize, as she couldn't even find the right words to ask for forgiveness. Mazarian's biggest fear was how the nobleman would react if she confessed to merely occupying Alice's body. She felt genuinely guilty towards this family she had stumbled into, yet she remained an uninvited guest. Lost in thought about disrupting this family's life, Mazarian didn't notice the Marquis approach. He silently placed a hand on her shoulder, as if offering support amidst the turmoil. Mazarian looked at him in surprise, but he remained silent, leaving her at a loss. She stared at him absently, lacking the courage to ask if he knew she wasn't his daughter anymore. Mazarian felt a pang of sadness, but despite her longing, she couldn't return to her own world. Thoughts of her real family brought her head down, murmuring how much she missed her parents. Her hands trembled violently as she suppressed her emotions and sobs. She didn't know if her parents were looking for her, if she had vanished from her world, or if she could ever go back. Finally, unable to bear the weight of her thoughts, tears silently fell, oblivious to her surroundings. A maid, observing Alice's distress, felt sympathy for the Marquis's daughter. However, the maid knew she couldn't help and tried not to intrude. Emma had worked at the Marquis's estate since Alice's birth, witnessing her entire life. Even now, the memory of the day she first met Alice remained vivid, as if it had just happened. The little girl, sweetly snoring, sleeping innocently, oblivious to the world, had instantly captured her heart. Emma genuinely believed that Alice, with her gentle nature and beauty, looked like a true angel. The Marquis's daughter, unaware of the maid's thoughts, smiled happily at seeing her. It was then that Emma fell completely and irrevocably in love with this sweet, beautiful girl who smiled so radiantly. The maid prayed that Alice would grow into a kind and happy person. And indeed, she blossomed into a beautiful young woman, attracting the attention of many nobles. Emma believed that only those who hadn't met her beautiful mistress would call Helena the fairest. Determined to preserve Alice's image, she urged a painter to capture her beauty on canvas. Mazarian's dark hair, snow-white skin, and emerald green eyes made her look like someone from a fairy tale. Looking at her, Emma felt immense pride in her mistress's beauty, perfectly captured in the painting. As the Marquis's only daughter and the prince's fiancée, Alice always enjoyed the finest treatment, never denied anything. Her diet consisted of everything from local sweets to exotic delicacies. Yet, despite the maid's loyal service, Emma, in particular, watched Alice with an envious gaze. Alice frequently overheard the whispers of nobles, their loud comments about her attire and demeanor reaching her ears. She took no pleasure in their mockery, all because she was born into the Million family. More than once, Emma noticed Alice pausing near these nobles, as if tempted to confront their rudeness. This time, Alice actually made her maid wait, a move that filled Emma with apprehension. Alice confidently approached the nobles and began to reprimand them for their constant gossip. Mazarian, inhabiting Alice's body, expressed her disbelief that such rumors originated from nobles. With a displeased expression, Alice implied that these nobles had overstepped their bounds by gossiping within her own residence. Those around them were taken aback that she would threaten them for their idle slander against the crown prince's fiancée. Alice confidently declared her curiosity about what would happen if these rumors reached the emperor's ears. The nobles, flustered, hastily apologized to her, and Emma was once again awed by her mistress's courage. Emma's only concern was that the Marquis's daughter seemed to grow more serious each day. She sincerely wished for Alice's happiness, but didn't know how to help Mazarian find peace. That evening, After Alice returned from a walk, Emma prepared her for bed, as usual. Still worried about the confrontation with the nobles, she suggested informing the Marquis about the gossip. But Alice calmly told her it wasn't necessary, as she would become cold and ruthless regardless, silencing everyone. Emma was slightly frightened by Alice's resolute demeanor, her apparent indifference to others' opinions. What surprised Emma most was Mazarian's anger towards the nobles who mistreated servants. She was pleased that at least one noble stood on her side. When Alice was confirmed as the Crown Prince's fiancée, she became exhausted from preparing for her new role. Emma heard rumors that the Crown Prince, Alec, disliked his fiancée, which worried her greatly. But Alice herself seemed unconcerned by the gossip, as if it didn't pertain to her at all. However, Emma couldn't ignore the fact that Alice was growing thinner by the day, the light of happiness fading from her eyes. One day, as Emma performed her usual chores around the manor, assuming Alice was in her room, she suddenly spotted the Marquis's daughter among the bushes several meters away. It was the first time in Alice's life that she wore such a sorrowful expression, though she never allowed herself to cry. Emma immediately guessed that Alice was feeling down, but she couldn't leave her alone in this place. So the maid went over to Alice and carefully covered her with a blanket, suggesting they return to the manor as the wind was picking up. Unexpectedly, Mazarian, her eyes dim, suddenly asked, "Is love really that important?" Emma, completely taken aback by the question, froze, unsure how to respond. Alice suddenly said sadly that she truly didn't understand why Alec disliked her so much, even though she had tried so hard. The Marquis's daughter clutched the blanket tightly, overwhelmed by the pressure in that moment. She couldn't understand why everyone seemed to adore Helena with just a single smile. As a result, for the first time, Alice wept bitterly, and those tears stirred the same pain in Emma's heart. Emma wished she had magic, that she could help Alice with a simple wave of her hand, but that was impossible. The maid whispered, hoping that Alice's wish would come true, while Mazarian, overwhelmed by emotion, even wished to disappear from this world. Neither girl imagined that their wishes would eventually come true, but not in a way they would ever celebrate. Just a few days later, Emma noticed that Alice, for some reason, stopped drinking water in the mornings. But what puzzled her most was that even Alice's way of speaking had changed, though her appearance remained the same. Nevertheless, Emma tried her best to pretend she hadn't noticed anything, as she truly didn't understand what was happening. However, the maid soon realized that the young lady before her was no longer the one she knew. But Emma couldn't answer the question of who this new, overly calm Alice was. Every time Emma closed Alice's door, she struggled to restrain herself from asking any more questions. Yet, the maid was still tormented by thoughts, constantly wondering where the Marquis's daughter, the one she knew, had gone. A few days later, Emma finally couldn't hold back and started asking Mazarian about the past. But this Alice answered all the probing questions flawlessly, as if these truths had always been her life. Finally, tired of the cautious questioning, Alice told Emma to stop bringing up the past. Emma had no choice but to obediently nod, not wanting to anger her mistress. But late at night, she would still sit and ponder what had happened to the Marquis's daughter. The maid had many theories in her mind, all of which she carefully recorded in her notebook, afraid of missing a single thought. Even so, Emma couldn't tell anyone about her discoveries, fearing that Mazarian would ultimately be burned as a heretic. The maid remained worried, unable to find an answer to what she should do for Alice. One sleepless night, Emma discovered Alice wandering in the middle of the courtyard in her nightgown. Emma immediately jumped up from her seat with concern, fearing something had happened to Alice again. It was only now that the maid finally realized that all the recent attempts on Alice's life were no coincidence. Extreme fear gripped the maid, and she resolutely stood up, chasing after the Marquis's daughter to save her. Just in case, the girl also took a lamp, worried she wouldn't be able to find Mazarian in the dark. Emma ran as fast as she could in the direction Alice had left, though she wasn't entirely sure she remembered it correctly. After running for several minutes, Emma was completely lost, unable to find the path Alice had taken. Suddenly, the maid noticed movement in her peripheral vision to the left. She abruptly turned and looked in that direction, observing carefully. Sure enough, Emma almost immediately discerned Alice's white figure among the trees. She hadn't stopped moving. Not wanting to leave the Marquis's daughter alone, Emma pushed her way forward through the branches and bushes, ignoring the scratches they inflicted. Emma was overjoyed when she saw Mazarian suddenly stop, as if deliberately allowing herself to be caught. But for some reason, no matter how much the maid called out to Alice, she didn't turn around, remaining with her back turned. Emma followed Alice out of the trees and anxiously asked her why she had come to such a dangerous place. Suddenly, Alice whispered softly but firmly that she desperately wanted to go home. Looking at Alice's face, Emma realized she was still asleep and sleepwalking. The maid hadn't expected this and was momentarily at a loss, as it was the first time she had ever encountered Sleepwalker. Suddenly, Alice said she wanted to eat her mother's kimchi, which completely stunned Emma. But just a few seconds later, the maid understood everything, taking a frightened step back. She realized that the Mazarian before her was no longer the person she had known since childhood. Still dreaming, Alice continued to cry, wanting to go home, completely oblivious to her surroundings. She stood there, repeatedly pleading to return to her mother, tears streaming down her face without her noticing. Finally, unable to bear this heartbreaking scene any longer, Emma took Alice's hand to comfort her. She gently stroked the hand of this unfamiliar Alice, understanding her pain and predicament. Then, Emma firmly promised that she would do everything in her power to help the girl from another world. Unexpectedly, the maid's comfort worked, and Alice gradually stopped crying and asking to go home. Emma didn't intend to go back on her promise, even though she worried that the real Alice was gone. The next morning, when Alice woke up, she had no memory of what had happened the previous night. However, she immediately sensed that the maids, for some reason, were doing their utmost to make sure she ate well. Since Mazarian wasn't in the mood to argue with them, she obediently accepted the food they offered. A while later, Mazarian had to attend the fitting for her ceremony dress, even though all she wanted to do was rest. So Alice put almost no thought into making a decision, as she didn't care what she wore. What bothered Mazarian even more was that everyone around her was gossiping about the incident where the Marquis's daughter had been slapped. Mazarian wanted to defend herself, but she felt it wasn't a good idea. Her mind was still filled with questions about her father, wondering if he knew that his Alice was no longer alive. Finally, to stop herself from overthinking, Mazarian snapped her fan shut and dismissed her attendants. Mazarian decided to go for a walk to clear her head. Since her conversation with the Marquis, she'd been thinking more and more about her family. She couldn't say she was close to them, as they always made her run errands and work for the family. She had long given up on all her dreams because her parents always said the family had no money. But what stressed Mazarian the most was that her parents' expectations kept rising, and she could never meet them. So, Mazarian had no choice but to study hard and work part-time, just to bring home even a little bit of money. The only comfort she found was in the moments when her mother genuinely seemed happy to see her when she returned home. She rarely received affection from her family, so even these small things made her happy. Mazarian never understood why her brother received completely different treatment. Her parents always fulfilled his every request. Whenever her brother mentioned wanting to try a new dish, her father immediately promised to buy all the ingredients. She recalled that she had never been treated that way, and it made her incredibly sad. She took care of many trivial matters for her family and didn't forget her own worries, but they still didn't treat her any better. Therefore, she increasingly felt that her life was meaningless, that she didn't even have someone to go home to every day. She tried to put her phone aside, even for a little while, because she always felt down after talking to her mother. She couldn't tell if she truly loved her mother's cooking so much that she was willing to constantly obey her parents. Once, her mother suddenly asked her what she wanted for her birthday, and she replied that she didn't want anything. But now, Mazarian realized that if she had known she would never see her parents again, she wouldn't have been so indifferent. And now, as Mazarian recalled her life in that world, she felt that her brother had done more meaningful things than she had. So, now she thought sadly that if she could see her parents again, she wouldn't be so cold. In the early morning, the maid informed Mazarian that her ceremonial dress was ready and she needed to go to the palace for a fitting. Mazarian was still uncomfortable about the prince ultimately facing no repercussions for slapping her, but she went to the palace nonetheless. With nothing to do in the carriage, Mazarian looked out the window, observing the people on the streets with interest. To her surprise, she found that although these commoners lived in poverty, they still seemed happy. This sparked a thought in Mazarian's mind. Why was she the only one who had to endure so much hardship? She frowned, genuinely perplexed as to why. After being reborn into another world, all the trials seemed to fall upon her. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Mazarian, barely moving her lips, told the coachman to stop the carriage immediately, even though they hadn't reached their destination. The men looked back at her in surprise. Nobles rarely ventured out alone in the city. But Mazarian didn't want to wait for them to obey her quiet command, so she repeated herself more forcefully, demanding they stop at once. As soon as the carriage stopped, Mazarian jumped out without explaining her strange behavior. While the guard were still stunned, Mazarian ran as fast as she could, wanting to avoid any interaction. Her only thought was to lose the knights before they could force her back into the carriage. Unfortunately, Mazarian quickly ran out of breath and found herself trapped in a dead end before she could even formulate an escape plan. Not wanting to be caught by the guards, she looked around warily, hoping they wouldn't find her. Everything she had done was to avoid being taken to the palace, a place she desperately wanted to avoid. She ran through the narrow alleys, realizing she couldn't keep running much longer and needed to find a place to hide. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand, making Mazarian cry out in fright. The unexpected touch startled her, but when she looked closely, she saw it was an unfamiliar boy who shushed her. The boy grinned and asked the noble lady if she needed a hiding place, as he could help her for the time being. Mazarian didn't argue, frankly admitting that she needed to escape her pursuers quickly. Hearing this, the strange boy smiled slyly, as he had a solution for such a desperate situation. Without hesitation, he put his fingers in his mouth and let out a loud whistle, a secret signal among his companions. To Mazarian's surprise, a large group of children appeared on the street shortly after. The boy took Mazarian's hand again, explaining that his friends would stall the guards for a while, giving them time to hide. Mazarian, unsure why this commoner boy was helping her, ran with him without hesitation. A few minutes later, they arrived at the boy's house. He slammed the door shut with a sigh of relief. Mazarian was taken aback when the boy suddenly asked her for payment for helping her, as she hadn't brought any money with her. Mazarian explained that she hadn't brought her purse because she hadn't anticipated needing it in the carriage. The boy sighed in disappointment, realizing his efforts seemed to have been in vain. Seeing the boy's dejected expression, Alice, feeling sympathetic, had an idea and reached up to her hair. She removed her expensive earrings and offered them to the boy, though she knew he might be mistaken for a thief if he tried to sell them. The boy's face lit up. This was precisely the kind of reward he had hoped for in exchange for his help. He confidently declared that he was skilled at selling such items, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, the door rattled unexpectedly, startling the boy as he guessed who was there. Mazarian's heart pounded, fearing the knights had found her so quickly. She just wanted to hide. The boy, thinking along the same lines, quickly shoved Mazarian into a hiding spot. He pushed her into a large, old wardrobe, urging her to stay silent so the newcomer wouldn't discover her. Mazarian listened intently and soon realized the stranger wasn't looking for her, as he seemed familiar with the boy. Curious to see who it was, the Marquis's daughter cautiously peeked through a crack in the wardrobe door. The young man looked like the boy's older brother, with nothing particularly remarkable about his appearance, so she didn't recognize him. Suddenly, the young man's expression turned serious as he gruffly asked who else was there besides his friend. The boy frantically denied bringing anyone else to such a messy place, insisting the older youth must be mistaken. Mazarian's fear intensified as she saw the stranger sigh heavily and start walking towards the wardrobe. Finally, the boy calmly but resolutely opened the wardrobe door, wanting to know who the little rascal was hiding. Alice cowered inside, unsure what the man would do and afraid to speak. A few seconds later, the young man, surprisingly polite, asked Mazarian to come out of the wardrobe so they could talk. Though she wanted to avoid explaining, she was a guest and didn't resist. Composing herself, the Marquis's daughter stood before the stranger, striving to maintain her composure. Upon seeing her attire, the young man immediately guessed her noble status and shot a disapproving look at the boy. The boy instinctively stepped back, surprised by the stern look and outstretched hand. The young man's expression remained unchanged until he received what he wanted from his sly companion. The boy reluctantly returned the earrings to Mazarian. having guessed what was coming. Mazarian was surprised when the stranger suddenly made her take back her gift. When Alice said she wouldn't take the earrings back, her tone was firm, explaining that she had already said goodbye to them. The boy responded listlessly, saying he understood, but turned away, not wanting a child to wear the young lady's earrings. Mazarian guessed the young man was ignoring her because he thought their conversation was over. The young man went over to the boy, warning him not to get involved with nobles. Looking at the jewelry, Mazarian knew that no matter what the stranger said, she wouldn't take it back. Suddenly angry, she tossed the earrings at the boy, who caught them easily despite not seeing them thrown. The young man looked at her in surprise, not expecting such defiance. Mazarian declared the earrings now belonged to the boy, payment for his silence. She thought this encounter might prove useful in the future, should she need the commoner's help. Clenching her fists, Mazarian asked where she could find an information guild. The boy immediately brightened, saying he knew of just such a place, but the young man told him to be quiet. The boy eyed the noblewoman warily, clearly wanting nothing to do with her kind. Mazarian remembered that in this world, cooperation between commoners and nobles never ended well. The young man sighed in relief, realizing that no matter how much he wished otherwise, the young lady wouldn't let them go easily. Alice was surprised when the older stranger suddenly apologized for his younger brother, lying and claiming ignorance. But what surprised Mazarian most was the boy suddenly apologizing for his incompetence and asking her to leave. The Marquis's daughter guessed the young man was clever, choosing such a polite way to get rid of her. But Mazarian had her own plans. She said if she returned now, the Marquis would assume she'd been kidnapped. Alice asked with a sly smile if that was truly what they wanted. The boy knew he had no choice. He couldn't risk his brother's reputation. He looked at his brother worriedly, realizing the predicament his foolishness had caused. Lowering his head, the boy admitted to Mazarian that he had no other option. Satisfied with the young man's decision, Mazarian immediately declared she needed the most powerful information guild. Fearfully, the younger brother gave her the name and location of the organization, not wanting his brother to be harmed. But he wasn't about to help for free, immediately demanding payment up front. Unsure if this was wise, Mazarian said she would pay after receiving the information. The young man asked accusingly if she had deliberately chosen them, a claim she immediately denied. Mazarian moved closer to the boy, explaining that she was indeed being followed, which was why she acted as she did. The young man then warned her that their conversation could still be overheard, which would inevitably lead to gossip. Mazarian immediately guessed what her brother was truly worried about, and it made her want to laugh. Alice stepped closer, directly asking the boy if he suspected her of something, even though she had told him everything. Mazarian noticed that the young man didn't even blink as she intentionally moved closer. Then the Marquis's daughter practically pressed herself against the boy, implying that with a single word from her, the brothers would be thrown into prison. With a sly smile, Mazarian whispered that the boy probably wouldn't choose that outcome, so he had no choice but to cooperate with her. Mazarian looked at the younger boy and realized that his older brother was so cautious precisely because he understood the consequences. The little boy nervously clutched his brother's clothes, completely surprised that things had escalated this far because of him. Mazarian noticed the boy's trembling hands, despite his efforts to appear calm. So, she gently stroked his head, promising to ensure their cooperation remained secret. Suddenly, the young man spoke with a contemptuous tone, saying that Mazarian didn't see them as human, which was evident in her attitude. Alice looked at him and said that she was different from other nobles, but she wouldn't elaborate on herself. To Mazarian, these people were just side characters in a novel. She didn't feel any pity for them. What she truly cherished was now in another world, which had made her colder. Mazarian felt the conversation had run its course, so she asked one of the brothers to escort her back. The young man still looked at the noble lady with displeasure, but didn't say another word. Suddenly, he noticed that Mazarian was barefoot, her bare feet visible beneath her skirt. This sight momentarily made him forget his annoyance at this arrogant girl who had barged into his life. Without hesitation, he took off his shoes, intending to give them to Mazarian. Alice was surprised that the young man genuinely wanted to help her, even though she had caused him so much trouble. The young man knelt before the Marquis's daughter, offering to help her put on his shoes so she could walk to the carriage. Mazarian asked him what he would do, as she didn't see any other shoes. The commoner boy confidently replied that even so, he wouldn't let the lady walk barefoot in the streets. So, the young man carefully helped Mazarian put on his shoes, even though it meant he would be barefoot for a while. He didn't rush Alice, simply telling her to let him know when she was ready to leave their home and return her own. Mazarian felt bewildered by the whole situation. The young man was just too strange. Looking down at the shoes she was now wearing, she realized she didn't actually want to return to her former life. But she also worried that if she were found here, it would only cause more trouble for the residents. Besides, Mazarian clearly remembered that to go home, she had to take action, not just stand still. Clenching her fists, she focused and resolved to return. As she walked down the street, Mazarian wondered what would happen to this world if she defeated all its protagonists. When she, pretending to be the Marquis's daughter, returned to the manor, she found almost all the maids excitedly greeting her at the door. Feigning nonchalance, she simply said she had wanted to take a walk alone. Then, she immediately went into the warm bathroom, wanting to rest, even if only for a moment of solitude. Mazarian knew the best course of action was to see Hybris as soon as possible, hoping he might offer some advice. The priest clearly hadn't recognized her on the day they first met, and she was curious to know who he had seen in her. She planned to confess that she was from another world, despite her lingering shyness and fear. Still, she hoped the priest would overlook her predicament and genuinely help her. When she finally went to the royal palace, she found it surrounded by numerous guards. Immediately greeted by the steward, she guessed they were all worried she would run away again. Today, however, she intended to be more compliant, not wanting to cause any further trouble with her actions. So, she allowed the maids to dress her in the elaborately prepared gown for the upcoming ceremony. They showered her with compliments, remarking on her beauty and how lucky the prince was to have such a stunning bride. But Mazarian knew Alec wouldn't care about the maid's efforts, yet she said nothing. She didn't want to disappoint them prematurely by revealing she had no intention of marrying the prince. She noticed the dress was too long and would be difficult for the maids to wash, but they made no alterations. After the fitting, the head maid happily announced she was ready for the ceremony. Excusing herself from the maids, Mazarian suddenly realized her feet were aching from running barefoot. She sighed heavily, knowing she couldn't address the problem until her feet healed. Her biggest worry was how to find the priest in the vast palace, but then she saw a figure in the distance. She could hardly believe her eyes, recognizing Hybris, the very person she had been searching for. Afraid of losing him, she called out to him and hurried to catch up. She worried that if she missed him now, she didn't know when she'd have another chance to speak with him. However, completely lost in her thoughts, Mazarian tripped and fell to the ground. The fact that she stumbled right in front of Hybris only amplified her embarrassment. The priest looked on in confusion as the girl, hurrying towards him, stumbled and fell. Mazarian, barely able to conceal her mortification, sat on the ground for a moment with her head bowed. When Hybris asked if she was all right, she couldn't contain herself any longer and cried out that she was most certainly not. Mazarian was furious with the whole situation, knowing that this would never have happened to Helena. Blushing again, she averted her gaze, unwilling to further embarrass herself in front of him. Finally, Hybris seemed to come to his senses and apologized for not helping her up. He leaned down, touched her leg, and healed her injury with divine power. It was the first time Mazarian had seen such an ability up close, and she watched his spell casting intently. After the healing, the priest assured her that she would be fine now, which surprised her. She noticed him about to leave and was immediately gripped by fear. Mazarian grabbed the hem of Hybris's robe, reminding him that they had met before and that he hadn't recognized her. The priest gave a small nod, seemingly reluctant to revisit the unpleasant topic. Instead of leaving, he politely took her hand and helped her up. Mazarian noticed how little he spoke, despite her attempts to engage him in conversation. Instead, Hybris seemed to look right through her, as if scrutinizing her very soul. Embarrassed, she pulled her hand away, not wanting to prolong the physical contact. To gather her thoughts, she turned away briefly, while he continued to observe her. Then, Mazarian asked him pointedly what he saw when he looked at her, a man who could perceive souls. Hybris admitted, with a confused expression, that he couldn't discern the shape of her soul, but he could clearly distinguish the color of its outer shell. He was surprised by this and couldn't offer an explanation. Mizarian wasn't frightened when he confessed that he had never seen a soul of that color before. Her suspicion that her existence in this world was anomalous was now confirmed. She then confessed that she was indeed from another world, a fact evident in her soul's color. This revelation shocked Hybris, as it was the first time in his priesthood he had encountered such a thing. But Mizarian was only concerned with whether she could return, so she asked Hybris, the priest, directly. Hybris awkwardly averted his gaze, as he knew little about such a situation and couldn't give a concrete answer. However, the Marquis's daughter kept believing he would at least tell her something, so she looked at him expectantly. When the priest confessed that no one from another world had ever returned, Mizarian was astonished. A dull ache pulsed within her. Subconsciously, she had already suspected there was no way back. Hybris felt genuine sympathy for this lost soul. She clearly needed help, but he was powerless. Then, Mizarian desperately asked again if there truly was a way to leave this world, because she desperately needed to. The priest tried to soothe her, but she insisted repeatedly that since she had arrived here, there must be a way to leave. Finally, Hybris couldn't bear it any longer and raised his voice to try and calm Mizarian down, but she couldn't hear him at all. Mizarian hadn't expected Hybris to tell her that the reason she was here was because her own soul had already departed from her body. Hybris explained that only when the soul occupying her body left this world could Mizarian return. Mizarian had never considered such a scenario and was so heartbroken she almost burst into tears. The priest calmly continued to explain that, as things stood, she couldn't go back. However, Mizarian couldn't accept Hybris's advice to simply live her life as it was. His words only fueled her anger, and she glared at him, even though the priest hadn't harmed her. She felt that this man didn't understand what he was saying, because he knew nothing about her life as Alice. Mizarian worriedly wondered how many more times she would have to attempt self-destruction before it all ended. So, she frankly admitted to Hybris that she didn't want to stay in this body because she wanted to go home. These words surprised Hybris, as he had always believed a suggestion was the only correct solution. The Marquis's daughter was utterly disappointed with the priest's help. She turned away from him and walked down a different path. But Hybris didn't give up, calling after her that she should cherish the life she had been given. Mizarian retorted that this life wasn't given to her by some god, but by her parents, and that's why she wanted to return to them. These words stunned the priest. He had never heard such blasphemous words. While walking in the garden near the manor, lost in thought, Mizarian didn't even notice Helena approaching. At that moment, the Marquis's daughter didn't want to talk to her. She was preoccupied with what to do next. For some reason, Antoine Blum stopped in front of her. He was visibly nervous, but didn't say a word. Finally, Mizarian decided to simply ignore the acquaintance and walked right past him, not even bothering to greet him. However, Mizarian hadn't gotten far when Helena suddenly grabbed her hand and abruptly stopped her, still calling her name. The Marquis's daughter turned around, annoyed, and asked what was wrong, as she didn't want to pretend to be happy to see her. The blonde-haired Helena lowered her head, though she had been the one to initiate the conversation. A few seconds later, she suddenly declared, in all seriousness, that she wanted to apologize to her friend. Mizarian, clearly surprised by her words, asked her to clarify what exactly she was apologizing for. When Helena apologized for Antoine's having hit the prince, Mizarian sighed heavily, having no desire to hear about it. She then explained that Helena had no reason to feel guilty for another person's actions, as everyone should be responsible for themselves. At this point, Mizarian wanted to leave, but Helena gripped her hand tighter, unwilling to let go. Mizarian looked with displeasure at the persistent girl, whose behavior was only causing her more trouble. Helena said that if Mizarian truly refused to forgive her, her friend might never forgive her either. She then explained that her fault lay in having supported Antoine instead of Mizarian. Mizarian was surprised to hear this, though she had known from the beginning that Helena liked to help everyone around her. Mizarian stood frozen, listening to Helena's confession that she should have stopped Alec. Helena was nearly in tears, genuinely remorseful and apologetic. Mizarian watched Helena closely after hearing these words, intrigued by the girl's behavior in this moment. She even thought that if she knew Helena was only pretending, she might easily come to dislike her. However, Helena was clearly genuinely worried about what had happened and was behaving extremely politely, solely to apologize. So, Mizarian asked her in surprise how she could remain so pure after experiencing so much. Suddenly, Mizarian changed her tack, declaring that due to Helena's background, she had no right to touch her with her hands. This stunned Helena, as it had been a long time since anyone had mentioned her impoverished mother. Mizarian knew very well that Helena wasn't involved in the servants' affairs, as she had too many people around her who adored her. Even the queen often invited her for conversations, so she simply had no time for chores. Helena reminded Mizarian of her classmates, those who were liked by everyone but weren't truly kind at heart. After talking to her, Mizarian realized for the first time that a life without hardship was a privilege, not a choice. Mizarian, remembering how she had been ostracized by some in her original world, felt a pang of bitterness. Looking directly at Helena, she frankly admitted that she disliked those who lived privileged lives. Helena, finally understanding that she couldn't do anything, released Mizarian's hand, which Mizarian hadn't been enjoying anyway. Mizarian calmly stated that she simply hoped Helena would stop trying to get close to her, as it would only be a hindrance. Mizarian turned and left, unwilling to continue the uncomfortable conversation. Helena stood there, her face full of confusion, but even though her friend had distanced herself, she still didn't dislike her. As soon as Mizarian returned to the manor, the maids immediately began preparing her for an important meeting, tightly lacing the corset around her waist. Mizarian was appalled by their actions and resolved to later chain them to stop treating her body this way. But all the maids said in unison that their mistress was the most beautiful person in the world, and any attire looked perfect on her. Mizarian noticed that the carriage to the royal palace had already been meticulously prepared, and she didn't even need to wait a moment longer. Alice Mizarian sighed softly because tonight was the night of the ceremony, and everyone around her was urging her to at least choose someone for herself. The girl remembered her father's words, "A person who is always ready to die is always useful." But Mizarian intended to die, so she felt that pushing some boy into loneliness wasn't a good idea. Because of this, Alice Mizarian planned to finish all her affairs as soon as possible and then go home. But now, Mizarian had to pull herself together and behave appropriately, and she did just that, greeting the crown Prince Alec according to etiquette. It was clear from Alec's face that he wasn't happy about being forced by his father to attend such an event. As soon as Mizarian spoke with Alec, the surrounding crowd immediately began whispering about how well-matched they were. But Mizarian didn't want to spend time with this man at all, even though she had no other choice. So the Marquis's daughter had to extend her hand to the prince so that he could also follow all the etiquette of high society. Alex silently examined Mizarian's gesture. He didn't actually want to have any further contact with her. He looked at the girl with extreme displeasure because he blamed her for their future marriage, not his father, who had orchestrated everything. Alice Mizarian gave the prince a gentle smile, even though she had no affection for him, and hinted that he should take her hand. At the same time, Mizarian's entire demeanor conveyed that it would be best for the boy to obey her at this moment, to avoid unnecessary gossip. Finally, with a reluctant expression, Alec grabbed Alice Mizarian's hand and pulled her along, unwilling to admit that he had lost. Mizarian had no choice but to yield to the prince's assertiveness, but she still tried to slow her pace. When Alec looked back and sensed a resistance, he was very displeased. But Mizarian herself didn't care at all about leaving a bad impression in front of the other nobles. Suddenly, Alec unexpectedly picked the girl up, preventing her from hindering his progress any further. Mizarian was angered by Alec's rude action and immediately demanded indignantly that he put her down and stop carrying her. The boy calmly reminded her that, given their engagement, such behavior was perfectly normal. But Mizarian still felt very uncomfortable, so she tried to calm herself down and asked him again to put her down. Then, Mizarian asked Alec not to blame her for the reasons his father didn't trust him. Finally, the girl realized that no matter what she said, the boy wouldn't listen, so she chose to remain silent for the time being. But Mizarian didn't want to be held any longer, so she scratched Alec hard on the neck, making him drop her abruptly. She landed on the ground, feigning injury with convincing theatrics that even Alec couldn't fault. He simply stared at the Marquis's daughter, knowing he couldn't scold her in front of the other nobles. The situation became even more awkward when he realized they were quickly being surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers, whispering amongst themselves. Mazarian immediately stood up and loudly ordered the servants to fetch a parasol to protect the prince's health. The maids, readily believing that Mazarian had been put down only due to the unfavorable air, hurried to bring one. Mazarian, seizing the opportunity, loudly asked Alec how it felt to be so well attended to. She leaned closer, urging him to smile even in this situation, as even the emperor demanded it. But Alec turned away, reminding her that even with the emperor's favor, she shouldn't be so presumptuous. Mazarian responded with a gentle smile, saying that only the monarch could break their engagement. At this point, her expression turned serious as she declared she would never kneel before His Majesty to request its annulment. The surrounding maids then reminded them that the evening ceremony was about to begin and that the prince and Mazarian should hurry. Mazarian immediately cut short all unrelated conversation and invited the prince to the main hall, where everyone had been waiting. As they walked, Alec reminded her again that a lady's reputation wasn't eternally flawless and that she must be more cautious. Mazarian grinned, telling Alec to stop lecturing her, as it sounded inappropriate and even ridiculous. A few minutes later, they arrived at the ornately decorated hall, where everything was ready for the upcoming ceremony. Mazarian sat in her assigned seat, feeling utterly bored and wanting nothing more than to leave. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to slip away for a walk to clear her head. The restrictive corset made breathing difficult, worsening her mood, but she couldn't remove it yet. While searching for a quiet place to rest, Mazarian suddenly heard a strange noise. The sound came from a small grove of trees and bushes, so dense that it was almost impossible to see anything. Curious, Mazarian cautiously approached the sound, trying to discern its source. Mazarian's surprise was considerable when she discovered several unfamiliar knights beating someone. The young men shouted angrily, saying that people like their victim took up too much land and were better off dead. Mazarian immediately guessed that the person bundled in the sack was a commoner aspiring to knighthood, which had angered the others. She knew that in the empire, opportunities for social advancement were few, and serving the nobility was one of them. But Mazarian herself didn't care how others lived their lives, as she only wanted to leave this world. She guessed the man was covered with a cloth to prevent his clothes from showing the marks of a severe and prolonged beating. In this situation, Mazarian felt frustrated at her inability to help the commoner, as her intervention would only further enrage the knights. Suddenly, one of them pulled the man out from the cloth, and Mazarian saw that it was her friend. Mazarian grew tense, her desire to help him intensifying, though she wasn't sure if she could actually do anything. Her hands trembled slightly with agitation as she struggled to make a decision that could change the commoner's fate. But the Marquis's daughter then realized that nothing could be more humiliating for a man than to be helped by his enemy. Because of this, Mazarian turned and left, knowing she couldn't save him no matter what. Mazarian arrived just as the resurrection ceremony was beginning, and she quickly returned to her seat. The surrounding nobles worried that the knights they wanted to recruit would be chosen by others first. But Mazarian still had no intention of choosing anyone. She sat leisurely in her chair and even yawned slightly. Suddenly, she noticed that, for some reason, some of the candidates were significantly older than the others. These men, heads bowed, stood silently among the crowd, as if they had lost all hope, yet they still persisted. A guard approached Mazarian and explained that these were the commoners who hadn't been chosen in the previous ceremonies. He explained that, over time, these men would become completely disillusioned with knighthood and eventually become mercenaries. Mazarian understood that although mercenary work was more lucrative, many still dreamed of attaining the noble status of a knight. Just then, Mazarian saw in the crowd the commoner who had been brutally beaten by his companions not long ago. Thinking of this man, she asked if those who chose to become mercenaries instead of knights were valued. To this, the guard predictably replied that it all depended on the person's original social standing. The aide didn't understand why the Marquis's daughter was suddenly asking these questions, as she had never shown any interest in knights before. Suddenly, he bowed his head slightly and apologized to Mazarian for having once presumptuously suggested she hire someone. Mazarian immediately told the guard not to worry about it anymore, as it didn't matter to her personally. Then the man smiled and politely asked her again to choose a knight to protect her, unless she had a good reason to refuse. Mazarian looked at the guard in confusion, wondering why he was still so insistent. The guard knelt on one knee and explained to her that her decision could very well save his life. The man smiled and said he didn't want to see years of effort go to waste because someone wasn't chosen. Mazarian hadn't expected her temporary guardian to speak about the matter from a different perspective, this time pleading with her to show these men some compassion. Mazarian still couldn't decide if she truly wanted to be someone's savior. For some reason, she thought again of the commoner she knew. As she headed to the night selection, she seriously considered whether she really needed to bear such responsibility for another's life. Finally, Mazarian decided to follow her heart. She extended her hand, pointing to a young man in the crowd. The Marquis's daughter confidently and loudly declared her choice of this man as her knight. No one dared to object. The young man's older brother stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Mazarian, inwardly overjoyed. Alice, maintaining a composed demeanor, asked if the commoner was willing to swear eternal loyalty to her and to aid her in any difficult situation from now on. The young man calmly recited the necessary words of the oath, though he still didn't understand why Mazarian had ultimately chosen him. His brother, however, understood that this was an excellent opportunity to improve their family circumstances. As Alice completed the knighting ceremony, she suddenly realized she had actually saved her friend. If he hadn't been chosen, he would have had to wait much longer. Looking at the young man, she genuinely felt he deserved her gratitude. Mazarian recalled how this young man had once given her shoes without asking for anything in return. She felt she had finally found a good way to repay him. After the ceremony, Alice asked her knight his name. He surprised her by saying he didn't have one. After a moment of thought, Mazarian named him Anakin, simply because she couldn't think of anything else. The young man didn't mind being called Anakin. After all, he had no other name. After the ceremony, Alice wished she could leave the event sooner. However, Mazarian had to pay her respects to the royal family first. As soon as the emperor saw the Marquis's daughter, he complimented her attire, as he had always been fond of her. Then, the emperor asked Mazarian why she had changed her mind and chosen a knight as her protector. Mazarian smiled and replied that she was simply too tired to continue going against the majority opinion. While the emperor laughed, his wife and the prince glared at Alice with anger, reminding her once again that they disliked her. The Marquis's daughter gave the crown prince a pointed look, suggesting he ask his father to break off their engagement. But for some reason, Alex suddenly turned away, pretending to be completely oblivious to his fiancée's hint. Since Mazarian didn't want to interact with the royal family any further, she excused herself, claiming fatigue. Back in the carriage, all Mazarian could think about was getting out of her corset and shoes, which were incredibly uncomfortable. Suddenly, she heard familiar voices up ahead, raised in a way that suggested more than a calm conversation. Alice leaned closer and saw Helena and Antoine Blum talking alone in a gazebo, both looking visibly anxious. Mazarian immediately recalled a similar incident occurring after the ceremony in the original novel. Antoine Blum now seemed agitated, though she didn't yet know that Mazarian was about to bestow the honor of knighthood upon Anakin. The girl hadn't had time to figure out how to dissuade Mazarian, as the announcement of her decision was too sudden. Before anyone could stop him, Anakin knelt before Helena and swore the sacred knight's oath. He pledged to remain forever loyal to the young woman, no matter the hardships or troubles they might face. The count's daughter looked at the knight in surprise, understanding that it was too late to prevent his decision. Thus, the girl gazed in bewilderment at the friend who had just vowed to protect her until the very end. Not wanting to upset her ally, the blonde gently stroked his head, accepting the knight's oath. Mazarian remembered that this scene would have been perfect in the original novel if Alec hadn't been nearby. The crown prince couldn't believe that his acquaintance would so boldly attempt to secure a place in the life of the girl he admired. Mazarian guessed that what bothered the prince most was that Helena had accepted someone else's oath, even though she could have refused. Just then, the count's daughter and the knight heard a strange rustling sound nearby and turned around warily. Not wanting her childhood friends to argue, Mazarian was the first to emerge from the bushes, greeting Helena and Anakin. With a sly smile, Mazarian asked if she was interrupting their noble conversation by appearing so suddenly. The red-haired Anakin simply muttered that everything was fine, as if he had indeed been upset about something. Helena quickly recovered from her surprise, pretending not to have been the least bit frightened by her friend's appearance. Mazarian assumed that since Helena had left, the prince would follow, thus avoiding a conflict. When she was alone with the knight, Mazarian looked at him with interest, though the silence between them didn't make her uncomfortable. The boy was clearly about to leave when Mazarian called out to him, making Anakin stop and turn to face her. Mazarian said seriously that next time the knight needed to be more aware of his surroundings. But Anakin just smiled faintly, knowing full well what the girl wanted to discuss. Suddenly, Mazarian realized that such a skilled swordsman couldn't have missed someone approaching and guessed that he had known all along. The red-haired nobleman didn't deny that he had deliberately sworn his oath to Helena in front of the others. Anakin tried to appease Mazarian, reaching out to take her hand, but she abruptly pushed his hand away, feeling uneasy. Then Anakin smiled gently, saying he didn't want any misunderstandings to arise between them because of others. The knight realized he should have been stricter with the Marquis's daughter and decided to have a serious conversation. Mazarian suddenly realized that Anakin still thought she had been slapped recently because she wanted to harm Helena. In fact, according to the original novel's plot, the Marquis's daughter had indeed been making the poor Count's daughter's life miserable. After understanding all of this, Alice loudly and confidently told Antoine to come closer and kill her if he felt she was dangerous. Hearing these words, Antoine was visibly stunned, as he had never considered raising a weapon against an unarmed and beautiful girl. Suddenly, Alice tried to grab his sword, wanting to force him to attack her. This action startled him. Antoine reacted quickly, immediately dropping his weapon and grabbing Mazarian's hand to stop her. At this moment, Helena seriously stated that a knight, in order to deter an opponent, must always be prepared to kill them. Antoine was shocked, completely surprised by Helena's actions. He then asked her who she really was. But Mazarian didn't intend to answer this question. She pulled her hand free from the knight's grasp and walked past him displeased. Since Helena didn't want to communicate with anyone further, she hurried towards the carriage, lost in deep thought. What troubled her greatly was that the novel never mentioned the dedicated knight whom Alice secretly observed. At the same time, the book described this knight as being loyal to her until the very end, even truly loving her. But Helena worried that current events might unfold differently because she was, in fact, a girl from another world. As a result, Helena felt immense anguish, as she didn't know which of her decisions were correct and which would lead to unforeseen consequences. Suddenly, Anakin asked why the Marquis's daughter had chosen him as her protector, something he hadn't anticipated. Anakin wasn't sure if Alice had truly seen something special in him during their brief interaction, hence his question. Alice looked at Anakin carefully, unable to imagine him falling in love with her past self. Finally, Helena decided to stop hiding and frankly admitted that she wasn't as kind and benevolent as others claimed. Helena suddenly turned serious, demanding that Anakin be willing to give his life for her if the need ever arose. By making this pact with the knight, Helena was confident he wouldn't break it, as she knew his weaknesses. Mazarian glanced at Anakin as they arrived, knowing she could easily control him. The young man didn't comment on the current situation, but he understood that protecting Helena was his hope for a normal life. As soon as Helena returned to her room, she found a small mirror on the bed, although she didn't remember bringing it with her. Alice had just picked up the mirror and glanced at it when she was horrified to discover that the reflection wasn't her own, but Medea's. Therefore, the girl couldn't help but scream, jumping back from an incomprehensible object. The maids quickly rushed in upon hearing the scream, but Mazarian hid the mirror behind her back, saying everything was all right. Only after the maids left did Helena look at the mirror again, intending to question the witch about what had happened. But the red-haired girl seemed unconcerned about using the mirror as a tool to communicate with the Marquis's daughter. Alice was shocked and sat down on the bed when she heard that she had to kill more than one person to return home. She had absolutely no idea how to obtain the equivalent price for her return. Even the high priest couldn't offer any concrete solution, which only made Alice feel worse, but she continued to listen to the witch. Medea chuckled pleasantly, saying that the lady would certainly find a way to return to her own world. According to the laws of life in this novel, everyone must live until they fulfill their mission. Therefore, some are born to save the world, while others are forced to constantly witness the deaths of their loved ones. Even this world itself is an extremely complex mechanism, and if one component is damaged, it could lead to the collapse of everything. Medea said that to prevent this from happening, some rules must never be broken. Alice realized that only after completing her character's mission could she die and leave this world. Disappointed, she placed a mirror on the table, as she had no idea how to accomplish what was required. The key was that Mazarian had to kill Helena, but it was too dangerous for her. With a satisfied smile, the witch understood from the lady's emotions that she was well aware of her role, even though she didn't want to talk about it all. The protagonist sighed heavily, as she had only one option, which meant she would eventually be executed out of anger. Suddenly, Medea announced that if the laws of life were not broken, Alice's soul could only be reincarnated in this world. However, the witch promised that if she had enough victims, she could send the girl home. The Marquis's daughter anxiously asked who these victims were, as she thought she only needed to kill Helena. Medea chuckled pleasantly and replied that she hadn't found such people yet, but she would definitely look for them. The young lady fell onto the bed in disappointment. The topic had agitated her too much, while the witch continued to joke. However, the protagonist was well aware that even for the most powerful witch, sending her home was a difficult task. Suddenly, Medea said that the lady would pay her according to the contract later, which surprised the girl, so she asked again. Suddenly, Alice remembered drinking some strange beverage given to her by Medea, although she had no idea what was in it. But the witch said that not only was Mazarian's life in her hands, but she had also staked her own life, so everything was fair. After finishing, the red-haired girl told her to be sure to tell her if anything terrible happened and to find a larger mirror. As soon as the witch disappeared, the lady sighed heavily, feeling exhausted from receiving so much information at once. The young lady unintentionally called out her knight's name in her mind, and unexpectedly, he politely appeared in her room. The protagonist was shocked that the man could hear her voice from such a considerable distance. Alice wasn't sure if her aide had heard her conversation with Medea, as he had appeared immediately after she inadvertently called his name. But the young man immediately knelt before his mistress, saying he would never reveal her private secrets to anyone. Mazarian watched her aide warily, realizing he'd clearly overheard her entire conversation with the witch. Finally, the Marquis's daughter decided to change the subject, asking the boy if he was a master swordsman. His reply was incredibly uncertain. Anakin then explained that he had mastered some techniques, but hadn't yet perfected his skills, so he couldn't truly be called a master swordsman. Mazarian nodded, knowing this was possible. The boy had the potential to develop his talent further. Unable to discern the young man's thoughts from his expression, Mazarian asked him directly to tell her what was on his mind. She was prepared to kill or condemn him if he suddenly turned against her. However, the knight calmly inquired whether Mazarian was truly not of this world, as he had heard. Needing him as a loyal and powerful aide, Mazarian couldn't continue lying to him. So, Mazarian confessed everything, surprised to find the boy still showed no emotion. Anakin managed a faint smile, noticing her continued suspicion of his loyalty. He explained that accepting absurd phenomena was normal for him. It was the only way he could adapt to his surroundings. Therefore, he felt unqualified to judge others based on their lives or determine what constituted true madness. Hearing this, Mazarian wondered if the knight was even real. She reached out and touched him, feeling his warmth. Anakin explained that his most important duty was to fulfill the wishes of the nobility. Reassured that even if he fell for Helena, he would remain by her side, Mazarian smiled, admitting her relief at having survived such a crazy night. The next morning, Alice woke again in this world, which had become incredibly tedious. But today, she wouldn't waste time. She immediately informed her aide they were going on a trip. Mazarian planned to visit the Empire's largest confectionery to procure the finest sweets. She also took this opportunity to summon the knight's relative for a conversation. The relative arrived quickly. The boy happily announced he had found where the priest, Matthias, whom Mazarian sought, currently resided. Before explaining, the boy carefully looked around, then quickly handed Mazarian a note containing all the necessary information. Grateful that a commoner had completed her task so quickly, Mazarian memorized the note's contents, knowing she couldn't keep it. As soon as she finished reading, the boy snatched the note back and deftly stuffed it into his mouth, intending to eat it and leave no evidence. Mizarian watched in surprise as the boy swallowed the note, something she herself would never do. She asked why he did that, and her younger brother, looking perplexed, explained that he was just trying his best to keep the secret. Mizarian still worried that eating paper would give him a stomach ache, as paper wasn't meant to be eaten. But the boy said he was used to eating very little, so a piece of paper wouldn't make things any worse. Realizing how difficult life was for some commoners, Mizarian decided to help. She pushed a plate of delicious food towards the boy, telling him he could eat as much as he wanted. At first, the boy could hardly believe his luck, having never tasted anything so delicious. However, he quickly overcame his surprise and happily began enjoying the treats, grateful for the permission to eat. Mizarian contentedly continued sipping her tea, pleased to see someone enjoying their food. It was then that she noticed Anakin standing stubbornly beside her, having not eaten anything. She invited him to sit and join them. The young knight immediately refused, stating that he was a knight, but the Marquis's daughter explained that his refusal was making him stand out even more. Only then did Anakin obediently sit down at the table and slowly begin to eat, but he still asked what Mizarian planned to do next. Mizarian placed her teacup back on its saucer, a little perplexed. She knew the journey to the priest, Matthias, would take a month. She remembered that this coincided with her coming of age, after which she could embark on the journey. For now, however, she had no concrete plans. She placed a bag of money on the table, explaining it was payment for the work. The boy reached for it, but Mizarian clarified that he would be paid separately. This was for the informant. Mizarian, pretending to be Alice, then asked the boy if he had sold her earrings. He admitted he hadn't been able to bring himself to do it. Anakin explained that the boy's father used to take all his money, lost to his gambling addiction. The boy added that now that his father was gone, life was much easier and more peaceful. He clarified that he and Anakin weren't related by blood. They simply foraged for food together. Mizarian felt saddened by this, but there was little she could do. Just then, she overheard whispers nearby. One can only imagine her surprise when she realized Helena and Hybris were in the same room. Antoine Blum had been calling for the young nobleman, worried about the rumors spreading outside. Mizarian asked Anakin to tell her what they were talking about, and Anakin confirmed her suspicions about the Count's daughter. Mizarian guessed that Helena didn't know that the High Priest's identity allowed them free access. But what bothered Mizarian most was that the girl was sitting at a table reserved for nobles. So now, these two were putting on airs of being elegant, high society individuals, though they were anything but. The knight asked if she wanted him to relay their conversation, but Mizarian declined to eavesdrop any further. Mizarian had long since noticed that Helena always placed Hybris above herself, never once considering her own beauty. Besides that, Mizarian also remembered the beautiful light in Antoine Blum's soul, the reason people were always drawn to her. But Mizarian never had the chance to ask the priest what color his soul was, as they never returned to that topic. She glanced at Hybris, surprised to find him smiling, something she hadn't expected. Mizarian pursed her lips, feeling a little hurt, realizing that those around her only seemed to shine when they were with Helena. The Marquis's daughter suddenly realized that no one in the world would stand by her side, and no one wouldn't smile at Antoine Blum. Suddenly, Mizarian remembered a man who would definitely help her, and she ran towards him with all her might. By the time she arrived, she was almost breathless. But this didn't stop her. She started banging on the door, trying with all her strength to open it. Mizarian furiously demanded that the door be opened and that the man living inside let her in. Anakin silently watched his mistress, trying to find a suitable moment to intervene. Meanwhile, Mizarian clenched her fists, almost overwhelmed by her own helplessness. She remembered days in her past life when, even without asking, she would receive nice things like cotton candy. Now, Mizarian longed for that same attention, for it represented her parents' love. The Marquis's daughter desperately wished for at least one person who would always be by her side, no matter what she did. Finally, Anakin could no longer bear to watch Mizarian suffer and walked towards her. He cautiously asked if she wanted the door opened, only acting after receiving her consent. In less than a minute, with a few practiced moves, the young man smashed the door to pieces, creating a passage. Mizarian froze in shock. She had wanted to get inside, but not like this. Anakin confidently entered the room, carefully looking around for any possible danger. Alice, stunned, asked how he could have broken down the door, as it wasn't proper to barge into someone's house like that. The knight replied that it was much better to go inside and wait for the owner than to stand outside. Mazarian suddenly found herself completely agreeing with his logic, not even wanting to argue. Anakin had already found a comfortable chair for her and moved it closer so she could rest. Finally, Mazarian sighed heavily, but didn't say a word to her aide, as everything he did was for her. Soon after, Medea returned home and cried out in anger at the sight of the ruined door. The witch reminded her companion that she could be contacted through the mirror at any time, and there was no need to destroy anything. Mazarian explained that the knight had broken the door and that he felt no remorse for his actions. Finally, Alice told her in a conciliatory tone that he would certainly compensate for the cost of the door, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, the witch chuckled lightly and expressed her relief, as this solution was very much to her liking. She then asked Mazarian why she had come to her, and the young lady requested the witch to find a way to cheer her up. Alice even haughtily warned that the witch couldn't get rid of her no matter what, so she had to comply. However, none of this bothered Medea. The witch simply smiled and agreed to all the conditions. She first cast a spell, as she intended, to magically repair the broken door. As a result, just a few seconds later, everything was as if nothing had happened. Anakin nervously gripped the hilt of his sword, a gesture that didn't escape Mazarian's notice, although she herself had complete trust in the witch. The red-haired girl smiled slyly and invited her guest to follow her so they could have a proper conversation. Mazarian followed her ally and was surprised to find the other rooms completely undamaged. The witch then magically set the table with all the necessary tableware and politely invited everyone present to have some tea. This time, Mazarian eyed the contents of her cup warily, remembering that she had drunk the contract in the same way last time. So, the young lady asked the knight to drink first, as she wasn't sure what exactly had been mixed in. The witch didn't mind this, as she was thinking about what to say to her ally. Mazarian was ready to receive any news, as she only knew what she had read in the novel. Suddenly, the witch smiled and asked her guests if they wanted to hear the entire history of this world. First, she asked if they knew the difference between magical engineering and magic itself, as the two were very different. Engineering originated from theology, which many called the doctrine of life, while magic was considered the doctrine of death. But the witch immediately cautioned that such a view was fundamentally flawed and would only hinder understanding of these matters. Magical engineering did draw power from theology, which combined and supported good and evil. Therefore, these two forces of good together created a powerful foundation, and then auxiliary laws were established for them. When these two concepts merged, a new field was born, which eventually became known as magical engineering. Noticing that the boy and Helena didn't seem to understand much, the witch decided to use an ordinary tree as an example. She explained that if lightning struck the tree, it would definitely catch fire, as there was no other possible outcome. And in the past, people could only obtain such truths through observation and repeated experimentation. As a result, they speculated that if they could artificially create lightning, they could ignite flames anywhere. In the initial stages of this world's development, all magical engineers were closest to inventors, as they too were researching everything. Once these people created formulas, nothing could stop them from putting them into practice. The researchers wouldn't even stop because their ideas weren't all as good and safe as they had imagined. They continued to create steam clouds in the air, ensuring rain would fall from them. They tried to refract light in different ways, creating all sorts of illusions, and even studied atmospheric pressure, thus being able to generate wind and even control it. Although outwardly this looked like creation, people dare not say so, as they believed only gods had the right to do such things. Since the researchers died one after another as they approached the main timeline, all experiments were quickly banned. But Medea knew that magic possessed completely different properties, capable of breaking known laws. Therefore, the witch was very confident in sending Alice home, although it would come a price. Alice herself was well aware that everything in this world came at a price, so she wasn't surprised. She suggested that men couldn't possess magic, a possibility that made the witch laugh. The witch explained that Alice knew very little about the inheritance of magical abilities, as magic wasn't hereditary in any way. Mazarian was completely confused, as she thought magic could be learned like engineering. But Medea suddenly ignited a flame, explaining that only those who constantly break through in crises ladies can become witches. Alice watched in surprise at her companion's actions, which completely captivated her attention. The red-haired girl extinguished the flame, adding that only when she was able to break all existing truths did she become what she is now. The witch looked at Anakin, saying that men were too weak to feel such emotions. The knight himself knew very well that it was men who always tried to create and abide by the rules of this world. At this point, Mizarian asked, if the origin of witches was so incredible, shouldn't people understand the nature of witches? To this, the witch replied that when people began to understand the existence of witches, great difficulties arose. Therefore, everyone, including Medea, worked hard to hide their lives from the pages of history in order to continue practicing magic. The red-haired girl reminded them that even Alice knew upon their first meeting that witches were oppressed in society. And after saying this, she pretended to be very pained and lonely, even shedding a few tears, although it was all just an act. But Alice immediately realized the witch was just putting on a show, and thus felt no pity for her. Lost in thought, Mizarian put her teacup back on the table, as she understood why witches had such a difficult life in this world. At this moment, Medea confessed that even she, with her power, couldn't completely reshape the world into what she wanted. But Alice didn't care about this at all, as she wasn't concerned with what this place would become in the future. The witch explained that there were other witches controlling everyone, preventing anyone from trying to change the laws of the world. Because of this, the red-haired girl felt genuinely sorry, as Mizarian possessed the ideal personality to become a witch. Mizarian smiled and admitted that she would rather be a witch than remain the prince's fiancée. Anakin continued to listen silently to the girl's conversation, but never intervened, as he was merely a bystander. During this conversation, Helena finally relaxed, even showing a genuine smile. But Helena's life wasn't always rosy, so she was surprised one day to hear Mizarian crying. This happened when Alice was still around, so even in front of everyone, Alice couldn't hold back her tears. Aunt Bloom was a maid at the time, and she happened to notice her mistress weeping for some unknown reason. But at that moment, the blonde girl didn't dare approach the noble lady due to their different social standings. Helena often contemplated her own future, which made her so sad she wanted to cry too. Because of this, the Earl's daughter clenched her hands, knowing she couldn't help the Marquis's daughter. Mizarian continued to cry about her future, completely oblivious to anyone around her. Since childhood, her mother had told her that if their family hadn't gone bankrupt, they could have remained nobles. The woman was furious about what had happened, occasionally even smashing wooden utensils, despite their sturdiness. She kept shouting that if even one man in their family were still alive, they wouldn't have to live in poverty. She accused Lady Mizarian of seducing her husband, which led to his accidental death. Young Helena, seeing her mother's pain, didn't mind the lack of affection shown toward her. Instead, the little girl sincerely comforted her mother every time, hoping to ease her suffering. She repeatedly said that everything would be all right, hugging the weeping woman tightly. In response, her mother gently stroked her daughter's hair, though her hand trembled with agitation. She had often held a knife to Helena's face, saying that someone of low birth couldn't be beautiful. But each time, the woman would drop the knife, fall to her knees before her daughter, and beg for forgiveness. No matter how scared the young mistress was, she never distanced herself from her mother, for she loved her deeply. On the contrary, Helena held her tighter each time, feeling her mother's inner torment. When the young mistress grew up, her mother was only grateful that she hadn't ruined her daughter's face, despite her many attempts. Her mother instructed her daughter to learn to appear kind and slightly foolish to protect herself. Helena took this advice to heart, which shaped her kind, smiling, and naive personality. So, even when Aunt Bloom struggled with the hardships of working in the palace, she didn't despair and maintained her smile. But because Helena was inept at everything, all the court maids avoided her. Due to her low birth, the girl couldn't even find friends, which saddened her further. In a moment of sadness, Aunt Bloom suddenly heard someone call her name and immediately turn around. The maid said the prince and the emperor were urgently looking for the young mistress, and she couldn't keep them waiting. Helena watched in horror as the woman forced another girl to wash all the blankets. But the helper just told Aunt Bloom to leave quickly so they wouldn't be scolded again for something. Ashamed of what had happened, Helena promised to bring the maids something tasty. Back then, the girl still tried to honestly fulfill her duties, even if it meant being punished by her her mother at home. But one day, she witnessed something that made her stop trying to follow all the maid's rules. It happened like this. Alex scolded the maid harshly because she had made Aunt Bloom very late in coming to see him. A little later, Helena approached the lady and began to apologize for what had happened. The lady turned to Helena, sadness on her face, and said that her only task was to help the heir. Aunt Bloom herself already understood that from now on, she wouldn't be able to disobey orders, no matter what. Whenever Helena was even a little slow in going to the prince, someone would be punished for it. But she still couldn't shake the feeling that whenever she left her post, the maids had to take on more work. Even though Aunt Bloom felt terrible inside, she didn't dare show it. Just then, she heard someone crying. She looked back in surprise towards the sound, because she had never heard so much pain in a cry before. When Helena realized it was Alice, she was frightened because the girl had disliked her from the very beginning. Mazarian often kicked Aunt Bloom hard under the table on purpose because she disapproved of associating with commoners. Alec noticed that his friend was trembling for some reason, but every time she lied and said that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Alice had the audacity to ask Helena how she dared to make so much noise while eating. At the same time, Mazarian continued to stomp on Aunt Bloom's feet with her heels, knowing that the maid was powerless to resist. Mazarian genuinely enjoyed watching Helena suffer. She had hated her from the start. Now, the blonde girl, essentially a commoner, truly had no choice but to remain silent. One day, Helena, the Earl's daughter, received a personal invitation from the Emperor's son to attend a ceremony, an invitation she couldn't possibly refuse. The girl immediately ran to tell her mother the good news, bursting with pride. She even said, smiling, that Alice and Jason had also been invited to the tea party, which made her even happier. But Mazarian, the Marquis's daughter, was furious and mercilessly locked poor Helena in a dark closet. She couldn't stand that Aunt Bloom was above others, favored by the prince and the royal family. Helena reminded her that the heir himself had invited her, and she could never refuse to attend the tea party in her life. Alice coldly stated that she didn't care about her rival's problems, or even about being punished for not attending the event. Mazarian had intimidated Aunt Bloom into submission, and Helena could only weep in the closet. Trapped in the dark, cold place, all alone with no escape, she was terrified. No matter how much Helena pleaded, Alice simply turned and left, offering no help. It wasn't until several hours later that Alex suddenly threw open the door, announcing loudly to those around him that he had finally found her. Helena almost lost consciousness. Numb and confused after that terrifying time in the darkness, she was in a daze. Imagine Aunt Bloom's surprise when Mazarian suddenly rushed over to hug her, as if she hadn't been the one who locked her inside. In fact, the Marquis's daughter felt no shame for what she had done, but she pretended to be worried. When the blonde, in her confusion, started to address Alice by her title, Mazarian immediately said there was no need for such formality, and then explained in a low voice that in the presence of the prince and his mother, the girls had to address Alice as a friend. Having said this, she reminded Helena once again not to forget her words, causing the Earl's daughter's eyes to darken with fear once more. Mazarian finally stepped back from Aunt Bloom, smiling sweetly at her, knowing full well she wouldn't do anything. At that moment, Helena almost hated the noblewoman, who seemed to take pleasure in trying to ruin her life almost every day. Whenever she was plunged into darkness, panic would overwhelm the blonde, making her even more miserable. Despite her unpleasant personality, Alice was considered the most accomplished young lady in high society, a fact she constantly took advantage of. But no matter how popular she was, Alec remained indifferent to her, focusing only on Helena. For some reason, the boy was convinced that Mazarian was very much like her father, the man who had repeatedly outwitted his enemies. But the Marquis's daughter herself always thought the heir was too harsh on her, since all the other nobles adored her. Moreover, Alice deliberately acted extremely polite in front of the prince, just to earn even a little bit of his respect. Even Helena didn't know how much her rival was suffering until she heard her painful sobs in the garden. The girl couldn't understand why Alex still didn't love her, and tears streamed down her face. Aunt Bloom, knowing that the young lady wouldn't appreciate her company, slowly walked away, finally free from resentment. Suddenly, The heir, who was looking for his childhood playmate, saw her in the garden, even though she should have already come to find him. With a cheerful smile, he said he had waited for her for too long and couldn't resist seeing her as soon as possible. Only Aunt Bloom remembered that the weeping Alice was nearby, so she panicked slightly and asked Alec to wait for her at a distance. Helena quickly ran towards the prince, hoping he wouldn't notice Mazarian hiding behind a pillar. Suddenly, both of them unexpectedly heard the Marquis's daughter's voice and turned around in surprise, as they hadn't expected this. Alice herself smiled at her friends, as if she hadn't been crying just minutes before, and said she wanted to join them. The girl gently took Alec and Helena by the elbow, explaining that it was a beautiful day and they simply had to take a walk together. Meanwhile, the Marquis's daughter smiled so sincerely that even Aunt Bloom believed in her happiness, despite having just witnessed her tears. She watched in amazement as the dark-haired girl hid her emotions so easily. That day, Helena finally decided that no matter what Alice did in the future, she would forgive her. Several days had passed since Mazarian learned of Matthias's whereabouts, but only now could she finally sit down and carefully study the map of the region where he lived. What discouraged Mazarian from the journey was the priest's remote and difficult-to-reach location in the wilderness. Furthermore, she had no idea how to explain to those around her why she suddenly needed to travel so far. Because of this, the Marquis's daughter had been sitting in her chair for hours, agonizing over what to do next. Just then, Aunt Bloom approached Mazarian. Seeing her studying the map, she mentioned the newly constructed magical train line. The maid had heard that this machine would be operational in a month, and that tickets were already on sale, which surprised her. The maid excitedly explained that it was much faster than any carriage, so it would be worth trying. Hearing this, Mazarian immediately realized that her travel time would be greatly reduced, eliminating the previous obstacle. Confidently, she rose from her desk, deciding to entrust the task to Anakin later and go try on her dress. That night, according to tradition, Mazarian could not sleep, as the next day was her coming-of-age ceremony. As they departed for the palace, Mazarian immediately reminded her loyal assistant. The knight simply nodded in response. Then Mazarian asked him how long ago his own coming-of-age ceremony had been. Anakin replied that the temple did hold such ceremonies for commoners, but only as a formality. Mazarian hadn't expected to hear him say that he found it meaningless, as he had been forced to grow up from a young age. Noticing the young man starting to speak in generalities, Mazarian somewhat discontentedly reminded him that she wanted to hear about him. Anakin looked at Mazarian, perplexed, but not daring to disobey. He began to describe his feelings. The coming-of-age ceremony for commoners was brutal. They were beaten to prevent them from falling asleep. Mazarian listened to Anakin's story with sadness, completely unaware that their lives were so different. He confessed that many, like him, would immediately sell the clothes they received at the ceremony. Mazarian sighed and asked him what could possibly make him want to sell even his clothes. To this, Anakin earnestly replied that he wanted a sword so badly that he was willing to go hungry for days. Mazarian fully understood the young man's intense desire to become a knight, despite being a commoner. Anakin added that he wouldn't be satisfied with a sword made of branches or wood. He wanted a real iron sword. They didn't arrive at the mansion until nightfall. Mazarian needed to stay awake all night, but she didn't feel the least bit unhappy. Anakin politely extended his hand to help Mazarian out of the carriage, lest she twist her ankle. Mazarian suddenly declared that she could easily buy her knight the sword of his dreams, as she had plenty of money. The man showed no emotion, simply thanking Mazarian for her kindness and stating that having a weapon would make it easier for him to protect her. As they walked towards the mansion, Alice suddenly noticed that the man always kept a few steps away from her. Mazarian wouldn't have noticed such details before, but now she was pleased by the young man's thoughtful consideration. The next morning, the priest specifically blessed the water so it could be sprinkled on Mazarian, who had just turned 18. They stood in the sacred hall, Mazarian fully prepared for what was to come. Unlike others, she was indifferent to the ceremony, as she wasn't from this world. However, Mazarian didn't resist as the priest sprinkled the holy water on her, symbolizing purification. Therefore, she obediently lowered her head as the priest began the coming-of-age ceremony. Mazarian bravely endured the ordeal, although being almost completely drenched made her uncomfortable. According to tradition, the priest should then lift her veil to complete the purification. Mazarian calmly waited for the priest to complete the ritual, more preoccupied with thoughts of her own journey than the ceremony itself. But for some reason, the priest suddenly stopped at the last step, silently gazing at Mazarian instead of applying the holy oil to her lips to complete the rite. The Marquis's daughter stared at the priest in confusion, not understanding why he was doing nothing when this was a necessary step. The priest merely touched Mazarian's face gently, without picking up the holy oil to complete the ritual. Alice, not losing her composure, whispered a reminder to the priest about his oversight, wanting only to return to the mansion quickly. Hearing this, the priest became visibly embarrassed, as if this were the first coming-of-age ceremony he had ever performed. Even so, when he was almost ready, he hesitated again, slowing down just as he was about to touch the Marquis's daughter's face. Mazarian watched the priest's hand, frozen once again in midair, with surprise and displeasure. She truly couldn't understand how much longer the priest intended to prolong this, the ceremony having long since become tedious for her. Finally, the priest's actions became unbearable for Mazarian. She placed her face directly into his hands and asked if it was over. Receiving an affirmative response, she left the church with Anakin. Meanwhile, Mazarian was completely oblivious to the priest, who for some inexplicable reason seemed dejected, though there was no reason for him to be. At this moment, Mazarian only wanted this foolish ritual to end so she could go home. Suddenly, in the middle of the corridor, Mazarian noticed Helena hurrying ahead, seemingly on her way somewhere. The Marquis's daughter thought sadly that the girl had no idea how many difficulties still awaited her in the future. But Alice could not and did not want to change anything for Aunt Bloom, so she simply turned and walked in the other direction. As soon as she entered the room prepared for her, the maids immediately surrounded her. Mazarian hadn't expected this at all, so she froze, bewildered, as she had assumed she would be alone. At this moment, the knight announced he would wait outside to avoid violating any traditions of the ceremony before Mazarian could object. Thus, Alice was left with the maids, who were eager to help her into her corset and beautiful gown. Mazarian frankly admitted that she hated corsets, but the maids paid her no mind, insisting it was the proper way to dress. As a result, half an hour later, Mazarian finished her preparations by putting on her rings, truly appreciating this final detail. Mazarian herself hadn't realized how beautiful she could be, having rarely bothered to adorn herself. Meanwhile, the maids bustled around her, exclaiming over their mistress's breathtaking beauty. However, the Marquis's daughter felt that all the effort wasn't worth it, since Alec wasn't interested in her. So, despite the prince not yet having arrived for the ceremony, Mazarian headed to the hall on her own, despite the maids' protests. Knowing that Alec would only seek out Helena, Mazarian needed to find an escort for herself. As she passed the nobles, she noticed their angry glances, aware of the situation with Alec. High society delighted in gossiping about Mazarian being alone at her own celebration. However, Mazarian wasn't upset, having already planned what to do in this unfortunate situation. Looking around, she spotted Jason nearby and asked him to accompany her to the main hall. The boy was surprised by the Marquis's daughter's request, assuming she already had an escort. Although Mazarian knew he might think her mad, she had no other choice. She believed no knight would refuse her on the day of her ceremony, and she was right. Therefore, Alice walked calmly towards the main hall, where almost all the nobles had already gathered. She walked confidently and nobly alongside Jason, deliberately ignoring the stares around them. Finally, the knight couldn't help but ask where the prince was. Mazarian replied that Alec should be arriving with Helena. Seeing the red-haired young man's surprise, the Marquis's daughter dryly remarked on Alec's callousness. Jason still couldn't believe Alec would treat his fiancée so coldly, leaving her alone at the ceremony. Mazarian herself started to regret choosing Jason as her escort, as he asked too many questions. Suddenly, the announcer declared the arrival of Marquis Mazarian, and almost immediately, the Marquis walked towards his daughter. Mazarian, caught off guard, turned around with a bewildered expression, unsure how to explain the situation to her father. Seeing Alice on the arm of another boy, the Marquis froze, as this wasn't the agreed-upon arrangement. Before he could question her, however, the Emperor arrived with his beloved empress. As usual, the emperor began with praise, saying that the marquis's daughter looked exceptionally beautiful today. Mazarian immediately thanked the emperor and politely replied with a few words, understanding that this was necessary. Suddenly, the emperor asked where his son was, and Mazarian simply smiled subtly, having anticipated this question. As if in answer to the emperor, an attendant suddenly announced the arrival of Alec, accompanied by Helena. Seeing them, all the nobles fell silent, as until the last moment, no one dared to believe their eyes. Not only did the prince attend the ceremony with another woman, but he had also dressed her in a gown that didn't belong to her. Helena tried to appear calm and composed, though her nervousness was evident. Suddenly, Helena noticed Mazarian and froze in shock, realizing they were wearing identical gowns. She immediately and fearfully asked the prince's permission to change, unable to bear such humiliation. But Mazarian, feeling no sympathy for Helena, asked if it wasn't too late to change now, as everyone had already seen. Finally, the blonde countess's daughter couldn't endure it any longer and, breaking free from the prince's hand, ran away. Alec, unable to tolerate the situation, turned furiously to Mazarian, blaming her for everything. At this moment, the emperor approached the potential newlyweds, demanding an explanation of what had happened. Mazarian requested the emperor's permission to speak with Alec privately. Having received permission, she muttered something unpleasant to the empress, who simply turned away. She guessed that the dress was a gift from Alec and his mother to Helena, and that they had always hated her, but she forced a laugh nonetheless. She asked the prince to join her on the balcony. Alec, though still angry, obediently followed. To his surprise, Mazarian asked him directly if he truly disliked her so much. As the prince looked at her in confusion, she continued to press him, stepping closer. Mazarian's bold questioning left Alec somewhat flustered, but he tried not to show it, even taking a step back. Mazarian suddenly stepped even closer, declaring that she would rather die than show weakness in front of him. The emperor's son's eyes widened in surprise. He never expected a lady to speak in such a way. Meanwhile, Mazarian asked Alec to stop his foolish attempts to hurt her, as it was pointless. Having nothing more to say to him, she left the balcony, intending to return to the hall. Just as she entered the corridor, she couldn't help but sigh wearily, but then she noticed a figure. It was Jason, who hadn't followed Helena as Mazarian had expected. Mazarian asked him directly how he could leave Helena alone in such an embarrassing situation. She reminded Jason that he had sworn allegiance to the countess's daughter and should therefore support her, no matter what. Then, Mazarian silently gestured for Jason to move aside. He noticed this and obediently stepped back, bowing to her. Meanwhile, Kajol watched the confident and composed Mazarian with interest. Mazarian thought that, in the original story, it should have been her, not Enram, who suffered the humiliation of being late. But this time, she had done her utmost to avoid such embarrassment. She then politely approached the elders and engaged them in conversation. Mazarian guessed that the emperor had deliberately spoken first, so she wouldn't even have a chance to mention the divorce. The marquis also supported the emperor, reporting that his daughter had successfully resolved all the issues and everything was now settled. Mazarian guessed the adult's plan was simply to make Helena a concubine if Alec remained stubborn. She felt it was unfair that only Alec had the right to initiate a divorce, but he still hadn't made up his mind. Therefore, Mazarian had to endure the royal family's cold treatment in silence. But she was formulating her own plan. Unexpectedly, the emperor kindly asked her if she remembered what he had told her before and whether she was swayed by emotions. The marquis's daughter lowered her head and said disappointedly that she wasn't jealous at all, because it was indeed the truth. As Alice stood quietly beside several gentlemen, they praised each other and their children with satisfied smiles. Mazarian thought that the previous Lady Mazarian must have had a very difficult life, as the world was so indifferent to her. Not long after, Mazarian finally left the main hall and took a pleasant stroll alone in the palace gardens. She didn't understand why Alec hadn't asked his father for a divorce yet, since everything seemed to be heading in that direction. She felt extremely uneasy because, according to the plot, it should have been Alice who fled the hall, so Mazarian didn't know what to do now. Suddenly, on a bench in the garden, Mazarian saw a thin, weeping figure whom she didn't recognize at first due to her deep thoughts. It turned out to be Helena, sobbing with grievance and confusion. When she saw the Marquis's daughter appear before her, she jumped up from the bench in fright. The girl was so nervous that she could barely apologize for wearing the same dress. Helena couldn't calm down and couldn't talk to Mazarian properly. At this moment, Helena could only continue to cry while trying to apologize for everything that had happened. Mazarian even felt genuine sympathy for the innocent countess's daughter, who hadn't actually done anything wrong. And Helena herself kept apologizing for crying, even though it was she who had made the mistake. Mazarian thought again that even if Helena wasn't doing it on purpose, she appeared both adorable and helpless. Looking at Helena's soft, white hands, Mazarian knew that her heart was already deeply wounded. Even so, Alice still disliked the girl, but she told her it was all right. She had the right to cry. Mazarian didn't intend to be the villain all the time, so she chose to support the Countess's daughter at this moment. Mazarian's casual, offhand remark surprised Helena, who was used to Alice's scheming. Helena froze in place, while Alice hurried off, wanting to be alone, and chose a more distant bench to sit on. As soon as she sat down, Alice instructed her aide to bring her water and food, feeling hungry. The man immediately offered her pre-prepared refreshments, as she hadn't eaten anything since morning. Alice asked Jason why he wasn't getting anything for himself. He explained that he couldn't be distracted and had to focus on protecting Mazarian. Alice playfully asked if he would join her if she ordered him to have a drink. Jason agreed, though reluctantly. Mazarian turned Jason's head towards her, looked him in the eyes, and asked how he knew what she wanted. Since Jason admitted he could use a drink, Mazarian smiled sweetly and explained she was only teasing. She returned to her refreshments, genuinely hungry, though still preoccupied with questions. Suddenly, she asked him to tell her a story about himself. Jason was hesitant, as he didn't have much to tell. But Mazarian was earnest. She genuinely wanted to know what Jason's life was like before he entered her service. After a moment of thought, Jason, not wanting to disappoint her, began to recount his life. He confessed to being alone since childhood, unsure why his parents abandoned him at a young age. Because of this, he'd always felt he didn't need a family, that he was calmer and more secure on his own. However, this changed slightly after meeting another abandoned boy whom he couldn't leave behind. At the end of his brief story, Jason sincerely thanked Mazarian for giving him the opportunity to become a knight. But Mazarian insisted that he would have made a fine mercenary, given his knowledge. Jason, having never viewed his skills in that light, was pleased by the compliment. Jason was certain he didn't want to be a mercenary, finding it dishonorable and unlikely to elevate his status. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and began reciting the constellations he knew, prompting Mazarian to look up as well. As he spoke, Mazarian sadly wondered what would happen to him if she were to leave this world or be killed. She had no idea what sacrifices she would still have to make to return home safely. At that moment, looking at Jason's face, Alice realized she no longer saw him as a character from a book. Noticing her gaze, Jason asked if something was wrong. Alice, unwilling to explain, quickly looked away and told him not to worry. In truth, she was thinking that perhaps it would be better if this world and its stars were destroyed right then and there. Early the next morning, Mazarian began packing, preparing for her long-awaited journey to speak with Matthews. She used her fiancé's supposed betrayal as a convenient excuse for the extended trip. She reasoned that where she was going, there wouldn't be any nobles nearby, so no one would be able to follow her. Before leaving, Mazarian took one last look back, though she felt no particular attachment to the place. Her loyal maid, with a cheerful smile, wished her mistress a safe journey and hoped nothing untoward would happen along the way. For a moment, Mazarian sensed that her maid was actually afraid she wouldn't return. Emma genuinely called out, promising to await the Marquis's daughter's return as she wished to continue serving her. While these words warmed Mazarian, she felt they weren't truly directed at her, but rather at the Marquis's daughter she used to be. So, Mazarian hurried towards the newly built train station, a place that reminded her even more of her own world. Because it was the first trip, the station was overflowing with people. Even the staff couldn't handle crowds. Just then, Alice turned to Jason, the knight, and asked if he had completed the task she had recently given him. He nodded, confirming he had taken care of it. Alice, wanting to conceal her true purpose, boarded the train with the gentleman who had just arrived. At that moment, everything was going according to her plan, leaving her immensely satisfied and without worry. As soon as she entered the carriage, a staff member immediately approached, fawning over her and vying for her attention. The Marquis had paid for Alice's entire journey, and she was pleasantly surprised to find that he had reserved the whole carriage for her. Sitting on the plush sofa, she witnessed the first departure of a train in this world. Alice had intended for this journey to worry many of those around her, as she had no desire to marry. But what pleased her most was that she could finally go and speak with Father Matthews in secret, without anyone knowing. The first railway line had been laid alongside the main road in the central district, running as close to the river as possible. Meanwhile, the nobles were offered the most exquisite menu, and the Marquis's daughter was no exception. Alice ordered a variety of dishes and invited Jason, the knight, to dine with her. But for some reason, he didn't touch his food. Jason told her that she needn't spend so much money on him, as he was used to simple meals. Mazarian replied that she had no intention of letting her aide go hungry, as her life depended on his protection. To Mazarian's surprise, Jason said he could simply eat her leftovers, as he could go without food for a long time. This angered Mazarian, who retorted that she wouldn't even feed her dog leftovers, and ordered him to eat. Finally, Jason, not daring to argue further, began to eat, something he had wanted to do all along. Watching him devour the food, Mazarian realized just how little he usually ate. The girl understood that as a knight, his health was paramount, but she couldn't bear to watch him go hungry. For the first 4 days, Mazarian simply enjoyed the journey, and afterward, she began to enhance her appearance. It was crucial for Mazarian to create a completely new and unrecognizable look, so she didn't hesitate to apply cosmetics liberally. She had to do this, even adding a few prominent beauty marks to accentuate her long lashes. Once finished, the Marquis's daughter turned to the knight, hoping to gauge her transformation by his reaction. Alice, knowing the boy had always lived in poverty, asked him if she now looked like a prostitute. She explained that she'd gone to such extremes to deceive any aristocratic acquaintances who might also be traveling. Jason agreed that with this disguise, she could easily be mistaken for someone else. Mazarian also abruptly changed her demeanor and manner of speaking, then asked the knight who he saw before him. The young man, composed, knelt on one knee before Mazarian and told her she was still his mistress. Satisfied with her assistant's performance, Mazarian asked him to cooperate with her complex plan. During this journey, she had to find a way to deceive those who were closely monitoring her on her father's orders. But the most difficult part for Mazarian would be deceiving Father Hebrus later. Alice moved among the nobles, deliberately attracting attention, knowing her father's men were nearby. She could only hope that Jason wouldn't disappoint her in this situation and would come to her rescue if needed. A few minutes later, Mazarian spotted a watcher who had been observing her discreetly. Whenever she passed, he would follow. Although she desperately hoped he wouldn't recognize her, the messenger continued to tail her closely. Despite Mazarian's attempts to shake him, panic quickly set in. But she quickly regained her composure and whispered to Jason to go to the second-class carriage, confident he would hear her. Meanwhile, the man was closing in, his suspicions still aroused. Alice, determined not to be caught at the very beginning of her plan, ran as fast as she could. Suddenly, she saw Jason hurriedly climb through an open window of the necessary carriage. She stopped abruptly in front of him, still thinking about how to completely lose her pursuer. Jason immediately suggested getting rid of the bothersome man, but Mazarian couldn't accept that solution. Instead, she approached her assistant and asked him to at least pretend they were kissing. She assured him it was just for show, to make the watcher think he'd mistaken her for someone else. To make the scene more convincing, Alice embraced the boy, feeling her heart pounding from the run and the tension. Their timing was perfect. The Marquis's messenger stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the kissing couple. Jason deliberately glared at him, daring the nobleman to interrupt their passionate embrace. Thus, the watcher concluded he'd simply followed the wrong person and turned away. Only when his footsteps faded into the distance, and the night itself seemed to whisper that the danger had passed, did she move away from Jason. Mazarian breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Overcoming that initial hurdle had taken a considerable toll. She apologized to her helper for the kiss, asking if she had offended him, which he denied. Then, Mazarian offered a small smile, understanding that the past was irrevocable and she could only move forward. However, she requested that the knight refuse her in the future if her requests went against his wishes. Only then did Mazarian finally make her way to Hebrus's room, where he was quietly reading. The girl didn't hesitate in her plan and confidently pushed open the door. The high priest's reading was interrupted, and he froze when he saw who it was and how she was dressed. Mazarian wasn't the least bit embarrassed about impersonating someone else. Achieving her goal was far more important. However, the young man himself jumped up from his seat in shock. It was the first time he'd seen someone dressed like this in person. He even stammered in his surprise, trying to figure out why Alice would put on this masquerade. Mazarian retorted with a hint of sarcasm, asking if her appearance was more important than the purpose of her visit. With that, Mazarian sat down opposite Hebrus and formally requested that he take her to see the pontifex, Matthew. In truth, this was all a plan orchestrated by Mazarian and Jason, so her friend could help the high-ranking clergyman. Hebrus, upon receiving this news, began to worry that Matthew might be nearing death and prepared to leave immediately. The girl frankly admitted that she had lied to everyone about her final destination, all to see the old man in secret. Only then did Hebrus understand that the Marquis's daughter had dressed this way to avoid being followed. Mazarian nodded in confirmation, adding with a smile that Hebrus was the final piece of her elaborate cover-up. Alice knew they would soon arrive at their destination, as the train staff had given prior notice. Mazarian asked the high priest to put aside his embarrassment and accompany her in this disguise. Hebrus was taken aback by her request, though he understood her predicament. Ultimately, he couldn't refuse the Marquis's daughter and had to endure the gossip that immediately began to spread among the nobles. No one could believe the high priest would dare walk arm in arm with a woman of seemingly low standing. Alice herself knew this wasn't a good idea, as high society rarely favored women with a tarnished reputation. Thus, Hebrus was mortified, but chose to help his friend regardless. Even after they had been in the carriage for several tens of minutes, the high priest kept glancing at the disguised girl. Finally, Mazarian couldn't take it anymore and asked him what was wrong and why he kept turning his head away. He, too, remained silent, for he dared not speak frankly in the face of night, but Mazarian indicated that he could be fully trusted. So, Hebrus frankly admitted that Matthew's condition had become much more stable since they had met. The priest said this because he still hoped Alice would accept life in this world. But Alice sharply demanded that the man not say such things to her, as she did not intend to stay in this world. Mazarian looked at Hebrus with searching eyes, because in the original plot, he was later revealed to be her half-brother. When Mazarian learned of their relationship in the novel, she immediately began to rely heavily on the man, because she needed support. But each time, the priest could find a reason to refuse her help, as he was not interested in it. So now Alice was wary of communicating with this man, because in the original story, he had betrayed her. Instead, she intended to continue entrusting her life to Jason, because he had stayed by her side until the very end. Mazarian did not intend for her death to be the climax of the novel, because she was the villain. The girl was interested in knowing what music would play at the end of this grand performance, when she disappeared from it. Lost in her thoughts on the way to Pontifex Matthew, no one noticed they had arrived. The old man was very surprised to see his visitors, as he hadn't expected anyone to dare visit him. By this time, Alice had changed her clothes because she wanted to make a good impression on the pontifex. She immediately revealed that she was a foreigner because the old man could see her soul and there was no point in hiding such a thing. Matthew guessed their conversation would be long, so he invited his guests into the house to sit down and talk slowly. Mazarian immediately noticed that despite the old man's former high status, his house was very simple. Matthew even poured tea for everyone himself, as he had no servants to help. While waiting for the conversation to begin, Hebrus guessed that Mazarian had sent the boy, and she didn't deny it. The priest's mood improved considerably, as the news of the old man's illness was actually false, although he was somewhat bothered by Mazarian. Alice had never imagined that this man would turn out to be the illegitimate son of her godless father. At this point, Matthew placed the teacups on the table and took the initiative to ask the reason for their visit. Mazarian immediately became serious and confessed that she had a question that only the former pontifex could answer. She clearly remembered Jason's story, that his role was not preordained by God at all. Now she wanted to know why Matthew had sent Kaya on this mission, as agreed with the dragon. Mizarian didn't hesitate and directly recounted Jason's story, who firmly believed that the laws of life had been broken. The old man didn't expect Mizarian to ask him if he couldn't distinguish between the dragon's voice and God's voice. The former pontifex frankly admitted that he had only realized something was wrong much later, when it was already too late to change anything. Even now, Matthew still remembered word for word the false prophecy that had changed the laws of the universe. However, the priest sincerely hoped that everything would return to normal on the day the dragon died, just as he had said before. At this moment, although Jason was standing guard outside the room, he also heard these words. The old man admitted that he himself didn't really understand what returning to normal meant, because he was too foolish. Mizarian felt that this information wasn't enough, so she asked if there were any other prophecies from the gods or the dragon. But Matthew hadn't heard anything similar, so he had nothing to tell his guests. Alice was surprised to hear that God had never conveyed anything similar to his believers. The old man admitted that since being recognized as the supreme oracle, he hadn't dared to tell people that the prophecy was false. The former pontifex was still ashamed that he hadn't been able to relinquish his position at the time. Because he had kept this secret buried in his heart for too long, he could no longer bear it, and tears dripped onto the coffee table. Hebrus immediately stepped forward to comfort his friend, advising him not to blame himself, and saying that he wasn't angry about it. But Mizarian didn't pay attention to Matthew's emotions, because she was thinking about something completely different. At this moment, Mizarian wasn't sure if the dragon had really told Jason the whole truth back then. Inexplicably, she felt as if the creature had actively embraced death, even though it shouldn't have had any reason to do so. The only explanation that came to Mizarian's mind was that the dragon was also a foreigner, but she herself found it hard to believe, even though she knew there was no other explanation. Then, Mizarian asked everyone present aloud, was it possible that the dragon couldn't kill itself? The old man replied that the question was strange, because nature had never truly destroyed itself. He explained that creatures like dragons should only become more prosperous over time. Matthew didn't know when these creatures would die, because it was simply impossible to calculate. Hearing this, Mizarian clenched her fists in excitement, realizing that the dragon truly couldn't die. Only now did she understand that she was in the same situation, and therefore couldn't return home. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Mizarian felt unbearable and rushed out of the house towards the forest. She ran until she was exhausted, but still couldn't escape the thoughts in her mind. Suddenly, Alice heard footsteps behind her. She turned around, displeased because she just wanted to be alone. But unexpectedly, Jason had easily caught up to her and offered her a handkerchief so the Marquis's daughter could wipe the tears from her face. Mizarian stared silently at the boy's hand for a few seconds, and finally accepted his help because she really needed it. After calming down a little, Mizarian first asked the knight if he had brought a mirror, and Jason answered in the affirmative. Then, Alice suggested going deeper into the forest so she could talk to the witch about what she had just heard without any worries. Jason didn't object and immediately took out a flashlight, because no matter the season, the forest always grew dark quickly. He respectfully and carefully escorted his mistress, venturing deeper and deeper into the forest, silently waiting until she decided to stop. After a while, they reached the lake, and Mizarian asked Jason to wait for her there for a few minutes. Without hesitation, Alice immediately contacted Medea, as she had many questions for the witch. The witch quickly responded, asking what had happened, surprised that Mizarian was even using a mirror. Mizarian, without a smile, directly asked if the dragon had truly fabricated the prophecy and forced the knight to commit suicide. The red-haired girl, surprised, admitted that she hadn't expected Mizarian to uncover such information. However, she didn't hide anything, confirming that the dragon, like Mizarian, was a foreigner from another world. This revelation shocked the Marquis's daughter, although she had suspected it from the beginning. Meanwhile, Medea began her story, explaining how initially the foreigner had been incredibly happy with his new life. He had accidentally become the most powerful being in this world, and so the dragon had thoroughly enjoyed the opportunities his new life offered. He strived to experience everything his new life had to offer, even helping humans and finding love. Because such creatures could live for a very long time, the foreigner hadn't noticed the passage of time. But gradually, he began to lose his mind, longing for his true home. Eventually, the dragon found the witches who could miraculously help him return. One of the women made a pact with the creature, though she warned she couldn't kill him herself. Desperate, the foreigner was willing to do anything and agreed to the witch's terms. She then told him the secret of the birth of night. The woman suggested exchanging the dragon's soul with another's, so that upon death, he could return to his own dimension. As a result, Jason was forced to fulfill the false prophecy imposed upon him. And on that night, when a knight killed the foreign dragon, another creature who loved him deeply also longed for death. He decided he didn't want to remain in this world, to live alone for centuries. Therefore, the creature devised a way to sacrifice his own heart, attempting to break the laws of the universe and achieve the impossible. At the moment of death, the dragon heard the wishes of two girls, both praying for the same thing, and he granted their desires. Mizarian, listening to this story, was in tears, having ended up here due to an unfortunate accident. Medea admitted that the unfolding events led the real Mizarian to desperately desire to disappear from this world. So the dragon granted her wish, and the girl's soul left this world along with his shattered heart. But to restore balance, the laws of the world brought a completely different soul and left it here. As the story concluded, Mizarian could no longer bear it, falling to her knees, barely able to contain the tears welling up inside. She desperately asked why she had been chosen, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Finally, she could no longer hold back, sobbing loudly, demanding clear answers from the witch about her situation. Medea maintained her composure, accustomed to being the target of angry outbursts. Meanwhile, Mizarian began to cry, insisting there must have been others who had similar dreams, yet somehow she was the one chosen. Mizarian's hands trembled uncontrollably, but the witch offered no answers to her questions. Finally, overwhelmed with emotion, Mizarian hurled the mirror into the water with all her might. The intense sobbing brought on a splitting headache, forcing Mizarian to curl up in an attempt to find some relief. Suddenly, she noticed Jason approaching. He told her that Hebrews had overheard her conversation with the witch. The high priest was bewildered, having never suspected the Marquis's daughter of consorting with a witch. He immediately declared such dealings a grave sin, even if Mizarian wasn't truly real. Jason was astonished by Mizarian's complete lack of remorse. She abruptly stopped crying, even managing a small smile, and told Hebrews he could report her to the temple. Mizarian explained that since she couldn't die anyway, she wouldn't mind experiencing being burned at the stake just to see what would happen. Hebrews tried to reason with her, convinced she was on a dangerous path. Ignoring Jason, Mizarian told him to release Hebrews so he could report her to the church. Jason was uneasy carrying out this order, concerned for Mizarian's safety. Despite his apprehension, he sheathed his sword. Mizarian seized the opportunity, snatching the weapon and throwing it at Hebrews' feet, challenging him to kill her right then and there, since he seemed so eager for her death. Hebrews was further perplexed by Mizarian's goading, as he had no desire to execute her. Mizarian remembered that in the original story, it was Hebrews who had threatened her. Now their roles were completely reversed. Mizarian couldn't understand Hebrews' sympathy, especially since she was still rumored to be harming Helena, everyone's favorite. Overwhelmed, she pleaded with him to either kill her now or pretend he knew nothing. Hebrews was torn, disliking both options. He confessed his genuine desire to help Mizarian, but admitted he didn't know what he could do. He didn't want her to die. Hurt and sadness filled his eyes. Mizarian touched his face gently, telling him to stop pitying her, as it only made her more agitated. At that moment, Jason decided to end the pointless conversation. He retrieved his sword from the ground, knowing Hebrews wouldn't act. Without a word, Jason struck Hebrews on the back of the head with the pommel of his sword, knocking him unconscious. Mizarian thanked him and asked him to take Hebrews to Matthew. She would wait for him there. Jason nodded briefly, hoisted the unconscious Hebrews onto his shoulder, and promised to return quickly. After Jason left, Mizarian sat by the water, dipping her feet in, and despite her troubled thoughts, decided to rest for a while. She felt a pang of sadness that she was still alive, as she wasn't the real Alice, and couldn't even die to return to her own world. A few minutes later, she sensed someone approaching and saw that the knight had already returned. Jason confessed that he was worried about her and had hurried back to escort her to the carriage. When Mazarian asked if he truly thought she'd have time to die, he unexpectedly called her interesting. This remark surprised the Marquis's daughter so much that she forgot her troubles and looked at Jason in confusion. He explained that he was genuinely curious to see how the future would unfold for a girl from another world. Jason even earnestly admitted his fear of losing her, as she had completely changed his life. Mazarian stared at him wide-eyed, unable to comprehend whether he truly liked her. Ultimately, she didn't ask anything, simply requesting that he carry her as she felt tired. Meanwhile, Mazarian took the opportunity to lean against Jason's chest and listen to his heartbeat, but detected no change. She concluded that the knight was simply kind and harbored no other feelings. Moreover, Jason's face revealed nothing of his thoughts, so Mazarian gave up trying to decipher them. Once they were in the carriage, at Jason's request, she began to tell him about her technologically advanced world. The coachman yawned, having had little rest himself, but dutifully drove his master and mistress towards the city. Mazarian explained that in her world, there was no emperor, and citizens elected their own rulers every few years. Jason asked how they determined who was fit to lead, and Mazarian admitted it often came down to money. She added that she came from a poor background in that world, but held no regrets and simply wanted to return. The knight hadn't realized Mazarian had family in her world and felt sympathy for her. Mazarian suddenly confessed that she used to resent her parents, but now understood they loved her. As the eldest daughter, she had been forced to grow up quickly, which had changed her family's attitude toward her. Because of this, even now, she wasn't ready to forgive her parents for disregarding her wishes as a child. Despite this, Mazarian still longed to return, unable to bear the loss of what rightfully belonged to her. Jason completely agreed, finding her reasoning more than sufficient. At daybreak, they arrived at an inn in the city and decided to stay together. For some reason, the innkeeper mistook them for a newlywed couple and promised to give them the best room. Alice first explained that it was a misunderstanding. They weren't a couple, and the knight was simply requesting a good room for the lady. Then Jason stated that his status was lower than the lady's, and any room would be fine. As a result, Mazarian hurried to wash up and prepare for bed, as the long journey had left her very tired. When her maid came to her, Mazarian asked her about the places worth visiting in the city, as it was her first time there. The maid immediately suggested that the Marquis's daughter visit their lake, as the water there was exceptionally clear and beautiful. But what impressed the girl most was the recently opened night market, which was now very popular. Mazarian was immediately interested in attending the night festivities, as she had never been to such a place. That same morning, Hebrus finally opened his eyes after the previous night's incident, the back of his head still aching from the blow. Matthew said he had found the boy unconscious in front of his cabin and had carefully dragged him inside to care for him. The high priest carefully sat up in bed, trying to confirm whether his limbs were intact and if he could still walk. The image of Alice immediately surfaced in the boy's mind, her sly smile as she told him he could go and complain. Recalling all this, Hebrus pondered sadly why the women who were so important to him always wanted to leave. Before giving birth to her son, the future high priest's mother had been a famous dancer, passionate about her career. But to raise Hebrus, she even defied the laws of the gods and gave up dancing, despite her immense love for it. But whenever the boy asked about his father, his mother would become unusually angry. As a result, the idea that he had no place in this world and had been born in vain gradually took root in the child's heart. Sometimes the boy would wake up in the middle of the night from nightmares, afraid that his mother would abandon him completely, just as she had threatened to do. Because of this, he chose to become a high priest when he grew up, just to ease his mother's burden. After Hebrus rose to his rightful position, he returned home to show off his achievements to his mother. But he didn't have much time, as his mother passed away just days before his birth. Hebrus immediately guessed that his mother had deliberately taken her own life, simply not wanting to be alone after her son left. The thought that if he could have stayed by her side, he might have been able to keep her with him began to haunt him. Even after becoming a high priest capable of helping others, the boy never felt the long-awaited happiness within his heart. But from the day he first met Alice, he couldn't shake the thought of how much she resembled his mother. Even the lady's wounded soul reminded Hebrus of his mother. the woman who could no longer return to her beloved dance. And Mazarian's coldness towards the high priest plunged him back into the cruel and merciless memories of his childhood. So, ever since meeting the Marquis's daughter, Hebrus had started having nightmares again, dreaming of his mother coming to him. During the blessing ceremony for Mazarian's coming of age, the young man woke up with a start again. He was stunned when he saw a beautiful young woman looking at him with her large green eyes. Because of this, Hebrus began to focus on Mazarian's well-being even more frequently, subconsciously driven to do everything in his power to save her. Mazarian, however, remained aloof, claiming she was merely preparing for her inevitable demise. Every time the high priest heard these words, he was reminded of his own mother, who had chosen death over struggle. These actions of the women in his life had caused the young Hebrus immense pain and torment, leaving him unwilling to endure anything similar again. So even when Mazarian turned and said she wouldn't die just yet, it offered Hebrus little comfort. Each day, his fear grew that he wouldn't be able to save her, as he simply didn't know how. Finally, the high priest clenched his fists, no longer believing that endless prayers would help. In the end, he even decided to turn his back on the gods, driven by his desire to save the Marquis's daughter. But Mazarian simply smiled at him with a touch of melancholy, clearly not believing in his sincerity nor needing his help. While Hebrus continued to torment himself, Mazarian went to the night market with the knight, Jason, intrigued by the festivities. She had specifically changed into commoner's clothes to avoid standing out in the crowd, which was even larger than she had anticipated. Alice was in particularly high spirits that night, even initiating small talk with Jason, something she had never done before. Jason, however, still mindful of his duties even in such circumstances, remained vigilant, constantly scanning their surroundings. Mazarian noticed this and, with a smile, told Jason he could relax, at least for this one day of rest. Although the young man wanted to protest and continue his duties, he obediently nodded and ceased his observation of the surrounding people. Mazarian seized the opportunity, taking Jason's hand and keeping him close, leaving him no chance to stray. She kindly suggested they try the local delicacies first, which were said to be quite different from what they were used to. Mazarian first spotted some char-grilled sausages that looked particularly appetizing and decided she wanted to try them. She inquired with the stall owner about the sausages, unsure what she wanted to buy first. Mazarian asked Jason for his opinion, but he hesitated, unsure of her preferences. At that moment, the stall owner asked if they were a couple. Alice, with a smile, confirmed the assumption. Jason looked at Mazarian in surprise, but didn't correct the misunderstanding that they were newlyweds. The stall owner complimented Jason on his beautiful wife, advising him to cherish her. When no one was looking, Jason blushed slightly, embarrassed by the comment. Meanwhile, Mazarian had already begun to savor the fried sausages, the spicy flavors reminding her of the food from her own world. Jason watched her silently for a moment, then admitted it was the first time he'd seen her enjoy food so much. He smiled, a rare occurrence, and said he was glad she liked the place, even though they were just wandering around. Mazarian noticed she could suddenly relax completely, something she had never allowed herself to do in this world. Just then, they heard a vendor hawking his drinks with extra enthusiasm, trying to convince them it was a popular beverage. The Marquis's daughter, intrigued by the vendor's sales pitch, turned to Jason for his opinion. With a cheerful smile, she confessed she was in the mood for a drink and eager to try one. They hadn't walked far when Mazarian noticed a herald in the distance announcing the start of a performance. She stood there, intrigued, when Jason returned, despite having left only moments ago. Jason smiled kindly at Mazarian, gesturing with his eyes to the drink he had brought back for her. Mazarian gratefully took the mug from him, full of anticipation for the performance. The herald promised a heartbreaking family tragedy that would resonate with everyone. He declared the story would be about a father who made too many mistakes and ultimately lost the trust of his children. Mazarian listened intently to the unfamiliar actor, curious to hear what he would say next. The herald captivated the audience with a tale of a witch who had enchanted everyone around her with magic. Mazarian froze, taken aback by these details, completely surprised by the story's direction. With a sly smile, she realized the actor was about to subtly reveal the history of the royal family. In the first act, the play began with the story of a poor prince, deeply saddened by his failures. The young man couldn't understand why. Despite his efforts to earn the people's trust, they remained indifferent to him. He sang a song, confessing his fear not of death, but of the people never accepting all he had done for them. The prince prayed that at least some commoners would stand by him, as he barely had the strength to continue fighting. Despite the sorrowful atmosphere, he didn't blame the people for not accepting him, even though he wept from the injustice. Mazarian clearly remembered that in the original story, the eldest prince was executed by his father, though few knew this. The boy's mother urged him to escape using his abilities, arguing he deserved to live. But the boy resolutely held the blade, gripping it tightly, wanting to leave this world and cease his struggles. Finally, the prince tearfully begged his mother not to blame him for failing to be the son his father wanted. The woman was left to weep inconsolably, clutching the body of her dead son. She couldn't stop crying for the death of the child she loved deeply, even more than the emperor himself. Then, the second act began, telling the story of the emperor cursing another son, accusing him of treason. The prince desperately tried to explain he had no intention of betraying anyone, but his words failed to reach his father's heart. Suddenly, the mocking gaze of the nobleman standing behind the emperor hung heavy in the air. It was this nobleman who provided written evidence that the empress and the prince were, in fact, traitors. This cunning and vile man claimed he even had witnesses who could confirm that these individuals were plotting a rebellion. The emperor carefully examined the documents and angrily questioned his son, demanding to know how he dared to plot behind his back. No matter how loudly the boy cried out his innocence, claiming he had no intention of betraying his father, the emperor ultimately refused to listen to his explanations. The prince swore that if he were lying, may lightning strike him down. At this most inopportune moment, a thunderstorm suddenly erupted outside. As a result, His Majesty became even more enraged and ordered his son to be locked away in a high tower, where no one could find him. Since the empress was pregnant with the next heir at the time, the emperor could do nothing to her. However, the nobleman was already pleased that the emperor was willing to take harsher measures against his wife. Following this, the play moved into its third act, where many commoners began to suffer from disease and starvation. The adults didn't know how to alleviate these problems, as they couldn't bear to see their children suffer. At this point, a young man among the commoners suddenly spoke up, saying that if they had been taught something useful from a young age, none of this would have happened. Hearing these words, Mazarian couldn't help but steal a glance at Jason, as these words indirectly pointed to him. But Jason remained seated, his expression calm, showing no emotion, as he didn't want to worry Mazarian. The plot returned to the cunning count, nobleman, who said he couldn't build schools for the children due to a lack of funds. With a sly smile, he frankly stated that he would love to receive funding from the empress and prince to accomplish everything. Since the other heir was still hiding from his father, he promised to pay the count upon his return to the palace. The young man smiled kindly and asked the nobleman to tell him all the problems that needed to be solved. So, the nobleman gathered his supporters to discuss the prince's situation and the need for a mage. The man knew full well that they would either end up winning the heir over to their side, or they would have to kill him. The surrounding nobles immediately became wary upon hearing that one of the options was to murder the emperor's son. But the nobleman himself had no doubts about his proposal, confident that he could deceive everyone. As a result, his supporters were quite pleased with the man's plan and even raised their glasses, wishing for everything to go smoothly. A few days later, the emperor's family gathered together on a clear day to drink tea and chat. The empress blushed slightly and admitted that on such a beautiful day, she couldn't help but share some good news. The emperor, with a restrained smile, asked his wife what exactly had her so excited that day. The woman replied that she was pregnant again, something she and her husband had been looking forward to for a long time. The man then gently took his wife's hand, overjoyed by the news he had just heard. The empress stated her intention to inform the emperor personally, instructing the physicians to remain silent. The prince supported his mother, indifferent to the prospect of another heir to the throne. The emperor, pointing to the sky, declared the beautiful clear day to be no coincidence. Alice, however, having heard the whole story, showed no joy knowing its truth. Jason noticed Mazarian's state, her constant tension despite her good performance. Suddenly, Mazarian asked the young man what he would do if he discovered the world was merely a game. It was crucial for Mazarian to understand the perspective of her trusted aide. The young man asked her to clarify the question, and Mazarian explained that he might be just an insignificant character. Jason calmly replied that even then, he couldn't change his fate. Mazarian was surprised that the hypothesis didn't anger the young man. Jason stated his contentment with his life. Unconvinced, she asked if he wasn't even slightly resentful of the world's unfairness towards him. The young man confessed that he didn't desire to be at the center of a storm, having no need for it. Alice couldn't believe her aide lacked any particular dreams, simply striving to live. The young man explained that everyone lives and works according to their abilities, himself included. Mazarian, the Marquis's daughter, nervously shrank, even apologizing for her strange thoughts about destiny. She returned to her performance, realizing her efforts to return home might seem ridiculous to others. Suddenly, Jason stated that not everyone needs to know their true purpose, instantly capturing Mazarian's attention. Mazarian was surprised when a young man told her that her efforts were commendable in themselves. He genuinely believed that life required nothing more. With perseverance, much could be achieved. Mazarian wanted to respond, but found herself speechless. Unable to admit her fear, the next morning, Mazarian carried on as usual. She read the newspaper reports about the train's launch and her brief disappearance with a cynical smile. She wasn't worried about the Marquis and the Emperor searching for her. Instead, she instructed the knight, Jason, to prepare a small boat for a trip on the lake, to which he obediently agreed. With everything ready, Alice and her aide headed to the dock, a novel experience for her. Just as they were leaving, the young maid suddenly called out to Mazarian, who turned to face her. The maid asked Mazarian to bend down and then wove a beautiful flower into her hair, tucking it behind her ear. Mazarian, touched by this unexpected gesture of care, was delighted. To thank the maid, Mazarian gave her a few coins and told her not to give the money to any adults under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Jason watched the nobleman quietly from a distance, not daring to get too close. After talking with the maid, Mazarian smoothed her hair and continued towards the dock as night fell. As they rowed along the lake, enjoying the scenery, Mazarian continued to ponder whether to tell Jason her secret. Mazarian barely touched the delicious food the maid had prepared for them, lost in her worries. Finally, she gathered her thoughts and confessed to Jason that everything had been described in a novel she had read. Jason was visibly surprised by this confession, even freezing, forgetting to continue rowing. Mazarian explained that Jason was just a minor character who fell in love with and protected her. Mazarian looked at her reflection in the water, frightened by how accustomed she was becoming to this beautiful face. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she disrupted the reflection with her hand, desperate to stop thinking about it. After telling her story, Mazarian sincerely apologized to Jason for taking the place of the woman he truly loved. A few minutes later, Jason finally spoke, asking if he truly wasn't real, because he didn't feel that way at all. Mazarian herself couldn't fully explain what was happening, even though everyone around her seemed like characters in a play. Jason then tried to understand why Mazarian was so certain he loved the Marquis's real daughter. Mazarian explained that she believed this simply because, so far, all the events from the novel had come to pass in this world. Jason pondered for a moment, then asked if this meant that, in time, he would truly fall in love with her. Mazarian couldn't answer this question. Since she had replaced the real Mazarian, she couldn't be certain of anything. Suddenly, Jason seriously asked how likely it was that she would fall in love with him. He didn't know how to deal with the truth Mazarian had just revealed, but he tried to remain calm. Mazarian said she wouldn't fall in love with him and hoped he would never develop romantic feelings for her. Finally, to avoid falling deeper in her thoughts, Mazarian asked Jason to row her down the river. It was then that Mazarian remembered she had never tried drowning and decided to try that method of death. Alice remembered that one way to awaken from a long sleep was to fall into water from a high place. So after only a few seconds of thought, she pushed off a rock with her foot and jumped. In that moment, Mazarian felt that even if she suddenly died, the knight would surely take care of her. Therefore, Mazarian decided to leave this world now, before she developed deep feelings for Jason. However, her plan failed. Someone suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the water. Mazarian, the Marquis's daughter, immediately began to tremble from cold and anger, frustrated that she had once again failed to die. She was surprised to see Jason standing right in front of her, furious about her suicide attempt. Seeing his angry face, Mazarian immediately understood that Jason would never allow her to kill herself. Just then, the Marquis's loyal knight appeared behind his daughter and efficiently draped a warm cloak over her shoulders. Anakin looked directly at Jason, declaring that the boy had no right to touch a lady's body so casually. In response, Jason reminded Anakin that he had just saved Mazarian's life, while Anakin had failed to protect her from the knight. Mazarian noted that the boys were always quick to confront each other, a situation she would have preferred to avoid. As a result, a few dozen minutes later, Mazarian returned to the inn and was finally able to change into clean clothes. She hadn't expected Jason to save her, so she tried to slip past his room unnoticed. But Anakin was on alert and immediately noticed that Mazarian was preparing to go out alone again. Mazarian hadn't expected her friend to be so invested in finding her, especially after everyone learned of her unexplained disappearance. Still want to take a walk? Mazarian took a pouch of coins and a cloth bag, intending to collect souvenirs. She had meant to avoid the red-haired boy, but he suddenly suggested they take a walk together through the streets. Since Jason was more familiar with the city than she was, Mazarian didn't object and accepted the knight's invitation. Soon, he led her to a jewelry store, its windows filled with a dazzling array of goods. As soon as the boy and girl entered the store, the owner mistook Mazarian for Jason's wife. The knight simply smiled pleasantly, while Mazarian angrily denied the assumption. The owner immediately apologized for his mistake, not wanting to offend his customers again. While Jason was buying souvenirs, he told Mazarian that her rejection had hurt him, but she remained indifferent. Mazarian was more interested in the surrounding treasures and curious about how Jason had found her. When she asked, Jason confessed that he had sought her out due to his personal interest. Although his relatives also lived in the city, the knight had no intention of contacting them. Mazarian took the opportunity to express that she also disliked long conversations with people like Jason. With a sly smile, the red-haired boy suggested they could do something other than talk. Mazarian, however, didn't appreciate the joke and glared at Jason coldly and angrily, finding him presumptuous. Unwilling to let the joke slide, Mazarian stamped hard on the knight's foot with her heel as a lesson. Jason pretended to barely feel the pain, not wanting to show any discomfort. Mazarian haughtily declared that if the boy continued to tease her so rudely, she would start defending herself. Unexpectedly, Jason confessed that he actually cared about her, though she didn't need him to, so she told him to stop. Jason's face darkened slightly, and he asked how it was possible that he wasn't worried about Mazarian at all if he truly wanted to help her. However, Mazarian couldn't understand why he was asking such a question, as she felt it was none of her business. When Alice admitted that she had never worried about herself and therefore couldn't understand him, Jason became visibly upset. Just then, their conversation was interrupted by the shopkeeper, who appeared behind them with his wares. First, the man presented one of the rarest gems in his collection, known for its crystal clarity. The Marquis's daughter thought for a moment, then asked for about 6 of these gems to be wrapped up, as she was quite taken with them. While the lady made her selection, Jason went to another counter and looked at other gems with interest. Noticing what had caught Jason's attention, Mazarian approached him to take a look. Jason picked up an uncut gem, saying he wanted to polish it himself and give it to Helena. Jason blushed slightly, explaining that he wanted Helena to wear a piece of jewelry that he had at least partially crafted himself. Mazarian didn't like this comment, as she again felt that Jason was a strange person. Turning away, Mazarian thought sadly to herself, even starting to feel sorry for Helena, who was being pursued by someone like him. Suddenly, she noticed a particular gem that caught her eye, different from all the others. For some reason, only this piece was duller in color than the other gems on the counter. The shopkeeper immediately explained that this type of gem was unpopular due to its dull color and fragility. Mazarian herself noticed that there were many of these gems, as few people bought them, but she picked one up anyway. Its color was surprisingly murky, which explained its low price, but even so, there was little demand for this type of gem. One can imagine the shopkeeper's surprise when a marquis's daughter asked him to make a necklace for her using this particular stone. Mazarian looked around and even found a suitable design for the necklace, pointing it out with satisfaction. She didn't care what it would look like, as she had decided to give it to Anakin, not wear it herself. When Jason saw Mazarian and her friend finally return to the inn, he immediately went to greet them. But Mazarian interrupted him, telling him in a tone that brooked no refusal to kneel before her. Mazarian wanted to put the necklace on Anakin herself, so she asked him to crouch down for convenience. As soon as he bent down, she easily completed her task. Anakin hadn't expected a gift, so he was surprised when Mazarian suddenly decided to give him one. Alice asked him if he liked Mazarian, to which he immediately replied in the affirmative. Mazarian, however, told him not to lie to her. Mazarian admitted that she felt awkward whenever Anakin said things just to please her. Anakin simply nodded briefly without saying anything else, pleased that the Marquis's daughter had chosen a gift for him. Feeling slightly awkward, Mazarian abruptly turned and left, telling the two knights to follow her. Jason, with a smile, watched her go before following, pleased with what she had done for Anakin. To return to Mazarian's estate, Anakin himself took the reins, confident in his ability to handle the carriage. Alice listened calmly as Jason spoke about the potential repercussions she might face for running away. He warned that society might assume she had fallen in love with a knight and eloped, resulting in severe punishment for both of them. But Mazarian reminded him that she was long past the age of impulsively running off with a sweetheart. She explained that her recent jump from the cliff hadn't been without reason. She had actually intended to die in the city. But the red-haired knight didn't believe her, claiming he knew how to tell when someone was in love. Jason couldn't understand why the Marquis's daughter continued to deny her feelings for Anakin. Mazarian quickly tired of the argument and declared that Jason had only shown her compassion because he couldn't bear to witness her death. Jason truly couldn't comprehend Mazarian's desire to die, and she expressed no regrets. At that point, Alice said she didn't yearn to see Helena again, as he seemed to hope, and therefore didn't want to return. However, Jason suddenly asked Mazarian how she knew what he was thinking when he himself wasn't even sure. Mazarian, irritated by his baffling question, reminded him of his place and told him to stop with the unpleasantries. Suddenly, the conversation between Jason and Mazarian was interrupted as their path was blocked by a group of men diligently searching for Alice. Jason was the first to step forward, barely suppressing his anger, and demanded that these thugs leave if they valued their lives. The attackers were only amused by his words, confident in their strength and certain of victory. But Jason was unconcerned by their insolence, knowing they were no match for him in combat. Meanwhile, Mazarian sat anxiously in the carriage, fearfully imagining what would happen if she were alone. The red-haired man urged her to mount a horse and get away from the danger as quickly as possible. He assured her that if she rode back immediately, the Emperor wouldn't punish her for running away. Finally, Mazarian, without further argument, ran towards Anakin, who had a horse prepared for her. Anakin asked Mazarian to give him her hand so he could easily pull her up onto the horse, as it would be difficult for her to mount it herself. Once she was settled, the knight told her to relax and at least hold on to him to avoid falling. Before leaving, Mazarian took one last look at Jason, who had decided to face the enemy alone. After riding for several hours, Alice admitted that her back was aching and she couldn't continue riding like that. Anakin then promised to stop at the first village and try to entertain Mazarian with his conversation. This offer greatly surprised Alice, as the knight usually chose to remain silent. However, Mazarian was always willing to listen to any of the boy's stories, as she genuinely cared about his past. But the knight's casual way of talking about his past made the girl uneasy, as she too wanted to leave. For some reason, Mazarian felt sad that she wasn't as important to the young man as she had hoped. After all, they were only mistress and servant, and the boy had reminded Mazarian that he would do his best for her happiness, despite his inexperience. The Marquis's daughter didn't reply, only snuggled gratefully close to the knight, feeling safe in his presence. Anakin had always been there for her, and Alice looked up at the sky, praying that the knight would always remember her. As soon as Mazarian returned to her father's estate, as if nothing had happened, the entire residence immediately fell into chaos. The maids immediately surrounded their mistress, all wanting to know where she had been. Hearing the commotion, the Marquis even left his study and sternly told his daughter to come and speak with him at once. Although Alice wanted to avoid this meeting, she dared not disobey the Marquis and obediently followed him. To maintain his composure, the man stood with his back to the girl, then gruffly demanded to know why she had done this. But Mazarian didn't understand what he was talking about, as the Marquis's words were unclear due to his agitation. It turned out the Marquis was unhappy with his daughter's choice of such a peculiar commoner as a protector. To this, Mazarian stated that she was no longer the Marquis's daughter, and all of this was because her behavior had changed, and he had to accept this fact. Since she had already admitted to being an outsider, the girl had no intention of playing the family game with the Marquis any longer. But the man grew angrier with every word she spoke. Clenching his fists, he demanded to know how she dared to act this way. Undaunted, Mazarian asked him not to threaten her, as she was not afraid of death. The Marquis shouted angrily, saying he couldn't believe such a terrible person had taken over his beloved daughter's body. Alice laughed when she heard these words, as she was quite certain that the man had never truly loved the real Mazarian. The girl understood that if her father had truly loved his daughter, he wouldn't have been so indifferent to her in the past. Firstly, Mazarian stated that if the Marquis had considered something other than his own interests, he would have ended her engagement to the prince long ago. The Marquis was displeased to hear this, as he had made Alice suffer for years for the sake of power. The girl took another step closer and explained that even with the highest social standing, the real Mazarian could never have found happiness. She added that no one in the imperial family was truly happy, leaving the Marquis unable to retort. Unexpectedly, the Marquis asked what the stranger wanted, and Mazarian replied that she didn't need his help as she had already found it. Alice, looking at the Marquis's face, understood his confusion as he couldn't fully trust her. Moreover, Alice clearly knew that the Marquis now had no influence over her, and this frightened him. Finally, the master of the estate, realizing his inability to overpower Mazarian, clicked his tongue in displeasure, letting out a loud sigh of complaint. Suddenly, an aide rushed into the room, announcing he had brought an urgent summons from the empress, as she was unwilling to wait any longer. Since the emperor's wife wanted to see Alice as soon as possible, the girl politely bid farewell to the Marquis. The man only nodded curtly in response, still frustrated by his inability to control Mazarian. Alice was well aware that she would continue to dominate their relationship, which was extremely unbearable for the Marquis. A few minutes later, Alice was already having afternoon tea with the Empress, wondering why the tea was so strong. The prince's mother joked, asking if Alice was afraid she would poison her, but the Marquis's daughter explained that she wasn't used to hot tea and was waiting for it to cool. The Empress was indeed too intelligent to foolishly harm anyone, but she expressed her surprise that Alice hadn't refused her invitation. However, Alice pretended not to understand why she would say that, not wanting to reveal her own cleverness. Suddenly, the emperor's wife lowered her head with a smile, reminding Mazarian of her cleverness during the ceremony. This immediately put the young woman on guard, as she realized the empress was suddenly taking the offensive. The empress said that the Marquis's daughter must have guessed that the spare dress would ultimately be given to Helena. Mazarian politely nodded, but still expressed her doubt that Helena could obtain such a special dress so easily. The empress clapped her hands delightedly, admitting that Alice was even more intelligent than she had anticipated for the future bride of her heir. Then she confessed that she had ordered Kaja to discard Helena's original dress and give her the green one. Alice felt that now was the perfect time to ask her question, so she inquired why she had done that. In response, the emperor's wife frankly stated that she wholeheartedly despised the Marquis's daughter, who sat before her so casually. The empress believed that someone like Alice didn't deserve to be a member of the imperial family, which made Mazarian laugh. The girl thought the commoner Helena was even less suitable, but the empress had a completely different opinion. The prince's mother placed her cup on the table, suddenly deciding to have a completely frank conversation with Mazarian. She looked seriously at Alice, admitting that she truly wanted to kill her, although she couldn't do it yet. Alice couldn't even imagine the empress's hatred being so intense, as it wasn't mentioned in the novel. Suddenly, the girl wondered if the empress had screamed as hysterically as she did in the play when her first son was killed. The empress suddenly trembled with rage, saying she believed the Marquis, or rather, Alice, had killed her child. Realizing there was no other chance, Alice collected her thoughts and said she didn't want to marry the prince. This confession shocked the empress, as she had always assumed the Marquis's daughter was madly in love with the crown prince and longed to be with him. Alice admitted that love is fickle, and she no longer had any feelings for the prince. Alice then expressed her desire to be free, if possible, and no longer attached to the imperial family in any way. The empress first asked if the Marquis knew of his daughter's intentions, to which Alice replied that it was irrelevant. Smiling, Alice said the most important thing was that the empress now knew her plan and could offer assistance. She offered to personally teach Helena etiquette to prevent unpleasant rumors about the empress from spreading. The empress fell into thought. In truth, Alice made this suggestion only because she needed an opportunity to be alone with Helena. This was all because Alice needed to try and kill the blonde girl so that she herself could die afterward. Alice's only concern was that in the original story, her character hadn't helped anyone, and she didn't want to break the rules. Suddenly, the empress said the Marquis's daughter was indeed unsuitable to be her beloved son's fiancée. Alice didn't even try to argue with the empress, as she felt the same way, but she didn't repeat it, only confirming her agreement. Once she received permission to tutor Helena, Alice happily left the empress and returned to her quarters. Now, Alice needed her maid's help and looked around for them, but couldn't find them. Suddenly, in the middle of the hallway, she saw a large mirror, which immediately struck her as odd. She approached it for a closer look and suddenly noticed a blurry figure beginning to appear in the mirror. It turned out to be Medea, who, sensing Alice's presence, decided to use this opportunity to contact her ally. But Alice wasn't in the mood for a long conversation with the witch and urged her to get to the point. Hearing that Alice was currently at the imperial palace, Medea smiled and asked her to visit her shop later. Alice simply nodded, as she was indeed in no mood to continue the conversation and was in a hurry. Having gathered her thoughts, she visited the witch, once again noting her tidiness. It turned out the witch supported Alice's decision to kill Helena and had found a special package for her. The redhead said she had gone to a lot of trouble to find this item and hoped to be thanked. Alice couldn't even guess what the witch had found for her, so she opened the handkerchief. However, having lived in this world for more than a day, she was already prepared for anything. Imagine Alice's surprise when she discovered a beautiful, gleaming blade hidden within the scarf, a blade that wasn't actually sharp. Alice complained, unable to even open the envelope, while Medea replied that the knife would become sharp when needed. The witch knew that with enough desire, the weapon would respond to its wielder, becoming sharper than the sharpest sword. But Alice hadn't expected Medea to suddenly ask her to use the dagger to stab Helena so she could return to her own world. The girl trembled, holding the beautiful yet dangerous blade, unwilling to kill. She could hardly believe that everything happening was real, and that she was supposed to kill poor Helena. Medea calmly stated that Alice fully understood her situation, and only the Marquis's daughter could accomplish this task, as it was her destiny. Alice didn't believe the knife could actually kill anyone, but the witch reminded her that everything depended on desire. The witch seemed strangely certain that Alice could kill the girl, sensing a great power within her. But Alice herself was no longer sure she wanted to return to her own world in such a horrific way. Helena's tear-stained, sorrowful face appeared before her eyes. She was too innocent, too young to die. For the first time, the Marquis's daughter began to question whether she truly needed to kill Helena. Hearing these words, Medea recalled her ally, saying she would do anything to return home. With a mocking smile, the red-haired witch asked if Helena truly evoked any feelings in Alice, even hatred. Alice immediately dismissed the possibility, finding it ludicrous that such a thing could happen. However, she also wasn't sure if it was worth sacrificing an innocent person for her own selfish desires. Sooner or later, according to the story, Helena would find true happiness, and Alice believed the commoner deserved it. But Alice couldn't forget that she cared for and loved herself more, so she resolutely picked up the blade. Sensing the shift in Alice's attitude, Medea smiled with satisfaction and magically brought a vial into the room. The witch instructed the Marquis's daughter to collect tears in the vial, surprising Alice, who couldn't understand the witch's intentions. When Alice asked for further explanation, Medea simply said her ally would understand on her own, being intelligent enough. Alice realized she disliked this situation, but there was no turning back, and she had to comply. Soon after, Alice visited the Empress again, as the woman had something important to discuss. The Empress warned that if the Marquis's daughter wouldn't even pretend to be close to the prince, she would soon lose her position. However, Alice didn't believe these words, confident that she had considered everything thoroughly. Imagine Alice's surprise when the Empress suddenly suggested she get pregnant by Alex, so he wouldn't be able to leave her. But the Empress didn't see anything terrible in her own words, because she wanted Alice to remain the fiancée. Although Alice was extremely angry, she held back and put on a sweet smile, saying she would remember the advice. At this point, the prince's mother dismissed Alice and asked her to bring Helena to her, though the long conversation had made her very tired. The Empress suddenly remembered the past, a wonderful day when their family had tea in the garden. Alex had brought Helena along then, having met her on the way, and the Empress hadn't objected. The prince had said that their lateness wasn't their fault, as Alice had deliberately delayed the couple. Antobram reminded him that Alice hadn't known about their meeting, so she wouldn't be angry about it, as she genuinely believed it. The Empress asked curiously if her son had really met Alice on his way to tea. Alex immediately nodded, saying that the girl had already begun to treat this place as her home, even allowing herself to cry in the royal gardens. Helena was astonished when the Empress suggested that Alice wept tears of joy every time she saw the prince. And Alex suddenly said that he had never seen Alice cry, as she was an extremely cunning Marquis's daughter. The Empress smiled, looking at her reflection in the teacup, amused by her son's attitude towards Alice. But the Empress still didn't understand why the girl could be so strong, not crying in front of others for such a long time. Alice, however, believed that the Empress would eventually understand her feelings, so she chose to be honest. A while later, when the Empress recalled her recent conversation with Alice, she was filled with confusion. She still felt sorry for the Marquis's daughter and thus harbored resentment toward her. But the Empress still considered her own life more tragic, as she had lost a child due to the betrayal of her beloved. At this moment, the reflection the prince's mother saw in the mirror was no longer that of a noble woman, but a pitiful and unfortunate old woman. The next morning, Alice called Anakin in and placed a small bag of gold coins in his hand. Alice admitted that she should have done this earlier and thus allowed the knight to stay in her home. However, the man felt that even this amount was too much for someone who worked for honor, not money. The aide couldn't help but grow bolder, lightly touching Alice's fingers as he still wanted to return the money. She turned and looked at him in surprise, not expecting such an awkward gesture from the knight. Suddenly, the man gathered his courage and invited Alice to leave with him, something she hadn't even considered at first. Seeing Alice's hesitation, Anakin became more resolute, saying he wanted her to go with him because he didn't want to leave her alone. Alice didn't know whether to comply with his wish, although during this time, he had never disappointed her. What puzzled Alice and the knight most was that he rarely spoke about his feelings and emotions. Alice thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement, telling her assistant to hurry up with the preparations before she changed her mind completely. A few minutes later, the young man knocked cheerfully on their door with the boy, who ran to open it. The man didn't want to give his name directly, and the boy, on a whim, pretended not to recognize him. Hearing that his older brother hadn't come alone, the boy immediately peeked out, thinking his brother had finally found a girlfriend. But when he saw the noble lady Anakin had brought, the boy was completely bewildered, having never expected to see her. For some reason, as soon as Alice stepped into the somewhat worn but clean room, her mood became pleasant and calm. Looking back at the bickering brothers, she realized that no matter what, she would still feel like crying when the night was over. But Alice quickly understood that this was another wave of self-pity, especially since even the witch had said she could withstand killing. Suddenly, the boy approached her with a puzzled smile, asking if she would like to join them for tea. Alice smiled faintly at his words, saying that her knight would take care of everything and asking the boy to speak with her privately. The boy was stunned when he realized that the Marquis's daughter wanted to talk to him specifically. When they sat down at the table, Alice very seriously asked the boy if he had a name she could use. The commoner didn't answer, only clenching his hands tightly, as he had long abandoned the name his parents had given him. Earth, Alice asked in surprise. Hadn't he chosen a name for himself after all this time? The boy thought for a moment and said that if the beautiful lady really wanted to, she could call him Kintia. Hearing this, Alice smiled and praised the boy's cleverness, knowing he disliked his original name. Then, she placed a bulging purse on the table, saying she had actually come to give him a new task. Kintia's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold coins. Although he didn't show it in front of Alice, he was very pleased with the payment. Alice explained that she had offered so much because even the boy's life could be in danger, but of course, he could refuse. At that moment, Anakin brought Alice her tea, and she remembered that she had also prepared a gift for her assistant's younger brother. The boy never dreamed that Alice would give him a real necklace as a gift. Alice added that now the boy could finally sell the earrings she had given him before. Anakin, standing beside his mistress, was deeply grateful for her kindness towards his family. Alice suddenly sprang into action, saying she urgently needed to find someone, and only the boy could do it. She needed someone who was very familiar with imperial etiquette, but had no connection to the royal family. It was crucial for Alice that the candidate disliked anything associated with the rulers, as this would only work in her favor. She needed someone like that, because she wasn't familiar with aristocratic etiquette, but wanted to speak with Helena privately. She glanced at her untouched tea, lost in complex thoughts about her actions. Then, Alice snapped back to reality and handed Anakin some coins, asking him to buy some treats while they talked. Kintia didn't actually want to leave Alice, even in his own home, but she insisted. So, the knight said he'd be back as soon as possible and left to buy what she'd requested. As soon as the knight left, Kintia asked if everything was all right, surprising the Marquis's daughter. Alice couldn't say for sure, only that she felt he hadn't changed much, so she wasn't certain. Alice was even more surprised when Kintia suddenly mentioned that his brother seemed noticeably happier and calmer. He explained that Anakin used to be overly cautious, overthinking every step as if it were absolutely necessary. The young woman was pleased to hear that her influence on her knight was greater than she'd imagined. Then, Alice asked Kintia why he'd never given his brother a name, considering they'd been together for so long and easily could have. Kintia replied that his brother used to think he didn't need a name, believing it was completely useless. Alice couldn't even imagine that the knight had been afraid of forming attachments, even to things others wouldn't care about. The boy suddenly smiled shyly, sincerely thanking Alice for giving his brother a purpose in life. Alice immediately remembered how Anakin's ears would turn red when he was shy, a trait the brothers shared. Alice had never considered that people without blood ties could be similarly shy. Returning to the tea table, she suddenly asked Kintia if he'd like to become her servant, like his brother, so he could be closer to him. But Kintia immediately refused the offer, explaining that he earned enough money doing odd jobs for Alice to live comfortably. He frankly admitted that he preferred his current life, playing the role of secret spy. Looking at the boy, Alice realized that given better circumstances, he would surely become a kind and upright citizen. So, she decided to introduce the brothers to Medea before she disappeared, so they could also receive the witch's support. Several hours later, the Marquis's daughter returned to the manor with the knight and asked him why he'd refused the name his brother had offered him. Alice genuinely wanted to know why Kintia hadn't chosen a nickname for himself before, as it would have made communicating with others easier. Hearing this question, the young man pondered for a moment, unable to give a detailed answer right away. Alice had known all along that this might be difficult for the boy, so she calmly waited for him to be ready to speak. Finally, the knight said that he only wanted a name from someone who would use it often, so he had waited until this moment. Alice hadn't expected the boy to suddenly approach her and say that he wasn't used to being given a name during the ceremony. Kintia admitted that he had been prepared to be a nameless tool, like commoners often were treated by nobles. Wanting to express his gratitude, as he was deeply thankful for everything Alice had done, the young man extended his hand to her. Alice only thought for a few seconds but decided to let the knight say everything he wanted. Anakin bowed to Alice, saying that he knew she would use his name often, and therefore agreed to accept it. Until now, Kintia sincerely hoped that Alice would continue to call him by a nickname, as he was ready to follow her. The young man looked earnestly at Alice, confessing his happiness to be her knight. At this moment, Alice felt a pang of sadness, and she wistfully asked what the young man would do when she disappeared and returned to her own world. To this, the young man smiled and replied that he would strive to make the name she gave him known throughout the entire empire. Touched by the knight's words, Alice tightly grasped his hand, understanding his lifelong loyalty to her. Alice was completely unaware of Anakin's fate in the original story, as it wasn't mentioned. She hoped to save the boy if possible. Just then, a maid entered her room, announcing that someone had invited her for tea. The Marquis's daughter hadn't expected Jason's sister to make her debut in noble society so soon. But since she had received the invitation, Alice couldn't refuse the outing, even though she truly wanted a rest. Therefore, with the help of her maids, Alice quickly got ready and departed in a carriage as soon as possible to arrive on time. The knight had no objections to the outing and quietly guarded his mistress in the carriage. Although Alice had arrived at the tea party, she was still pondering whether the invitation contained an implied rejection. The surrounding nobles paid no attention to the Marquis's daughter, as they were all preoccupied with their own conversations. Since Alice hadn't replied to the invitation promptly, because the letter had arrived too late, her arrival surprised everyone. Suddenly, the renowned Jason and his sister's mother, Duchess Katia, came out to greet her. The Duchess didn't hide her hostility towards the Marquis's daughter, just like many other nobles. But Alice didn't mind this, as she had been prepared to face all sorts of malicious words from the beginning. The mistress of the Katia household simply glared angrily at Alice, and Alice's indifference to her harsh words clearly irritated the Duchess even more. Alice remembered how everyone had tried to undermine her before she married the prince. So even during tea, she could calmly face these taunts. Despite the noble's venomous words, Alice tried to focus all her attention on her teacup. When the surrounding girls realized this, they were quite surprised, as they had originally intended to hurt the Marquis's daughter with their words. Miriam subtly hinted that she hadn't even taken a sip of tea due to the unpleasant conversation. This remark greatly angered one of the girls, who jumped up from her seat and started yelling at Alice. Only a few seconds later did she realize her mistake, as she shouldn't have violated etiquette. Although Alice tried to appear indifferent, she was starting to get irritated by the situation. Imagine the young lady's surprise when Jason suddenly appeared behind her, inviting her to speak with him privately. Alice was furious that the boy dared to interrupt her, but the knight himself was confident she wouldn't refuse. To prevent the Marquis's daughter from protesting, the boy firmly grasped her hand and pulled her away from the others. Alice couldn't understand what urgent matter this red-haired knight had that made him so forward and bold. A few minutes later, Alice finally pulled her hand free from his grasp, wanting to understand what was happening. She complained that Jason had gripped her wrist too tightly, and it still hurt. Alice's surprise was evident when Jason said she could thank him, which only angered her further. Katia explained that he had deliberately pulled the Marquis's daughter away from the other nobles to prevent them from continuing to humiliate her. These words angered Alice, as in reality, she didn't need anyone's help. Finally, instead of arguing, Alice sat on a nearby bench, stating she had nothing to say to her friend. She didn't even want to talk to the boy who had disrupted her plans and expected her gratitude. But Alice froze when she heard Jason threaten to tell everyone about her mental health issues. She angrily turned to the knight, asking if he was crazy, as no one would tolerate a madman inheriting the family. Finally, instead of arguing with Katia, Alice angrily told him to do whatever he wanted. Jason had expected a more intense reaction to his words, as he had deliberately provoked her. He turned away, admitting he was surprised by the Marquis's daughter's response. He looked down at his hands, somewhat bewildered by his own thoughts and by Alice not reacting as he'd anticipated. At that moment, Alice told Jason not to have any particular expectations of her, as she had the right to feel however she wanted. Jason was genuinely surprised to hear that Alice was even calm about the prince not liking her. As Alice moved to end the conversation and stood up, Jason suddenly asked her if it was because of her emotions that she wanted to die. Alice told him not to threaten her, and the knight, somewhat ashamed, admitted that he didn't understand why he was treating her this way. However, Alice stated that this attitude was better than Katia, inexplicably pretending to be nice to her. To this, Jason said that Alice being too kind to him was wrong, but Alice explained that she treated everyone equally. She turned to the boy, confessing her goal was to break off the engagement with the prince, as she had no interest in the marriage. Katia was stunned by Alice's confession, having always believed she was deeply in love with the crown prince and eager to be with him. Alice tried again to end the conversation with the knight, saying she had things to do and prepared to leave. As soon as Alice returned to Anakin, he showed her the etiquette instructors Kintia had found. Alice was surprised by the boy's speed, even though she hadn't asked him to be so efficient. Anakin revealed that the woman had been the wet nurse to the deceased former prince and thus harbored resentment towards the royal family. So when Alice saw the woman, she immediately understood she was perfect for her plans. Kintia had done well this time. With a smile, Alice asked Anakin to find and bring Helena to her, as everything was ready and the plan could be put into action. The aide quickly found the right girl, who turned to him happily, without a trace of suspicion. Meanwhile, Alice spoke with the instructor, asking her to teach her all the imperial etiquette and customs from scratch. She confessed that while she had studied these things, her knowledge wasn't sufficient to teach others. The Marquis's daughter was honest with the instructor, saying she had a mission to teach a girl etiquette. As a result, the old woman considered this a valid reason and began to think about how to train Alice. But then, Alice stated directly that she intended to teach royal customs to Helena and the beloved Bloom himself. Alice understood that the woman's hatred for her family might be deeper than she imagined, but she wasn't going to back down. The instructor then said she had taught the deceased prince and even the empress until she was expelled from the court by the ruler. As she spoke, she slowly reached for the teacup on the table, clearly contemplating something unpleasant. As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman deliberately, quickly, and skillfully splashed the hot tea onto Alice. The woman splashed all the tea in one go, satisfied to have at least taken a small measure of revenge for the past. Alice had known the instructor hated her because of the Marquis's actions, so she was fully prepared for this. The old woman confessed that she had only stepped into the mansion to see how such a terrible nobleman raised his daughter. Having said this, she began to loudly question Alice about why she remained silent and unresponsive in the face of such rudeness. A maid immediately offered Alice a handkerchief, but she said she was fine as she wasn't going to show weakness. Hearing that the Marquis's daughter had, for some reason, dismissed all the servants, the woman became even more serious and tense. Alice deliberately placed the damp handkerchief she had used to wipe the tea from her face on the table, explaining that she had something important to tell the instructor, but it had to remain absolutely secret. Alice began by saying that if it weren't for Helena, she would never have invited the instructor to her home. The instructor herself knew very well that she shouldn't be involved in Bloom's training, as it was none of her business. Suddenly, the instructor, shocked, froze as she began to guess the true nature of the conversation with the Marquis's daughter. Alice, realizing the instructor understood, stood up, confirming her suspicion. She confessed that she hated her father as much as the empress, and even the instructor, though both remained silent. Despite this, the instructor asked what would happen if she refused to help, as no one could force her. Alice promised that if the instructor refused, she wouldn't harm her, but still hoped for a positive response. Finally, the instructor solemnly declared that she was an extremely strict teacher, and from now on, Alice would have a very difficult time. This didn't discourage Alice. She stayed for her lesson with the instructor, and the next day went to the imperial palace. Those around her immediately began gossiping about her surprisingly simple attire, which was considered unacceptable among them. But Alice's only concern was whether Helena was intelligent enough to learn from her. When Bloom was summoned, she quickly appeared in the designated room with a sweet smile, as she was never late. Alice calmly turned to her, prepared to give her first lesson, having memorized the instructor's teachings. But the Count's daughter, Bloom, shuddered upon seeing Alice, their relationship already strained. Bloom looked more like a startled little girl than a partially grown woman of some accomplishment. Alice stated that she wanted to see Helena, and this was the only way, as Helena was forbidden from leaving the palace. One can imagine Bloom's surprise at learning the Empress had appointed the Marquis's daughter as her etiquette instructor. To this, Alice replied that Bloom could ask the Empress herself after the lesson. Meanwhile, Alice deliberately fixed Helena with a stern look, daring her to object. She slammed her hand on the table, startling Bloom, and then ordered her to stand up straight. Bloom, realizing she was slouching again, quickly straightened up. Alice approached her with satisfaction, warning that from now on, she would personally mold Helena into a proper person. Bloom's eyes widened at these words, as the Marquis's daughter had previously avoided and hurt her. Alice warned that one day, the prince might not be able to protect his beloved, so she had to know how to conduct herself. Alice began by instructing Helena never to slouch or lower her head when speaking with other nobles. As the blonde girl followed her directions, Alice thought that her posture wasn't so bad after all. Only Helena admitted that she didn't know any of the dances common among the nobility. Although Alice sighed heavily, she had anticipated from the start that her student might not know anything. So the Marquis's daughter decided to start the training with the basics and had Helena open the book in front of her. Helena had a lot to learn, as the nobles were particular about even the smallest details, such as dining etiquette. And while all the upper-class nobles strived to follow the latest fashion trends, Helena simply watched Alice quietly. The Count's daughter wasn't averse to learning so many new things. After all, she had nothing to do at the palace and plenty of time to study. After a few lessons, Alice discovered that her student could already read complex and educational works. At that moment, Alice thought that the task of teaching horseback riding could be entrusted to the prince or Jason, as she didn't want to do it herself. Since Alice intended to move on to the next stage of training, she excused herself to change into the necessary attire. Alice casually mentioned that her new uniform was much more comfortable than any of the clothes worn in this world. To teach Helena to dance, Alice even had to use Anakin as her partner. The girl spent a lot of time practicing under Alice's watchful eye, but in the end, she succeeded. She understood that the evenings were more difficult for Anakin, as he had to endure her clumsiness, so she tried even harder to overcome her difficulties. Because of this, Alice was confident that she would succeed, so when everything was ready, she called Helena over. The Marquis's daughter had specifically put on trousers and a dress jacket to play the male role in teaching the Count's daughter to dance. She gracefully extended her hand to her student, suggesting they start with the simplest waltz. Helena was clearly embarrassed, as she hadn't expected Alice herself to be her dance partner during the training. Although the blonde girl was a little bewildered, she didn't dare refuse having come this far. So she took the offered hand, preparing herself for her potential future as queen. Alice understood from the beginning that Helena would make many mistakes, but she patiently explained all the basics of noble dances to her. As a result, after just a few lessons, Helena was already dancing quite well, which pleased her. However, the girl still had difficulty keeping up with the rhythm of the steps and was therefore always tense. Noticing this, Alice started counting the beats again and told Helena to carefully observe her steps. Meanwhile, despite the Count's daughter's clumsiness, Alice couldn't help but find her incredibly beautiful. Alice understood that if Helena acquired all the necessary knowledge, she would be able to navigate the ruthless, aristocratic society with ease. But Alice wasn't sure if she could actually kill the girl before she completely changed her mind. Suddenly, Helena stopped and asked Alice directly if she wanted her to become the crown princess. The Marquis's daughter frankly admitted that this was exactly what the Empress wanted, and she herself fully agreed. But Helena didn't understand this answer, because she remembered clearly that Alice had once been madly in love with the crown prince. Hearing this, Alice flinched slightly and confessed that no one had ever asked her if she loved Alec. Hearing this, Alice couldn't help but smile, because the girl's words reminded her of her own situation. Helena was clearly startled when Alice suddenly burst out laughing, completely bewildered by what was happening. Alice then declared that the people around them didn't care about Helena's feelings at all. They only cared about their own experiences. She suddenly approached the startled girl, saying that everyone around them was actually just playing a political game. Helena was truly surprised to hear that Alice becoming the crown prince's fiancée wasn't out of love for him. Alice explained with a smile that Alec was simply the most suitable candidate for her to achieve her personal goals. Helena listened to the advice with a confused expression, as Alice told her that if she wanted to continue to be happy, it would be best to love Alec. Alice knew that if Helena fell in love with someone else, the crown prince might very well kill that person, but she didn't care about any of that. But Helena suddenly bit her trembling lip and asked Alice why she wanted her to be with the crown prince. Hearing that Alice was already disgusted with Alec, Helena shuddered and clenched her hands tightly, completely taken aback. Helena couldn't believe that Alice would call Alec terrifying and cried out to her in emotional distress. But Alice stated that the girl didn't have enough power to influence her decisions. Helena froze in place, dejected, realizing that without sufficient influence, she really couldn't do anything. She could only watch in confusion as Alice left, suggesting they return to their lessons. Alice didn't want to argue with her temporary student any further, so she simply closed the door. A while later, as Alice was resting quietly in her room, a maid suddenly knocked. The maid apologized for the interruption and said that the Empress was summoning Alice. Alice didn't keep the Empress waiting, but she couldn't help but glance at herself in the mirror as she passed by. Meanwhile, Helena's disappointed and sorrowful expression surfaced in Alice's mind, and she admitted that no one had ever asked about Helena's feelings. But Alice had, though not directly to Helena. She had asked the Empress the first chance she got. The Empress replied that Helena had no choice but to fall in love with her handsome son. Hearing such a cruel answer, Alice thought of the dagger again, pondering whether it would be better for Helena to be dead after all. Yet at this moment, Alice appeared extremely indifferent, her entire being radiating an air of weariness. Alice ignored this and dutifully recounted the progress of Helena's etiquette training. The Empress praised the Marquis's daughter's efforts, as Helena was gradually becoming more refined, which was precisely what was needed. At this moment, Alice exercised great restraint, acting as if she were simply reporting her results to a superior. She said that, ideally, Helena should make her debut alongside the Duke's daughter, Katia, so that everyone would remember her. The Empress immediately warned that Helena must not miss this event, or she would have to wait another year. Only now did Alice recall that in the novel, she had always been on the sidelines, as the prince had chosen Helena. Meanwhile, no one broke off the engagement with the real Alice, so she could only watch everything unfold in horror. The most unpleasant thing for Alice was seeing the crown prince completely devoted to Helena, utterly forgetting his own fiancée. It was at that moment, hiding in the bridal chamber, that the Marquis's daughter decided to commit a truly insane act. She poisoned Helena with a specially prepared poison, taking revenge for her situation, after which the girl erupted in a viciously triumphant laugh that she couldn't contain. Just then, Alec returned to the room, but he didn't immediately understand what had transpired between the two girls alone together. Upon seeing his beloved's condition, the crown prince flew into a rage and immediately ordered Alice's execution. The Empress's words pulled Alice back from her memories. The Empress instructed her to prepare herself in Bloom's attire. Alice simply smiled faintly, as she didn't care whether Helena outshone her. Returning to her estate from the Empress, Alice unexpectedly saw a man ahead whom she didn't want to deal with. It turned out to be the prince himself, Alec, who had finished all his affairs for the day and had chosen this route simply to return to his chambers faster. Alice decided to pretend she didn't recognize Alec, as she didn't want to talk to him today. The Marquis's daughter walked past Alec with her head held high, wanting nothing more than to be alone and rest. However, for some reason, Alec didn't let her have her way, instead gripping her hand tightly, preventing her from leaving. Alec looked directly into Alice's eyes, angrily asking if she really dared to completely ignore him now. Alice cleverly lied, saying she was simply too tired and hadn't noticed anything at that moment. Although the Marquis's daughter apologized for her rudeness, these words weren't nearly enough for Alec. So he grabbed Alice's hand again, despite her looking unwell from exhaustion and hunger. Alice didn't expect Alec to suddenly ask with concern how she was feeling, having noticed her state. But just then, another man embraced her from behind, abruptly pulling her towards him, preventing the prince from touching her further. It was Jason. Alice hadn't expected to see him at all, but he had come to her aid upon seeing her with Alec. Still feeling uncomfortable interacting with the knight, Alice pushed his hand away, not even thanking him for his help. Suddenly, the prince's son remembered he had never truly been anywhere and had no intention of waiting for others to notice him. Katia watched the girl, guessing that due to fatigue, she didn't want to deal with these matters right now. Then, the man offered an explanation, saying he had simply decided to escort his friend back to her room in the manor. Alice thought with displeasure that these two, for some reason, had chosen to argue in front of her just as she wanted to leave. Because Alice wanted to go home, she called for Anakin. He appeared immediately behind the prince upon hearing his mistress's voice, while Alec and Jason watched in confusion. Alice asked the knight to carry her back to the manor. The man didn't dare to object, as any command from Alice was law to him, so he obeyed immediately. He said that Alice wasn't feeling well, so he would personally escort her back and that her friends shouldn't worry. Then, the knight proudly carried Alice away, knowing that after saying such words, no one would dare to stop him. As they had to cross the streets to reach the manor, the surrounding nobles noticed Alice being carried by a stranger. They immediately began whispering, saying it was unseemly for a noble lady to be carried by a commoner. But Alice herself simply clung tightly to Anakin, though she asked him to tell her if he truly found her repulsive. Alice promised she would understand and wouldn't blame him, even if he truly disliked her. The Marquis's daughter was indifferent to the malice of the crowd, but she felt sorry that the man had also become the subject of gossip. So, Alice continued to pretend she didn't care, just so the knight could escort her back to her room without worry. Imagine Alice's surprise when Anakin suddenly reminded her of his promise to be loyal to her until the end of his life. Even during the ceremony, the knight had sworn to help her with whatever she asked. Because of this, the young man gently placed Alice on a bench, knelt on one knee, and reaffirmed his oath of loyalty to her. Alice looked at her knight in bewilderment, still unable to believe he was even willing to die for her. Unexpectedly, Alice realized she had always needed such a loyal person, but hadn't realized it before. She gently stroked the man's face, noticing an involuntary blush rise on his cheeks. Then, with a sincere smile, Alice asked the knight if he was crazy for deciding to follow her no matter what. Alice pressed her forehead against the knight's, but she couldn't admit that she had already developed feelings for him. The next morning, Alice told Helena that she would be making her official debut in a month, and Helena was visibly startled. Bloom immediately said she wasn't ready at all, but Alice reassured her, saying they still had plenty of time. During this period, they both studied diligently, so Alice had no doubt about their success. Suddenly, a servant entered the room and announced that the wealthy and independent Madame Toiler had arrived at the imperial palace. The lady appeared almost immediately after the servant, giving no one sufficient time to prepare for her arrival. Known for designing breathtaking attire for the nobility, Madame Toiler had been specifically invited to the imperial palace by Alice. Neither Madame Toiler nor Helena, however, anticipated Alice's request for her to specifically design Helena's debutante gown. The lady immediately explained with a smile that she only crafted dresses for true nobility and therefore couldn't assist. She then explained that the only reason she had previously gifted Helena a dress was due to a direct order from Her Majesty, the Empress. Gesturing towards the blonde girl, Madame Toiler pointed out that Bloom's debut was now under royal patronage. Alice then confidently requested that Madame Toiler prepare a magnificent gown within 2 weeks. Madame Toiler glanced at Helena, acknowledging that she was indeed worthy of entering high society. Despite Bloom's initial and vehement refusal, Alice eventually persuaded Madame Toiler to create a dress for her. Up until the very end, Helena continued to suggest simply purchasing one from the city, until Alice slammed her hand on the table. Alice glared at her student, explaining the difference between a polite refusal and appearing pathetic. Bloom was stunned when her mentor told her that her behavior was extremely unbecoming of a noble in this situation. Madame Toiler also reminded Helena that she would be escorted by the prince himself on the day of her debut, necessitating a unique gown. Helena immediately fell silent, understanding that she couldn't bring shame upon her family. Finally agreeing to a custom-made gown, Helena allowed the lady to suggest taking the necessary measurements. Madame Toiler was visibly surprised when Alice requested a rare shade of purple for the dress. But Alice remained firm in her choice, stating that the color would perfectly complement Helena's eyes. The lady hesitated, however, recalling that purple was a color reserved for the royal family. Despite her apprehension, the noble woman didn't contradict her patron. By the appointed time, she had sewn an exceptionally beautiful gown specifically for Helena. Madame Toiler admitted to working through several nights to ensure the dress fit perfectly. As Alice carefully inspected the gown, assistants had already fully prepared Helena for the upcoming event. At this point, Helena only wished to be alone, away from all the fuss, even if just for a short while. She had to endure the lengthy fitting, however, until Alice was completely satisfied. Bloom was genuinely surprised by Alice's complete control over the entire process, personally dictating what she should wear. Even Madame Twaller occasionally consulted with Alice regarding Helena's attire. Most daunting for Helena, however, was Alice's command to have her ears pierced to complete the look. Alice showed no sympathy for the blonde girl, who was nearly in tears from the pain in her earlobes. Thus, it was Alice who was ultimately entrusted with placing the beautiful crown upon Bloom's head, now fully prepared. Meanwhile, all the attendants present rejoiced at the Count's daughter's beautiful appearance, a testament to their collective efforts. Helena, at this moment, was more beautiful than she had ever been in her life. Despite this, upon seeing her own reflection, the girl shyly smiled and asked those around her how she appeared to others. Alice was surprised that the Count's daughter would even ask, as she was already the most striking person in the room. Looking at her, Alice felt a surge of pride, for in the limited time they had, she had taught Bloom so much. She extended her hand, having Helena practice walking in the dress one last time, lest she trip in such attire. Soon after, Bloom shared that this was the first time in her life she had worn such a beautiful dress that she truly loved. The Count's daughter confessed that she had always longed to wear such clothing, but due to her status, had remained silent. However, Helena eventually concluded that such beautiful clothes were too impractical for everyday life, always getting in the way. But Alice countered that all the inconveniences and difficulties Bloom had encountered today were, in fact, quite common. The Count's daughter was surprised to discover that anyone could become beautiful by simply going through these procedures, but she agreed with the sentiment. Just then, a maid brought in freshly made, delicious desserts, interrupting the girls' conversation. Helena immediately noticed how tempting the desserts looked, and Alice invited her to indulge. Even Alice, upon tasting the sweets, felt all her worries melt away. It was for moments like these that Alice continued to stay in this world, as she still didn't know how to return. Suddenly, the girl discovered that her cake was filled almost entirely with sand instead of cream, something that theoretically shouldn't have happened. She glanced at Bloom and, from her satisfied expression, guessed that her dessert was perfectly fine. Alice was furious, as she hadn't expected to be so insulted by such a contemptuous act. But at this moment, Alice didn't know who had ruined her cake and resolved to find out. She abruptly stood up from the table, startling Bloom, who was still leisurely enjoying her dessert. Then, with an angry and sharp gaze, the Marquis's daughter approached each maid one by one, observing their reactions. Among the helpers, there was one girl Alice had seen before, now trying to avert her gaze. It was this same girl who had loudly accused Alice last time, leading to Air angrily slapping her. Bloom anxiously approached Alice, asking if she was all right, as she couldn't understand what was happening. The surrounding maids trembled as the Marquis's daughter suddenly raised her hand and slapped the traitor. Caught off guard, the attendant fell to the floor with a soft cry, though she knew she was in the wrong. Helena was terrified by the scene, completely stunned, as she couldn't comprehend the reason behind it. Meanwhile, Alice ordered the other maids to pull the guilty girl up, but the maid was too frightened to rise. Alice warned that she would no longer tolerate such poor treatment and raised her hand again, ready to strike. But Bloom didn't give her the chance. She grabbed Alice's hand and asked her to wait. Alice, extremely displeased, pulled her hand away and told the maid to simply watch. Gesturing towards a beautiful dress, she warned that when Helena became the prince's wife, she would have to be constantly vigilant about the people around her. Having said this, Alice angrily lashed out at the maid again, wanting to teach everyone present a lesson. She understood that the girl was only associating with the nobility to continue influencing the royal family's actions. Therefore, the maid would likely betray Helena in the same way in the future for someone more powerful and successful. But at this moment, Bloom was unwilling to tolerate what was happening any longer. She stood in front of the maid, wanting to protect her. The blonde girl stated that the maid's actions were her own responsibility and therefore she deserved the blame. Alice said that Helena needed to understand who was truly loyal to her, but Helena didn't care about these details. Alice couldn't believe that Bloom intended to let some of the maids continue to exploit her position. The Count's daughter confidently stated that if Alice was still angry, she could punish her instead of hitting her maid. She also recalled that Alice had recently taught her that violence was never justified. Alice was considering what to do next when Bloom suddenly said that punishment was more severe than beating. The maid was terrified when she heard Helena was going to banish her and the girl who ruined the cake from the kitchen. Although the maid began to plead, hoping that the order would be revoked, Bloom looked at Alice, waiting for her permission. The Marquis's daughter, seeing that the maid was more afraid of being dismissed than being hit, agreed with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the blonde girl, feeling uneasy watching the maid's tears, quickly turned her head away. Alice thought to herself that she was much smarter than Helena, because in this situation, Helena was still too kind. She asked Bloom if she didn't care about being taken advantage of, and the girl looked at her mentor with confusion. Alice explained that if those who loved Helena knew about this, they would be very upset and would want to help. Afterwards, the Marquis's daughter walked past her student, Bloom's selflessness making Alice feel slightly nauseous. While Alice was resting quietly in her room, she heard a knock on the door and allowed the servant to enter. He carefully brought in a box containing a beautiful dress that Madame Toiler had prepared for her. The servant reported that Madame Toiler couldn't come in person due to some circumstances and had written a letter of apology and explanation. Alice had suspected this would happen, as the noblewoman was busy with dressmaking. As Alice read the letter, she sensed Anakin's invisible presence, which made her feel very reassured and safe. Alice didn't know what Madame Toiler had prepared for her, but she was very intrigued by the beautiful gift. When she opened the box, she found a complete work of art inside. This surprised Alice greatly, as she had assumed she wasn't important to the madam at this point. Only now did she realize that the original storyline might not have revealed all their interactions. Now, Alice only thought about finding an outfit for Anakin so they would match. She turned to the knight and told him she would have an outfit tailored for him soon. The knight asked, puzzled, if he would truly be her escort at the upcoming ball, as he hadn't expected it at all. Alice reminded him that he could refuse if he wished. He replied that he was quite content with the current situation. Her attendant told her not to worry, as he already had his own uniform. Alice pondered this for a moment, as she hadn't known about this uniform before meeting him. The Marquis's daughter even thought that the knight was reluctant to accept a gift from her because it might be too expensive. But the attendant explained that nothing was better than clothing that displayed his knighthood. Hearing this, Alice was stunned. She hadn't expected him to say such a thing. She gently caressed his cheek and suggested he simply have his uniform slightly altered for the occasion. Suddenly, the door burst open and a maid entered with urgent news. Alice quickly composed herself and asked what had happened, pretending not to be close to Anakin. Her attendant, visibly nervous, said that Circadia wanted to see Alice for some unknown reason. Alice sighed, exasperated, as she couldn't understand why this man would seek her out if she hadn't provoked Helena. Emma asked if she should tell him that Alice was busy, but the Marquis's daughter said she would handle it herself. As a precaution, Alice asked the knight to accompany her, and he obediently agreed, not objecting in the slightest. Meanwhile, Jason stood silently before Alice's portrait, studying it intently, as he had never seen it before. The boy was so lost in thought that he didn't immediately hear Alice approach from behind. A few seconds later, she announced loudly that she hadn't received any notice of his visit, which made the knight turn around. With Anakin's silent support, Alice told Kadia to leave and not visit her without an invitation. The red-haired knight apologized gracefully and said that Alec would accompany Helena to the next event. To this, Alice confidently replied that if he had any complaints, he could take them directly to the Emperor. But Kadia explained that he didn't actually intend to bring Helena. He wanted to attend the ball with Alice. The man smiled kindly and said that Alice could consider his request as a plea for her to partner with him at the ball. Alice calmly and confidently replied that she had already chosen her escort and therefore couldn't help Jason. Upon hearing this, the smile immediately vanished from Kadia's face. He hadn't expected the Marquis's daughter to respond this way. Alice was well aware that an attendant's status wasn't befitting her position, but she didn't care. On the day she came of age, she had chosen Jason only because there was no one more suitable available. Then, Anakin, the red-haired knight, looked at Alice and warned her that she would be ridiculed if she attended with him. After saying this, Claudius sat down, confident that his reasoning was enough to make Alice change her mind. Alice knew very well that no matter how beautifully she dressed for her debut, the only thing that mattered to the nobles was who her escort was. However, Alice was even more furious when she realized that Jason had known all this along and still had the audacity to pressure her. No matter how much the red-haired knight pretended to be helpful, Alice knew he was also doing it for himself. Alice didn't like these constant troubles in her life, and she sighed heavily. Her attendant stood by, not daring to interfere in her conversation, though he was no less worried about the outcome than she was. Jason suddenly reminded her that this situation wasn't good for her pride, so she should listen to his advice. But Alice declared that she genuinely hated Claudia and would never appear in public with him again. Hearing this, the young man clenched his fists in agitation. Everything he had done was in the hope that she would eventually forgive him. But Alice reminded him that no matter how much he begged for forgiveness, she had never said she actually accepted it. Only now did Jason realize that his relationship with Alice had deteriorated to this point, and he hadn't even noticed. But the knight still refused to believe that she was avoiding him simply because of his initial poor attitude toward her. To this, Alice angrily replied that after everything he had done, her trust in him had completely vanished, and that was why she was acting this way. In fact, at this moment, Alice only wished that Jason would leave quickly and stop bothering her. However, Claudius said he was willing to do anything to prove that he was indeed trustworthy. This confused Alice even more, because Jason was acting as if he were in love with her, which was simply impossible. The red-haired knight himself said that he just wanted to know why she refused his help. He suddenly grinned, reminding her that no matter how hard she tried to appear strong, she was still vulnerable before the emperor. At this moment, the young man stared intently at Alice, his gaze as sharp and cold as ever. Suddenly, he lunged towards Alice, grabbing her shoulders, and said that she was only making more enemies for herself by acting this way. Alice was deeply disgusted by Jason's actions and immediately told him to get away from her, eventually forcing him to release her. Jason suddenly cried out in agitation, asking why Alice was still tormenting herself by staying near that horrible prince, Alec. Alice realized with horror that this man had only been thinking of his own comfort from the beginning. Alice saw in Jason's eyes that he had been constantly trying to get close to her through their association, but to no avail. Since childhood, Claudia had suffered from not being able to do as he pleased, forced to obey the priest's prophecies. Jason had spent his whole life preparing to defeat the infamous, incredibly powerful, and evil dragon. But in reality, he only longed to live and do things that would ultimately only make him the subject of gossip. Alice, however, wasn't about to accept the fact that Jason was now trying to save himself by giving her all sorts of advice. So, Alice roughly pushed Jason away and slapped him, declaring that he didn't understand her at all. Although Anakin wanted to intervene in this conversation, he waited silently for Alice to call upon him. Alice handled her own battle well, knowing exactly what to say to Jason to protect herself. She snapped, screaming that she didn't feel unhappy at all. It was just that Jason kept trying to make her feel that way. Jason stood there dumbfounded, not expecting his words to have such an impact on the Marquis's daughter. He had meant to help. Alice confessed that she didn't even hate Jason, because to hate someone, you first had to feel something for them. With a sarcastic smile, Alice said she didn't care about him at all because she didn't like him. Finally, she stated that even if she had once been aware of Jason's feelings, she would have immediately tried to forget them. At this moment, Alice felt no sympathy for Jason, telling him the whole truth because he was still a stranger to her. Jason could hardly believe his ears. No one had ever hurt him so much with mere words. After explaining to him exactly what she disliked, Alice turned away, unwilling to say another word. Despite Jason calling her name, Alice walked straight past, ordering Anakin to ignore the man behind them. But Anakin couldn't follow this order, as he noticed Jason trying to grab Alice, and stopped him. Alice turned back, not expecting her departure to cause such a commotion. For the first few seconds, the red-haired noblewoman stared in surprise at the commoner who had dared to oppose her, then indignantly demanded to know how a low-born boy dared to lay a hand on her. Although Anakin stated that he served Lady Alice, not Master Jason, Jason roughly shook off his hand. The young man then explained that it was his duty to stop anyone from touching his mistress without her consent. After speaking, he turned to Alice and asked her opinion on the matter, wanting to know her wishes. Alice noticed the loyalty in Anakin's eyes, and it touched her deeply. For the first time in her life, the Marquis's daughter felt truly fortunate to have such a loyal and powerful man by her side. She gently caressed her personal knight's face, then turned to look at Jason, wondering if he was watching her. The man was still standing there, looking displeased with her actions, as he wanted everything to go his way. But the red-haired knight quickly realized that he couldn't do anything in this situation, so he chose not to interfere. Alice, tired of it all, told Jason to leave her estate and not bother her again. Finally, Alice agreed to give Jason a mirror so he could talk to Mattia and vent his anger. But Jason couldn't respond to Alice, as he had expected a completely different outcome with her. Alice suddenly remembered that the red-haired knight might go to Helena for help, so she told him not to do so. This made him lose even more face, as he himself understood that Helena Enterbraum could have supported him out of goodwill. Since the Marquis's daughter had already instructed the maid to see the guest out, Emma immediately approached the nobleman. But Jason ignored the attendant's words, still upset about his conversation with Alice. That night, Alice collapsed heavily on her bed, asking the night attendant to fetch her medicine, complaining of feeling unwell. The moment the man left, the girl jumped out of bed and quietly crept towards the door. Alice deliberately locked the door, wanting to see how the attendant would react if she threw a tantrum. In truth, she hoped Anakin would continue to exert himself for her, but she couldn't express her feelings directly. Suddenly, overwhelmed by stress, Alice felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and demanded everyone leave her alone. At that moment, Anakin knocked on the door, but couldn't enter because she had locked it. Alice wasn't sure she wanted to see the man, but when he knocked, she turned around, though she didn't intend to get out of bed. Imagine her surprise when she discovered the attendant had somehow entered the room, despite the locked door. He placed a tray of medicine on the table, explaining he had brought it specifically for her, hoping she would feel better. When Alice asked how he had opened the door, he frankly admitted he had asked the maids for a second key beforehand, out of concern for her. By now, Alice could barely hear what the night attendant was saying, as she felt increasingly worse. She obediently drank all the medicine he brought, without even asking what it was. Noticing Alice was sweating, Anakin asked her to stay still so he could wipe her face. Although Alice would have preferred to sleep alone, she didn't resist the young man. As he gently wiped her face, Alice carefully observed his expression. Suddenly, the Marquis's daughter couldn't hold back any longer and asked the night attendant if he truly liked her. The young lady wasn't sure if she truly wanted to hear an honest answer to this question, so she prayed her words were true. But for some reason, Anakin remained silent for a long time, offering no clear response. The longer it went on, the more Mian became nervous, though she pretended everything was normal. Finally, just as the aide was about to speak, Alice couldn't help but stop him. Knight was completely caught off guard by the lady's request, as he had already formulated his response. However, the girl suddenly changed her mind, no longer wanting to hear anything, and even covered Knight's mouth with her hand. Meanwhile, the heroine herself didn't understand why she was acting this way, as it was completely unlike her. Alice felt ashamed, realizing she was taking advantage of Anakin's inability to refuse her, so she turned away to avoid his gaze. But the young man himself didn't dare leave the girl's side, unwilling to do so. Even more suddenly, Knight pressed the lady's hand more firmly against his face, wanting to stay like that for a moment. This action surprised the heroine so much that she froze, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, the aide smiled gently and confessed that he truly liked the young lady, but even so, he wouldn't be with her. Hearing Knight's confession, Mian blushed noticeably, as hearing those words from him meant a great deal to her. The young man added that he wouldn't mind being truly liked by the lady, but he understood he wasn't worthy. At that moment, Alice couldn't help but wonder if this man genuinely liked the real her, or was merely acting according to the novel's plot. Finally, she abruptly pulled her hand away from Knight's face and told him he could return to his own room. The young man felt a pang of disappointment, as the lady suddenly seemed colder than before. However, he didn't argue, and even tucked the Marquis's daughter in with a blanket so she could rest peacefully. As Knight left, Alice turned to watch him, silently praying that the aide would ultimately stay in her room. As it turned out, Anakin hadn't managed to leave yet. Noticing the lady's gaze, he paused near the door. The girl guessed that the young man had sensed her emotions, so she abruptly jumped out of bed, claiming she wanted to make sure he had left. But Knight politely remained silent, only asking if she needed him to stay by her side so she could fall asleep more easily. This time, the heroine didn't deceive herself and nodded in agreement, for that was truly what she desired. Although the lady was reluctant to be a burden to anyone, today she made an exception as she felt unwell. The heroine tried to reason with herself. Everyone has moments of vulnerability, and it's perfectly normal. From Knight's expression, the lady realized he didn't object to staying by her side all night. The young man became focused and serious, realizing what his most important task was for the night. He obediently continued to hold the lady's hand, sensing that she truly needed it at that moment. In her heart, the heroine silently prayed for the young man to stay by her side forever, but she didn't dare confess these feelings to her aide. The next morning, Alice felt much better and was able to continue teaching Helena etiquette and manners. Finally, with Helena's last lesson concluded, Alice deliberately closed the book. Suddenly, the prince burst into the room, his eyes immediately searching the crowd for his beloved. The Marquis's daughter curtsied to the heir, observing all proper etiquette, yet he completely ignored her. Seeing Helena and Alice together, the boy flushed crimson with anger and worry, momentarily speechless. He quickly rushed to Helena's side, shielding her behind him, and then began to berate Alice, demanding to know how she dared to show her face there. However, Alice merely laughed at the boy's words, which made her sound like some terrifying monster. Intending to hurt Alice, the prince turned to Helena and told her that he would be her partner for the next event. The blonde lady looked at her mentor in confusion, as she didn't want to do something she completely disliked. But Alice no longer wanted to give Helena any hints and simply stood there expressionless. Just then, Alec asked the Marquis's daughter if she would be attending the ball, as he didn't want to see her there. To this, the girl smiled and said that she would certainly attend the event and would bring Anakin as her partner. Hearing this, Alec froze in shock, then stammered a reminder to Alice that her knight was, in fact, a commoner. Suddenly realizing that the lady seemed to want to sever all ties with his family, the boy declared that it was impossible. But Alice remained indifferent, confirming the prince's suspicions with an expression of utter confidence. Alec couldn't even imagine that the girl had already done everything in her power to break off their engagement, so he stood there dumbfounded. Finally, the lady stated that the queen had already agreed to her decision, words that further astonished the prince. Alice smiled gently, turned, and left, wishing the lovers continued enjoyment of each other's company. Although Alec had always longed to break off the engagement with Alice, for some reason, he felt no joy upon hearing these words. Alice suddenly recalled a passage from the original novel about an ordinary woman named Jane. Although the lady was of noble birth, she married a poor man and thus lived a quiet life. However, the gentleman truly loved his wife and, despite having little money, often gave her gifts. Jane occasionally did some sewing to supplement their income, although her husband had advised her against it. Although the lady never fell in love with the poor man, she still found the strength to be genuinely happy for him. Until the gentleman fell seriously ill and became bedridden, the woman's life was very happy. But then, she had to work desperately to save her husband, and he saw all of this from her hands. Although Jane didn't love her husband, she couldn't bear to watch him slowly die, so she worked hard for his health. However, the day finally came when the man withered away like the flowers beside him, and the lady could do nothing more. The noble woman hadn't expected such an outcome, as the gentleman passed away earlier than she had imagined. In the end, the lady became a poor widow with no opportunity to remarry. To pay off all the debts from her husband's funeral, Jane began sewing clothes day and night. As a result, by the time she had repaid all her friends, she had learned how to perfectly sew beautiful and intricate gowns. One day, Jane offered him in to dress for the Marquis's maid and was unexpectedly summoned to Alice's office. Alice noticed the repaired dress, remarking that it now looked more like it was made for her than for the maid. Alice confidently placed her hands on the table and asked Jane to sew a dress for her as well. She threw her emerald green dress at Jane's feet, ordering her to create a better garment from the fabric. Alice confidently folded her arms and asked if Jane was up to the task or if she needed to find someone else. Although unsure if she could succeed, Jane couldn't refuse and promised to do her best to fulfill the order. Alice even ordered Jane to work within the estate, keeping her activities secret. Finally, Alice sternly warned Jane not to disappoint her, or there would be consequences. Jane knew very well that if anything went wrong, she might not even see the next day, but she faced the challenge with composure. She obediently confined herself to the estate, working for days without sleep to meet Alice's expectations. Unexpectedly, Jane's long-lost passion for sewing was rekindled. For the first time in her life, she genuinely enjoyed the process and took pleasure in designing for Alice. When the dress was finished, Jane held her breath as she watched it elegantly drape Alice's slender figure. Looking at Alice, Jane felt incredibly happy, having never imagined she could create such an exquisite piece. However, a question lingered in Jane's mind. She asked why Alice had chosen her to sew the dress instead of someone else. Although Alice had anticipated this question, she pretended to admire the dress and didn't immediately explain. Finally, Alice smiled and revealed that she had borrowed the original dress from a rival and asked Jane to transform it. Jane, puzzled, asked, "But isn't the Marquis's daughter already engaged to the prince? Why wait for another dance partner?" Suddenly realizing she shouldn't have asked such a question, Jane quickly covered her mouth, hoping Alice wouldn't punish her for her boldness. But Alice simply turned away, explaining that even though the prince was with her, he hardly paid her any attention. Therefore, it would be to her advantage if the heir saw her with another man and became jealous. Having said this, Alice admitted her admiration for Jane's skills and asked her to continue sewing for her. Taken aback by the unexpected offer, Jane stood frozen, her face filled with confusion. Alice approached her and said that she was about to embark on a new life, and Alice would help her achieve it. Completely confident they would succeed, Jane smiled calmly at the noblewoman. When Jane nodded in agreement, Alice declared with satisfaction that from now on, this woman was her relative from afar, here to earn a living. Jane no longer cared who she would become, as she longed for an end to her poverty. Alice smiled kindly and said that from this moment on, her seamstress would be known as Madame Thievel, and everyone would know her by that name. She genuinely liked the name, as it no longer connected her to the past and was much more beautiful than her original name. Quickly adapting to all the rules of her new life, she finally said goodbye to the past. Although Jane hadn't loved her husband, she would have preferred to grow old with him, but that was no longer possible. From that moment on, Jane never used her own name again, readily accepting her identity as Madame Thievel. Indeed, for a long time, every time she looked in the mirror, she didn't recognize herself. Her appearance, the way she spoke, even her mannerisms had changed, but Madame Thievel still loved sewing. Although there was no longer any evidence that she had once been Jane, she still remembered her former self. But the Marquis's daughter continued to whisper in her ear that everyone in the world lies, so everything was normal. At first, Madame Thievel couldn't agree with Alice's logic and tried to argue, but later she accepted her perspective. Because the Marquis, presumably Alice's father, strictly forbade her from discussing the topic or revealing her true identity to anyone. Madame Thievel thought she knew this spoiled and arrogant young lady inside and out, having observed her for so long. But when she saw Alice's sincere smile, she realized she was wrong. Alice supported Jane, dispelling all her doubts, and all without asking for anything in return. The young woman confidently declared that everyone has the right to decide who they want to be in this world. Seeing Alice's striking beauty, Madame Thievel understood that from this moment on, she would always be on her side. After speaking, Alice asked the once impoverished noblewoman who she truly wanted to be. The woman finally made her choice, declaring that from now until the end of her life, she would be Madame Thievel. But Alice's memory of this moment in the story was hazy, so she still didn't understand why the seamstress had sent such a dress. What puzzled Alice even more was that she didn't know what kind of jewelry to wear with the dress. In the end, she couldn't come up with anything, but she still instructed her maids to begin preparations, which pleased them. Alice was glad her father wasn't planning to attend the event, leaving her free. She also knew that two couples would surprise everyone with their appearance, and she and Anakin were one of them. Therefore, With the help of her maids, the young woman did everything she could to look stunning. As soon as she was ready, the doors opened, and the servants announced that it was time to leave for the event to avoid being late. Alice nodded slightly, then suddenly noticed Anakin, who was dressed more smartly than ever before. Alice could hardly believe that the usually reserved knight had put so much effort into his appearance for her event. But the Marquis's daughter still wanted to adjust one detail for her escort. She stepped closer, playfully messed up his hair, and said with a cheerful laugh, "This kind of hairstyle is all the rage these days." The knight blushed slightly at such attention from his mistress, but he was still grateful for her thoughtfulness. Not wanting to be late, they hurried to the event where nobles of all ranks had already gathered. As expected, the nobles began to murmur when they saw Alice enter arm in arm with Anakin. But Alice was prepared for this and wasn't about to be swayed by their whispers. She remembered that tonight's main guest of honor was Jason's younger sister, who was about to turn 18. The Marquis's daughter was pleased when Lady Kaya offered her a sincere greeting upon seeing her among the invited guests. Suddenly, the prince entered the hall escorting Helena, and everyone had to turn and pay their respects. Alice immediately noticed that the pair, with their striking good looks, truly stood out in the crowd. Lady Kaya also immediately approached these important guests and greeted them cheerfully. Helena hadn't forgotten everything Alice had taught her, so she responded to the red-haired young woman according to all the rules of etiquette. Afterwards, Jason's sister confessed that her brother often spoke of the girl who had so captivated the prince. Suddenly, Sir Kaya quietly approached from behind Fiona, intending to startle her. But he suddenly saw Alice and changed his mind, simply smiling and greeting everyone present. Helena and Alec were happy to see their old friend, as they had been out of touch recently. Before the event began, acquaintances gathered in small groups, exchanging the latest news. Suddenly, a young woman asked Jason, in a rather pointed tone, why he hadn't brought a date today, as it wasn't like him. The red-haired knight calmly replied that he had indeed invited a lady, but had ultimately been mercilessly rejected. The prince couldn't believe that Kaya, who was usually so popular with the ladies, couldn't find anyone to accompany him. Alice immediately guessed they were talking about her, but she carefully pretended that it had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, Alec asked Jason, somewhat angrily, if he had invited Miss Marianne. Unexpectedly, Helena joined the conversation, openly praising the Marquis's daughter's courage for not wanting to cause a scene. The knight himself understood that this clarification wouldn't lead to anything good, but at the moment he was at a loss. And Indobram herself didn't even realize that her obliviousness was actually a great help to Alice and her friends. Suddenly, beautiful piano music filled the hall, inviting everyone to dance. Alice didn't hesitate to invite Anakin to join her, as she also wanted a short break. The young man, having anticipated the request, calmly extended his hand as he knew how to dance. Jason, noticing Alice was about to leave, tried to stop her, but to no avail. Just then, Helena noticed Alex staring intently at Alice, instead of asking her to dance. This both saddened and embarrassed her, but she couldn't very well scold him for something he hadn't done. By now, Alice and Anakin had reached the center of the hall, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Alice effortlessly complimented Anakin's dancing, and he, in turn, praised her. He confessed to having practiced diligently, specifically so she wouldn't be embarrassed by him at the ball. This made Alice blush. She hadn't expected him to put in so much effort for her sake. Smiling, she asked him not to show this sweet side of himself to anyone else. As they danced, the music changed, but they quickly adapted to the new rhythm, their repertoire being quite extensive. Despite the audible murmurs of disapproval from the surrounding nobles, Anakin remained composed. Suddenly wanting to remember this moment, Alice asked if she could kiss him. Caught off guard by the request, Anakin instinctively tightened his grip on her waist, which Alice noticed. She smiled gently and said she wasn't forcing him. He could do as he pleased. A genuine desire flickered in his eyes, reassuring Alice, as she didn't want to pressure him. On the contrary, she wanted him to want her as much as she wanted him. As she kissed him, Alice felt like the heroine of a romance novel, if only for a few seconds. The surrounding nobles were stunned, none of them believing what they had just witnessed. Oblivious to the onlookers, Alice and Anakin remained lost in their own world. Even Jason, though knowing Alice was capable of anything, hadn't expected such a bold move. Helena nearly fainted from excitement, realizing that Alec had also seen the kiss. Alec himself was completely dumbfounded, seeing Alice kiss another man being the last thing he wanted. When the kiss ended, Alice and Anakin gazed silently at each other for a moment. Then, taking Anakin's hand, Alice prepared to flee the ball with him. Kaya, Jason's younger sister, bid Alice a bewildered farewell, too stunned to speak. Having accomplished what she set out to do, Alice asked Anakin to take her home, ignoring the noble's gossip. Even after their departure, the talk of the ball remained centered on Alice's shocking act. Fianna couldn't help but approach her brother, asking if Anakin was truly Alice's lover. Jason sternly told her not to jump to conclusions and not to spread such rumors. The prince, Alec, is publicly embarrassed when his fiancée, Helena, appears with Endobram, whom she calls by a nickname. Endobram claims Alec's engagement is already broken. Kajar observes Alec's shock. Nobles gossip that Endobram will be the new fiancée, which she denies, though her feigned sadness suggests otherwise. A servant summons Alec to the Emperor, his father. The Emperor orders Alec to regain Lady Miriam's favor and uphold the engagement. Alec argues the Empress gave him permission to choose his bride. The Emperor is surprised. Alec reveals Lady Miriam initiated the broken engagement. He questions why his father keeps the dangerous Marquis Miriam close. The Emperor explains he needs Lady Miriam as a hostage and shield, reminding Alec that Alice still serves the Empire. He proposes Endobram as a concubine and suggests Alec seduce Alice to prevent her departure, especially since a pregnancy would solidify the marriage. Alec is disgusted by his father's manipulative plan. The Emperor asserts his authority, and Alec, unwilling to lose his position, submits, realizing that power trumps morality. Until this moment, he hadn't understood that any firm moral convictions could quickly crumble in the face of power. The most pressing question on everyone's mind was how the prince's fiancée could act that way in front of him. Helena, despite having meticulously prepared for everything to go smoothly, felt uncomfortable in this situation. Just in case, Endobram took Alec's arm and loudly reminded everyone that his engagement had already been broken off, so there was no betrayal. The air filled with even greater astonishment as he noticed the blonde woman accidentally address him with a nickname. But the girl just smiled faintly, as she had planned to let all the rumors fall upon them. Kajar, who had been carefully observing from the side, guessed that Alec couldn't refute Helena. And the Emperor's son indeed remained frozen in the middle of the hall, desperately trying to recover from what he had seen. Suddenly, the nobles began whispering that Endobram would become the prince's fiancée, which the lady hastily denied. However, the girl quickly realized that there was no point in continuing to refute the noble speculations, so she lowered her head and fell into a sorrowful silence, no longer attempting to salvage the situation. Just then, a servant approached the prince, bowing respectfully before speaking. Alec hadn't expected his father to summon him so suddenly, so he frowned noticeably, his mood souring. But the young man didn't dare disobey the emperor and immediately hurried over, asking what the matter was. The ruler immediately declared that his son must regain Lady Miriam's favor and not break off the engagement. To this, Alec explained that he had done so because he'd heard the empress had granted him permission to choose his own bride. Hearing this, the old man turned to his son in surprise, as he hadn't expected his wife to make the decision for them. And the boy angrily clenched his fists, saying that Alice was the first to ask the ruler to break off the engagement. So the prince couldn't help but ask his father why he kept Marquis Miriam close, considering he was dangerous. His father placed a hand on his son's shoulder, explaining that he needed the lady as a hostage and a shield, and then angrily reminded him that Alice still served his empire. And this also concerned the prince himself. The emperor also tried to explain to Alec that Helena could never survive in such a terrible place as their palace. Therefore, he proposed that Endobram become a concubine so she could always stay by the heir's side. The old man also devised a plan where the prince must seduce Alice so she couldn't leave. Alec couldn't even imagine his father being so cunning, because once a Mazurian became pregnant, the engagement would never be broken. Even the boy himself was dissatisfied with these methods, but the emperor gave him no chance to object. The ruler discontentedly reminded him that the young man was still too naive to defy his will. The prince really didn't want to lose his position, so he said nothing more to his wicked father. Until this moment, he hadn't understood that any firm moral convictions could quickly crumble in the face of power. After leaving his father's room, Alec concluded that he desperately needed power of his own. The prince clenched his fists, vowing to himself to become stronger as quickly as possible so he could protect himself. At that moment, the emperor sighed heavily, pondering why his wife had gone against his wishes for the first time. The next morning, the empress departed as she hadn't left the estate for official business in a long time. The girl looked at the bottle in her hand in confusion. She needed to collect tears so the witch could help her. She wondered why such a complicated ingredient was necessary. However, even now she hadn't reached any conclusions, so she simply put the bottle back in her bag to avoid any accidents. The young lady was pleased that, at least for today, she could ride in the carriage alone, completely immersed in her thoughts. Alice was still puzzled as to why Anakin had never spoken to her about the kiss she had initiated at the banquet. Watching the cheerful commoners in the street, she thought about how happy she felt around the understanding knight. But the young lady still didn't know what her aide was thinking when he saw her, or when she made those strange requests. Miriam found herself increasingly interested in Anakin, but she wasn't sure if he felt the same way. She frankly admitted that she had kissed him that day simply because she truly liked him. Although the knight hadn't refused, and had even supported her desire, she wasn't sure how much he had wanted the kiss himself. As a result, the Marquis's daughter was tormented by the desire to ask the young man if he liked her, but she didn't intend to actually ask. For now, it was enough for her that the knight remained faithfully by her side, no matter what she did. Therefore, she was grateful to him and hoped to have a proper conversation with him before she disappeared. Soon, Miriam reached her destination, slowly got out of the carriage, and began to attend to her business. The young lady guessed that the tears she needed to collect likely belonged to a real dragon, but she could never find such a creature herself, so she had to consult Medea again about everything. Suddenly, the high priest, whom she hadn't seen for a long time due to his busy schedule, appeared before her. Hybi's expression didn't reveal whether he was angry that the Marquis's daughter had left him alone in the forest near Matthew's. Miriam had been deliberately avoiding the man, and now she decided to try to walk right past him. But then, the young man couldn't help but grab her hand, forcing her to stop and look at him. Hybi's pleaded with her to give him at least a few minutes, as he truly wanted to talk to her. But the young lady had no such desire and tried to pull her hand back, but he held on tighter. Although Hybi's said he couldn't stop thinking about her, she was completely indifferent to his words. Then, the priest suddenly asked, somewhat bewildered, if he had the right to keep thinking about the Marquis's daughter. In response, Miriam confidently stated that she forbade him from doing so and also demanded that he not bother her again. She tried to pull her hand back once more, and this time she succeeded, which pleased her greatly. But then, Hybi suddenly pulled her towards him and embraced her tightly, giving her no chance to escape. Miriam, stunned by surprise, only asked him after a few seconds if he was in his right mind to do such a thing. Suddenly, the high priest pathetically begged the Marquis's daughter not to be so cruel to him. He couldn't bear it and burst into tears, saying that he missed her only for her own good and didn't dare to ask for anything else. Miriam was surprised to find that the young man was actually crying earnestly because of her actions. Even so, Miriam did not soften towards the man who had become quite bothersome during this time. Hybi's continued to cry, but even that couldn't evoke any pity from her. At this moment, Miriam truly couldn't understand why this man only acted so desperately self-deprecating in front of her. As the young man stood there, looking perplexed, she suddenly asked him if he was in love with her, which was why he was acting this way. After several minutes, Hybi's frankly admitted that he loved her, although his heart was pounding. However, the high priest immediately declared that even with such strong feelings for her, he would never dare to overstep his bounds. At this point, Miriam ruthlessly stated that she was his half-sister, causing Hybi's to stagger back in shock. But Miriam said they could easily find proof of their relationship, so they couldn't be together. This was undoubtedly a heavier blow to the young man who wanted to keep his beloved by his side and didn't want to lose her. Suddenly, the high priest realized that the girl in front of him was actually only Miriam in body, but she wasn't showing herself. To this, Miriam angrily reminded him that although her soul came from another world, her body belonged to this one. And what angered her most was that the high priest had to abide by his vow of celibacy, as he had sworn to God. The young man himself was well aware of all this, but these words only made him sadder, as emotions were far stronger than reason. Miriam, having said all she wanted to him, abruptly turned and left, still furious with him. At this time, the knight's wife was leisurely chopping wood, completely unaware of what her mistress was going through. The young man was trying to make his younger brother's life a little easier, so he would come home from time to time to help out. Kinia was surprised to learn that Anakin had once left Miriam alone, as he had sworn to always stay by her side. The aide was speechless, as the young man was right, but Miriam herself had ordered the knight to leave her. Suddenly, they both noticed a hooded stranger approaching them, even though they hadn't been expecting any visitors. It was Medea, who said she had come to see the brothers because Alice wished them well. The witch had always wanted to meet the people who were so important to her ally, so she behaved appropriately. Kinia remembered the witch mentioning how they had become close to Miriam, as this was important to him. But Anakin wasn't pleased with the red-haired girl, despite her pleasantries and attempts to appease them with her behavior. Medea simply smiled at her brother's coldness, confident she could pique his interest. She confessed that her only reason for coming was to meet Kinia in person and nothing more. The boy couldn't understand the witch's interest in him, but he was flattered and proud. He watched the departing witch for a long time, but didn't dare follow her to ask the questions burning in his mind. Anakin approached, asking how the witch knew his brother's name, but Kinia was equally surprised. What bothered the knight most was that he hadn't heard the girl's footsteps at all, even though she wasn't trained like him. Just then, Alice finally arrived at the witch's house, curiously examining her magical belongings. She touched a baffling bell without a clapper, which only increased her astonishment. The Marquis's daughter even held it to her ear, trying to hear even the faintest sound. Suddenly, behind her, Alice heard the witch's voice, warning her that touching her things could have consequences. Medea then frankly admitted to visiting the knight's home, making Alice nervous as she hadn't told her where they lived. Medea reminded her that she was a witch for a reason, easily able to acquire any information she needed, and had already done so. But Miriam was puzzled by her ally's cheerful mood, as it wasn't like her. Suddenly, the witch warned that if Alice ever heard the bell ring, she should contact her. Alice was surprised to learn she could inadvertently become a witch this way. What worried Alice most was that if the bell rang 13 times, there would be no turning back. But nothing could help her now. The girl truly didn't want to live in this world any longer. Therefore, from now on, she decided to avoid this situation at all costs. At this point, Medea ended her tiring warning and asked the real reason for Alice's visit. Then, Miriam remembered she had learned something about the witch's ingredients and had come specifically to discuss them. Medea, clearly pleased and intrigued, immediately asked what her ally had discovered. The Marquis's daughter produced a bottle, explaining that while many legends about tears existed in this world, none applied. Only one story spoke of a young girl who lived alone in a vast mansion for so long that she had nothing left to lose. But this situation only lasted until God transformed this fearless girl into a true deity like himself. Thus, the young woman began desperately searching for answers, constantly shaking heaven and earth with her thoughts. Because of this, people began showering her with gifts just to distract her from her contemplation. Because of this, the goddess received countless expensive gifts and wealthy admirers, and she was very happy about it. So, the girl who had gained so much in an instant finally felt true happiness. A few years later, the young lady fell in love. It was her first love as a goddess, and everything was new and unfamiliar. Completely immersed in love, she became oblivious to her troubles, because she only wanted to give many things to her beloved. People who learned of this tried to win the man over to their side, but in the end, he paid attention to no one. As it turned out, the goddess's lover was an honest and kind person, so his gaze always remained fixed on her. They lived happily together, enjoying every day they spent together, until one day, the man grew old and frail, and his life gradually drew to a close. Although he had aged considerably during the years he spent with the girl, he felt no sadness about it. The young lady did everything she could to keep him in this world, but he said he didn't want to change anything because he was already very happy. Her lover promised that if there was an afterlife, he would definitely fall in love with the young lady who had become the purpose of his life. However, the goddess could never accept the death of her beloved, even though she allowed him to leave her completely. The moment he took his last breath, the girl cried bitterly, but it was all to no avail. Her tears flowed endlessly until, after the sun and moon had cycled 1,000 times, the goddess gradually calmed down. When her tears finally stopped, the young lady accepted her grief and planted a tree in the world, for she had a special purpose. The young lady decided to shed all her tears on this plant as a memorial to the pain of losing her beloved. Eventually, the tree absorbed all the tears and grew incredibly tall, bearing fruit in this world. And the goddess herself could finally follow her lover in death, her figure disappearing at the roots of that towering tree. Soon after, people began to call the fruit of this plant Tears of the Gods, commemorating this sorrowful tale. Therefore, lovers often mention this legend when pledging their eternal and sincere love to each other. But Miriam wasn't sure if these fruits really existed, as it was just a legend. So, clutching the bottle tightly, she asked herself if she really needed to search for dragon tears. Medea had been listening calmly to her ally, for she already knew the answers to all the questions. At the end of the story, the witch said quietly that Miriam was mistaken. This bottle didn't actually need dragon tears. The witch admitted she could have teased Miriam a little and sent her on a wild goose chase, but she wouldn't do that. Alice sighed heavily, for she was still no closer to the answer, and she had to find a way to complete her task. Suddenly, Medea confessed that every legend is true, so Miriam wasn't far from the truth. Miriam was astonished when she heard that the tree did exist and was located in the witch's territory. The witch also admitted that, in their circles, that goddess was known as the first witch, not the legendary deity. Medea's sisters had found the girl and deliberately killed her to help her be reborn. The Marquis's daughter was completely taken aback that the witches would seek help from the dragon race, as she had assumed they were not on good terms. Hearing that the dragon race did all this in exchange for the tree's fruit, Miriam understood a bit more about the past. The witch suddenly smiled and offered to tell her allies' fortune before leaving, even though Miriam didn't believe in such superstitions. Alice wasn't particularly keen on participating, but she drew a card at the witch's insistence. Medea's smile vanished when she saw the card's meaning, and she said it signified a path towards death. The witch drew a card for herself from the deck, but didn't explain its meaning, only telling Miriam not to go out alone. Miriam hadn't planned on doing anything that night anyway, so she didn't pay much attention. Relaxing, Miriam tossed the card aside, saying her assistant was always with her anyway. Then, slightly embarrassed, she admitted she also wanted her fortune told, especially since everyone had been talking about love. Smiling, Medea asked if it concerned Night. Miriam blushed immediately and quickly denied it. Finally, Medea said she would make an exception for her ally and cast a more special magic than a simple love fortune. Alice stood by, somewhat confused, as she hadn't asked for any of this, but she was certainly interested in what was happening. Medea added that there would be a fireworks display at the academy that night, and that it would be best to watch it with someone she liked. Unable to resist, Miriam went to the event with Anakin, but she didn't tell him anything. Her assistants greeted her, admitting they had prepared the best viewing spot specifically for her. Miriam was surprised to learn that her father was the training academy's primary sponsor. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she chose her favorite spot, the one with the best view. Soon, the mages lit their staffs and initiated the spell to create the brilliant display. A few seconds later, they succeeded. The staffs vibrated, releasing the magic into the sky. The sky above the academy was completely illuminated by bright fireworks, a breathtaking spectacle of vibrant colors and grandeur. Miriam watched with immense delight, having never seen such a beautiful sight in her previous life. During the display, she shyly glanced at the boy beside her, finally admitting her feelings for him. She couldn't help but cautiously touch Knight's hand, afraid he might pull away. Anakin immediately noticed her gesture, but said nothing, leaving Miriam unable to decipher his thoughts. Realizing such an opportunity might never come again, Miriam decided to confess her feelings right then. She gripped his hand tighter from nervousness, desperately trying to compose herself and calm her racing heart. Suddenly, a loud, piercing sound startled her, interrupting her confession. Anakin reacted swiftly, immediately rescuing Miriam from the nearest explosion. He had trained countless times for such situations. The Marquis's daughter, completely shocked, questioned the knight, asking what had happened and why they were suddenly in danger. One can imagine her astonishment when she looked up to see not fireworks in the sky above, but countless monsters suddenly appearing. The assistant remained calm in the face of such disaster, confident in his ability to save Miriam. Meanwhile, the monsters behaved ferociously, attempting to attack as many people as possible. Consequently, everyone began to flee, striving not only to protect themselves, but also to help those around them, lest anyone fall victim to the monsters' attacks. The mages attempted to calm the crowd, assuring them that a protective barrier would soon be activated, capable of shielding many. Miriam ran with Anakin, looking around in terror, fearing she would perish in the chaos. Soon, several monsters, realizing that acting alone was ineffective, began to merge into a single entity. Anakin said he could fight, but he preferred to stay by Miriam's side, as her safety was more important to him. She picked up a discarded weapon and asked him to find a way out. So the young man and woman hurried towards the nearest gate, intending to escape the academy. Unexpectedly, a magical barrier completely sealed the exit, making escape impossible. But Anakin didn't panic. He told Miriam to step back, so he could use his sword to create an opening in the barrier. Miriam realized once again that her assistant was indeed a master swordsman, capable of such a feat with a single weapon. Thanks to Anakin's skill, they successfully escaped the area where the monsters were still attacking the mages, though only a few monsters remained there. The magical barrier immediately resealed itself after they left, without any issue. Miriam suggested they head to her estate immediately for safety, as she had no desire to participate in the battle. Suddenly, the Marquis's daughter noticed a figure standing silently by a large tree in the distance. Just as Miriam looked at the person, the stranger slowly disappeared behind the trees. But Miriam assumed it was just a student from the academy and didn't ask Anakin to investigate. Anxious to leave, she took Anakin's hand and urged him to take her away quickly. They soon saw the devastation caused by the monsters before the protective barrier was activated. The scene was heartbreaking. Miriam was tired from the short run, but she knew that if this continued, they wouldn't even find a horse, let alone get back to her estate. At that moment, Anakin crouched down in front of Miriam and asked her to climb onto his back so he could carry her home faster. Looking at the surrounding corpses, she knew she couldn't refuse, as doing so would only put herself and her assistant in greater danger. So, although Miriam was a little embarrassed, she climbed onto Anakin's back, reminding him to be careful. Having undergone rigorous training, the assistant was capable of carrying her for a considerable distance. Several hours later, Alice noticed an estate up ahead and happily told the knight to hurry towards it. Suddenly, behind her, Miriam heard a strange noise and anxiously looked back. A monster, still alive, was swiftly and silently pursuing them. Miriam shouted to Anakin to turn around while she picked up the pistol she had found earlier. Although she had never fired a gun before, she aimed at the monster, hoping to hit it. Her first few shots missed, and the monster rapidly closed the distance. Then, Alice, concentrating intensely, finally aimed at the terrifying target at the last moment. Finally, she succeeded. The monster's feathers flew in front of her face, making her eyes widen. Exhausted, the Marquis's daughter lowered the pistol, having borne the responsibility of such a decision for the first time in her life. Wanting nothing more to do with weapons, Alice threw the pistol beside the slain monster and hurried away. Anakin, once again carrying Miriam on his back, continued running, as they were only a short distance from the estate. Upon reaching the estate, all the servants were startled by Miriam's appearance, though she was unharmed. Anakin immediately helped the Marquis's daughter to wash up, while Alice could only think of the knight's exhaustion after their run. Just then, they heard strange noises outside, but Alice was certain it had nothing to do with monsters. She went to the balcony and heard the Emperor's servants urging her father to present himself to His Majesty immediately. To Miriam's astonishment, the number of knights from the palace was considerable, as if they were apprehending a criminal. Sure enough, one of the men suddenly announced that the Marquis was accused of opening the gates for the monsters during the festival. The estate's master remained calm, stating his willingness to prove his innocence to the Emperor right away, but they wouldn't listen. It wasn't until someone mentioned concrete evidence that the man showed true surprise. Miriam was convinced her father had no reason to oppose the academy, meaning someone was framing him. She recalled the mysterious man she had seen by the tree, but she wasn't sure if he was involved. Watching her father being taken away, Alice felt he would be cleared soon. So, Miriam told the maid she was tired and intended to retire early. But Miriam had barely lain down when she was forced to rise again as someone knocked at the front door. Opening it, she found a servant from the palace who had come to gather information about the incident at the academy. The servant reported that due to the suspicion surrounding the Marquis, the emperor also wished to see Miriam and bring her to the palace for questioning. Miriam was surprised she hadn't been taken with her father, but she didn't object, as she had no right to. The servant said that Miriam could leave her night there, but she refused, as she didn't trust anyone else. In the end, the man couldn't say anything and just looked at the maid in bewilderment, and the maid didn't help him either. Miriam was already in the carriage, thinking that the culprit behind the incident at the academy was clearly someone within the royal family. Soon, the young woman was brought to a practically unused mansion, which she assumed was for interrogation. But as Miriam and Anakin tried to enter, the knight's path was suddenly blocked. Alice didn't mind these conditions and agreed to let Anakin wait for her outside the mansion. She also hoped that the man would be able to rush into the room at any moment if she simply called his name softly. While Miriam waited for the emperor, she speculated that the mansion was originally a guest house built for foreign emissaries. Suddenly, the door opened, and the Marquis's daughter immediately greeted the ruler who had summoned her for conversation. When Miriam looked up, she was surprised to find that it wasn't the emperor standing before her at all. The prince who entered the room hung his head, seemingly ashamed of something. The prince frankly admitted that his father wouldn't be coming, but he still didn't look at the young woman in front of him. Miriam calmly stated that since the meeting with the ruler had been abruptly canceled, she would be going home. However, the heir slowly approached Miriam, recalling that she had once said she would marry into his family, not him personally. The Marquis's daughter didn't understand the meaning of these words and listened silently to Alec, noticing that he seemed somewhat distressed. Finally, the young woman couldn't bear it any longer and asked him why he was saying these things to her at a time like this. Only then did Miriam have a bad feeling and begin to slowly back away from the prince. However, this didn't have any effect. The young woman loudly demanded that he not come near her. At the same time, the prince said that today he would leave his child with Miriam, and from then on, she wouldn't be able to leave him. The young woman, with a frightened whisper, began to beg the prince not to touch her, but Alec had already touched her body. He pushed the Marquis's daughter to the ground, stunned for a moment until she asked him if he wasn't ashamed in front of Helena. But the prince didn't answer in the end, only dragging Miriam to the bed to make them both more comfortable. At that moment, the young woman's throat tightened, unable to call for help, and she could only helplessly widen her eyes. Finally, in her panic, Miriam reached out and touched something to her right, hitting Alec's head with all her might, wanting him to get off of her. Almost immediately, blood flowed from the prince's head, as the blow was much heavier than he could bear, already lacking in physical training. Miriam raised the heavy, solid cup and tearfully declared that she had asked Alec to stop many times. Then, losing control of her emotions, she began to repeatedly hit his head with the cup, her consciousness gradually fading. Only when the vase finally shattered did the Marquis's daughter freeze in place, completely shocked, realizing she was covered in blood spatter. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the floor, barely able to breathe, but still struggling to stay conscious so she could call for the knight's help. Miriam stared at her blood-soaked hands, trembling violently from the stress of what she had just done, unable to make them stop. Looking back at the bed, she thought in a daze that she had killed someone, yet felt almost nothing at this moment. Even if Alec was the protagonist of a novel, it wouldn't have stopped Alice, because she didn't want to belong to him. But her tears continued to flow, and she still couldn't comprehend what she had done in her emotional outburst. Alice suddenly trembled all over because she had no idea what to do next. The plot didn't mention anything about this. One could imagine the protagonist's surprise when she suddenly heard the bell that Medea had once told her about begin to ring, the image of which surfaced in Alice's mind, saying that under extreme stress, you could be reborn as a witch. At this moment, Alice heard the fourth of the 13 chimes, and with each chime, she grew more tense. Terrified, Alice curled up and whispered for Anakin to come to her quickly, as she needed him now. Suddenly, she looked towards the door, realizing that no servants had come in because of the commotion, because they had already known everything and left. Therefore, Miriam became even more worried about her assistant, as anything could have happened to him during this time. But just as the Marquis's daughter thought this, the knight suddenly appeared from the balcony, having climbed up. Anakin looked at Miriam in confusion, as he hadn't expected to see her in such a disheveled state. He quickly turned to look at the bed and immediately understood what had happened in the room while he was gone. Miriam didn't know what to say to her assistant, so she remained silent, although she wished he would comfort her. At that moment, the young man knelt down on one knee before her, apologizing for arriving too late and letting this happen. The knight's attentive gaze didn't miss the state of Alice's hands, which worried him greatly. He skillfully took out a handkerchief he carried with him and began to tend to her wounds. Alice winced slightly in pain when the knight touched her hands, even though he was being very careful. She looked at Anakin's face, unable to understand why he wasn't asking anything at this moment. However, the assistant continued to silently and gently bandage the Marquis's daughter's hands, as if nothing else mattered. Then, Alice asked the knight to find a large enough mirror in the palace corridor so that Medea could come through. Miriam hoped Anakin could do this without being seen, even though the palace was already empty. Anakin quickly completed the task, and Alice honestly admitted to the witch that she had heard the bells. Alice truly believed that her ally could help her out of this predicament. As expected, Medea wasn't flustered at all, and, with a smile, asked Alice to extend her hand so she could come through. Miriam had no choice but to touch the mirror obediently, even though she didn't know what to do. The witch, Medea, handled everything expertly. She deftly grasped the Marquis's daughter's hand and pulled herself out of the mirror. Then she gracefully moved from one space to another, the transition almost effortless for her. Medea immediately looked at the prince's body and reminded everyone that time was of the essence, so she wouldn't engage in pleasantries. Medea frankly admitted that she couldn't stop the bells from ringing on her own, so she would summon her sisters. She quickly drew a circle on the floor and cast the necessary spell, allowing the other witches to appear in the room. Alice and Anakin watched in amazement, having never witnessed such magic before. A few seconds later, two girls materialized from the circle with a few grumbles, having been on their way to bed. Miriam looked at the two witches in confusion, unsure what to say, while they first asked who she was. But Medea intervened on Alice's behalf, explaining to her sisters that the final bell was about to toll for Miriam. The witches immediately perked up, fully aware of the importance of the last two bells for the Marquis's daughter. Medea conjured the tongueless bell and told Miriam to ring it while they chanted. Then the witches formed a circle, reminding Miriam that she had to hold the bell until the very end, no matter what happened. Miriam tried her best to follow the instructions, noticing that the bell suddenly began to glow faintly. Gradually, Miriam even began to hear the ringing as the bell became incredibly hot, even though she wasn't doing anything. Finally, after just a few minutes, Miriam could no longer hold the bell. It was simply too hot. But Medea implied that Miriam was perfectly capable of holding on, as she only needed to endure a little longer. So Miriam did her best to continue ringing the bell, one hand tightly gripping the other. Just a few dozen seconds later, Medea finished the spell and announced its completion in a loud voice. Immediately afterward, Miriam threw the still sizzling bell to the ground with a sigh of relief. Alice examined her hands, but saw no burns, and even the pain gradually subsided, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, the witches who had come to help called out to Miriam, so she greeted them warmly and thanked them for saving her. Medea smiled happily and introduced her sisters, saying their names were Milan and Isis, though they rarely saw each other. Then Medea expressed regret that she hadn't been able to summon another sister, whose presence would have been very helpful for the prince's body. Isis sensed the air and said she could restore the prince's mobility, but couldn't actually resurrect him. Milan thought for a moment and suggested that if they had enough power, they could try to reverse time, although the spell was very complex. Miriam hadn't even considered that this might be possible, but she immediately realized that it might be her salvation. Medea sighed, explaining that without their fourth sister, Circe, they could only rewind time by half a day. Milan and Isis immediately reminded Medea that she had been mentioning the fourth one frequently lately. Miriam suddenly remembered the witches had inadvertently mentioned that Circe had gone to great lengths to find the dagger. Miriam was still unsure if she could truly stain the dagger with innocent Helena's blood when the crucial moment arrived. Driven by curiosity, she asked what each witch's abilities represented and why they were different. Medea explained that each witch cultivated and grew in the area that most interested them. Milan immediately added that because of this, it was foolish to try and determine who was the strongest. Isis stated that she had always been devoted to the study of time, which was why she partially understood the art of resurrection. Following this, the red-haired witch revealed that her black-haired sister had a great passion for the study of power. Alice listened attentively to the witches, but wasn't surprised, as she had already guessed as much. From the beginning, she suspected that each girl possessed her own unique abilities and could discuss them easily. But Miriam didn't know which area she herself was inclined towards, so she asked her companions. Medea smiled slyly and said she would tell her about her own abilities, as well as the Marquis's daughters, later. Hearing this, Milan asked how their sister could be so concerned about a penniless foreigner. To this, the red-haired witch happily replied that it was through her interactions with Miriam that she had discovered something important. This greatly surprised the black-haired witch, who immediately understood the implication. She even turned to Alice and expressed her gratitude. Immediately after, the third sister also bowed to Miriam, although she still didn't understand what was going on. Before Miriam could ask, Medea took her hand and signaled for her to be ready, as they were about to reverse time. Miriam obediently nestled into the night, as the spell would affect both of them. Medea immediately cautioned that she wasn't certain if the witch's efforts would truly benefit Miriam and her assistant. However, since they had already begun to help Miriam solve her problem, they would not leave her alone. Miriam felt her soul grow more uneasy, even though theoretically they should be reversing time. Medea suddenly smiled and said she hoped that this time Miriam would make the choice she truly desired. These words greatly surprised the Marquis's daughter, as she hadn't expected that making the right choice would be so difficult. A few seconds later, Miriam opened her eyes and found her hands completely clean. Right beside her, Miriam saw Medea, who explained that they had returned to the moment of the tarot card reading. Miriam anxiously asked about Anakin, and the witch reassured her that he would be there soon. After experiencing all of this, Alice's hands trembled slightly as she picked up her teacup, almost unable to hold it steady. The witch reminded her that she couldn't reverse time again, so her companion must act more cautiously. The witch was most worried that the emperor would summon the Marquis's daughter to the palace again, but this time it was the prince who came. Miriam simply nodded, saying that this was precisely why she needed to visit the empress, as the empress was not under the ruler's influence. As they walked towards the designated wooden cabin, Miriam still couldn't bring herself to smile at anything in this world. When they approached the academy gates, gazing at them, a plan to change everything from the very beginning formed in her mind. Therefore, Miriam ordered the knight to cut down the iron bars, and Alec calmly obeyed. The sound of the gate collapsing and breaking under the force of the sword echoed around them, and Miriam decided to wait patiently. The guards reacted immediately, rushing towards the sound and trying their best to maintain order. But Alice confidently declared that she had done this because no one had come to greet her, despite her having sent word in advance. The attendants were visibly confused, admitting that no one had informed them of the Marquis's daughter's imminent arrival. In truth, Miriam hadn't informed anyone beforehand this time, but she used her prestige to convince them she wasn't lying. Finally, the servants apologized to Miriam and promised to rectify this unfortunate oversight as soon as possible. Guided by a lit lantern, an attendant led Miriam and her knight to the best spot for viewing the festivities. As they walked, Miriam continued to ponder which member of the royal family was hiding behind the criminal's mask. To Alice, the ruler would try to save her regardless, as he needed a puppet. But Miriam was terrified of ending up in that dreadful situation of being controlled by the prince again. Therefore, she kept hoping that the empress was the true traitor, believing she could reach an understanding with her. This time, Miriam and the knight arrived slightly late for the start of the performance, but the magician's every move was still repeated in the same exact sequence. Miriam clearly remembered wanting to share her feelings with Anakin at that moment, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it. And now, Miriam still lacked the courage to talk to Anakin, so she could only repeat all her previous actions. But the Marquis's daughter still couldn't remember where she had seen that mysterious figure. But as she searched the depths of her memory for clues, Miriam realized that the person was standing under a tree with scarlet blossoms. Filled with excitement, she told Anakin about this discovery, now completely certain she was right. Anakin immediately believed Miriam and suggested they move quickly to apprehend the stranger. This time, Anakin was the first to take Miriam's hand, remembering how she had done so repeatedly before time was reversed. Finally, they arrived just in time before the cloaked man could slip away from the crowd. He was completely surprised to be caught, especially by the Marquis's daughter, Miriam herself. The girl, with a cheerful smile, asked the magician to take her to his master, certain that everything would now go smoothly. But the man was in no hurry to reveal whom he served, afraid to tell these people the truth. At that moment, Anakin noticed the magician trying to swallow something. He quickly snatched the object from his mouth. The knight then showed the suicide poison to Miriam, surprising her, as she hadn't realized the depth of the magician's hatred. Miriam frankly asked the man if he truly wanted to destroy the Marquis, as it was important to her as well. When she said she could help his plan if she met his master, the man looked at her with suspicion. However, he eventually led Miriam and her knight, knowing he needed help. Anakin remained vigilant, his sword unsheathed, completely distrustful of the magician. The man brought Miriam to a magic circle, which his employer had been using freely for a long time. Miriam was surprised to learn it was connected to the royal dungeon. Suddenly, a servant approached Anakin, politely asking for his sword. He claimed he couldn't complete his task without it. However, he didn't actually take the sword, only carefully nicked his own palm with it. They then proceeded to the dungeon, where the guards angrily questioned their presence. Miriam ordered Anakin to deal with them quickly, and he nodded curtly, as it was well within his capabilities. Miriam did this to prevent the Emperor from learning of her presence, which could cause trouble. Looking around, she was relieved to see it wasn't the same place where the prince had waited before. The magician left Miriam and the knight, but before departing, he asked them not to forget their promise, as it was crucial to him. Miriam assured him he would soon witness the Marquis's downfall. Despite her brave facade, Miriam was worried about who would emerge from the door. As a precaution, she asked Anakin to stay close, and he obediently moved nearer. Suddenly, the doors opened, and the empress entered, clearly concerned. Miriam greeted her with a cheerful smile, offering her the first opportunity to ask any questions. The empress wasn't pleased, knowing she'd have to explain everything later. Miriam explained she'd encountered the man who opened the academy gates and asked him to bring her here. The prince's mother wasn't satisfied, still suspecting Miriam of aiding her father. However, Miriam's demeanor suggested she wasn't there to accuse the empress, but simply to be questioned. The empress was taken aback when Miriam, accompanied by Anakin, appeared at the scene of the crime, pretending to be Alice, hence the questioning. The empress bluntly asked Miriam what she stood to gain by being imprisoned and interrogated. To this, Miriam replied that it wasn't something the empress needed to worry about, and the empress had to admit she was right. Since the empress seemingly had no further questions, Miriam decided to find out why the empress, who seemingly had everything, would betray her husband. Miriam stated that if the whole truth were revealed, not even the empress's status and reputation could save her from punishment. The empress gave a sad smile and confessed that her hatred for the Marquis drove her to such actions. But her deepest hatred was reserved for her husband, the emperor, for bringing the Marquis, Alice's father, into the palace without anyone's consent. With a cunning smile, the empress declared she knew better than anyone how to make her unloved husband suffer. Miriam asked in surprise why the empress hadn't used this method before if she had known it all along. The empress sadly replied that she had once tried to hang herself, hoping for a quiet end. but she was saved, and upon regaining consciousness, she witnessed her husband execute several servants for failing to watch over her. From that moment on, the Empress decided that if she couldn't die, she would dedicate her life to revenge against the Emperor. The Empress explained that she had since meticulously gathered incriminating information against the Marquis while maintaining a facade of propriety in front of her husband. Miriam pointed out that summoning the monster should have been enough to deal with her father. But the Empress stated that she wanted Miriam to suffer a gruesome death and wouldn't stop there. Miriam realized that the Empress was perhaps more suited to be a witch than herself, possessing such formidable mental strength. However, the Empress was startled when Miriam suddenly asked if killing the Emperor would be enough, suggesting that her father be framed for an unforgivable crime. Anakin was distressed to hear his mistress plotting against the Emperor, a plot that would implicate him as well, but he was powerless to sway her decision. He knew he was bound by the oath he swore to Miriam upon being knighted, obligated to obey her will. Until the very end, the Empress didn't believe Miriam would actually decide to kill everyone around her, deeming it too difficult. The idea of the Marquis preparing a poisoned drink for his daughter intrigued her, as it might fulfill her desires. Miriam stated that on the day of the prince's coronation, if everything went according to plan, only 4 people would die. She didn't care what happened to the heir, but she was determined to make Helena the Empress. Upon hearing Miriam's sinister plan, the Empress burst into delighted laughter, surprised by the turn of events. After a few moments, she calmed down and confessed that for years she had been waiting for a witch to appear, a witch to whom she could sell her soul. Then, the Empress extended her hands towards Miriam, for she saw in her the person she had always longed for, but could never find. With a crazed look in her eyes, the Empress said she believed her life all these years had been leading up to meeting Alice, Anakin in disguise. Miriam wasn't surprised that the Empress had been willing to die to get revenge on her husband and the Marquis. The Empress smiled and said she was indeed happy to finally be able to eliminate all of her son's potential enemies. When informed that the guards had stormed into the room to arrest her, Miriam remained calmly seated. Before leaving, the Empress confessed that she didn't care why Miriam wanted to die, as long as their plan succeeded. Because Miriam didn't try to escape, she was imprisoned, but because of her noble status, she still received decent food. She figured this was also because her engagement to the prince hadn't been officially broken off. Although Miriam couldn't sleep peacefully in such an environment, she at least tried to sustain herself with the prison's surprisingly nutritious food. She thought sadly that even her loyal knight couldn't climb to such heights. However, Miriam's spirits lifted slightly when Anakin secretly slipped her a mirror so she could contact Medea if necessary. Time passed excruciatingly slowly, and she occasionally recalled the night she killed the prince. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted Miriam's thoughts. She looked around in confusion, not expecting anyone. It turned out her assistants had come to get her, as she was now to be taken for an innocent trial. Miriam didn't intend to resist. In fact, she wouldn't have minded staying in prison a while longer and avoiding Alice, Anakin. Before releasing her from her cell, they handcuffed her, making movement extremely difficult, but she remained proudly silent. Because Miriam was blindfolded, she had no idea where her assistants were taking her, having long since lost track of how many turns they had made. A few minutes later, she was finally placed in a soft chair, her blindfold removed, and she could speak normally with the noble. Miriam tried to adjust to the change in light as quickly as possible, and during this time, she carefully examined the room. Sitting before her was a lawyer who would do everything possible to help her escape prison. Miriam guessed that the Empress had kept her promise, which improved her mood somewhat, but she pretended to be bored by everything that was happening. As soon as the trial began, she realized the prosecution only had suspicions against her, not concrete evidence, so she didn't admit to any of the accusations. The old man was very concerned about why Miriam had gone to the academy that day and whether she had seen how the monster's gate had been opened. Miriam knew that if her father was found guilty in this matter, she wouldn't escape punishment either, but she didn't intend to defend herself with lies. However, Helena stubbornly denied helping Miriam in any way, as it truly wasn't part of her plan. Helena wasn't sure what to choose, because if released, she would likely end up with Alec again late at night. The man was astonished when Helena finally stated she would exercise her right to remain silent. He was so furious, he could barely contain himself, slamming his fist on the table, as opening the magic gate was undoubtedly an act of betrayal. But Alice, with a sad smile, asked him to tell the Emperor that she hadn't said anything and didn't explain her silence. The nobleman abruptly stood up from his seat, urging Alice to simply say she knew nothing, which would secure her release. However, he quickly realized the futility of his efforts and fell silent, saying no more. As a result, Alice remained imprisoned, completely unaware of what was happening in the world outside the novel. Alice had grown so despairing that she'd lost interest in any attempt to change her situation. Suddenly, a familiar female voice called from outside the cell, greatly surprising the Marquis's daughter. She looked towards the door and saw Helena standing there, her voice anxious, calling her over for a private conversation. Miriam ran to the bars in alarm, as Helena shouldn't have come to see her. Otherwise, she might not become empress. Helena apologized for the intrusion, carefully handing her friend a package of food she had saved. Miriam looked at the package and asked if this was the food Helena usually ate. Miriam felt ashamed that Helena had brought her own food, though she didn't know that the young women in prison always received decent meals. Nevertheless, Miriam didn't disappoint Helena, fighting back her emotions, clenching her fists, and saying she would gladly eat it. Helena smiled, genuinely happy to help her friend in such a difficult time. Helena promised to avoid the patrol as much as possible and would wait until Miriam had finished the food. But Miriam firmly and seriously asked Helena to leave immediately and never return to this dark place. Helena tried to argue, genuinely wanting to continue helping, but Miriam ruthlessly sent her away again. Finally, Alex's lover conceded that she was indeed taking a great risk, but still urged Alice to take care of herself. As soon as she left, Miriam sat down on the floor by the door, picking up the food Helena had brought, unable to bear throwing it away. The next morning, the assistants came from Miriam again, and she quickly noticed they were taking her in a new direction. The guards didn't answer any of her questions until they reached the designated room and removed the blindfold. Seeing the elegantly furnished room, Miriam immediately became alert, as it looked nothing like the previous interrogation room. Despite this, she feigned indifference, calmly sitting in a chair, waiting to see what would happen next. Alice immediately noticed the fragrant tea specially prepared on the table, clearly not brewed for her. Only after the servants bowed to the newly arrived prince did she belatedly realize that this entire setting wasn't meant for her at all. Miriam's eyes widened in terror as she realized who was standing behind her. She could barely breathe. Alec was completely unaware of the reaction he would provoke in a Marquis's daughter, having no memory of that fateful night. At that moment, Miriam panicked, realizing Anakin wasn't there, and she had no idea what to do. Her lawyer helplessly pleaded to the heir for assistance, as Miriam continued to exercise her right to remain silent. Then, the prince turned to her and said she was foolish if she thought remaining silent would shorten her stay. But just after his words hung in the air, Miriam was jolted by the memory of that terrible night, his dead voice telling her the emperor wouldn't be coming. Overwhelmed by emotion, Miriam succumbed to a severe panic attack, completely losing control. Shock filled the air as she screamed, rejecting all attempts by the servants to help. Suddenly, Miriam sat back down, her voice trembling as she demanded to know how he dared appear before her with such impudence. Alec was incredulous that a mere Marquis's daughter would dare insult him, given the vast difference in their social standing. But at that moment, Miriam didn't care what he thought. She continued to roughly order him away, harshly demanding he leave her alone or she would resort to violence. Astonishment hung in the air. Alec was shocked by Miriam's state. It was the first time he had ever seen her so distraught. He tried to soothe her, but terrified by his touch, she only screamed louder. Finally, completely overwhelmed by panic, the Marquis's daughter collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. The last thing she saw before losing consciousness was the prince leaning over her with a look of concern. Sometime later, Miriam awoke in a soft bed, disoriented and unsure of her location. It didn't look like a prison at all, but she clearly heard the maids gossiping about her recent outburst, even mentioning that someone had been injured in the process. The maids were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice the noblewoman had awakened and was eavesdropping. Miriam gleaned the information she wanted, feeling somewhat satisfied with her recovery. As they left, the maids looked at Miriam with pity and genuine sadness, believing the rumors of her madness. Miriam wasn't surprised to learn that her father was still imprisoned, a topic the maids naively discussed. As soon as the maids were gone, Miriam sat up in bed. She needed her father safe, but she began to doubt whether she could return to her own world after Helena's death and decided to seek out the witch. She remembered Milan's question. He'd been surprised that Medea was helping a seemingly useless young lady. The red-haired witches later report that the Marquis's daughter had found something important for them, had stuck with Miriam. Because of this, the girl turned to the mirror and told the witch she wanted to ask something. Medea appeared as soon as she heard the young lady wanted to know what she had done for her and her sisters. However, this time, the witch wasn't as amiable as usual. She said this outsider shouldn't interfere in this world's affairs at all. But Miriam insisted she had to know the truth, as she had the right to know why the witch had been so dedicated to helping her. Medea sneered and asked if the girl hadn't read any stories about this world before being trapped here. Miriam was surprised that her ally had known so much about her all along, yet remained silent. But she couldn't answer the witch's question about what would happen if a certain story truly ended. Then the witch herself said that if that happened, new life would cease to be born, but death wouldn't come to anyone either. Alice asked, puzzled, wouldn't that be a good thing? Because then everyone could live together almost forever. To this, the witch replied that if someone received a fatal wound, they would live forever in that state. After some thought, Miriam agreed that such a situation would be too dangerous for all the survivors. Before continuing, Medea created a small barrier of light to better illustrate her story. She then declared that witches wouldn't be affected by these rules, but even so, they would eventually suffer from being unable to help others. Alice thought for a moment and wondered if she had inadvertently found an important clue to the witch's solution. Medea admitted they were planning to create their own god, but asked the young lady to remain silent, as this wasn't her story. A warning glint flashed in the red-haired witch's eyes. She didn't want to harm her ally. Miriam was frightened, having never imagined Medea would turn on her one day. As soon as the witch disappeared, the girl looked at herself in the mirror and was horrified to find she no longer remembered what she looked like in this world. In a panic, Miriam shattered the mirror and wept bitterly. The maids quickly rushed in, alerted by her cries. But at that moment, Miriam just kept screaming that it wasn't her face, which panicked the maids, who hurried to call a doctor. The doctor arrived and quickly injected the Marquis's daughter with a sedative, despite her struggles. Until the very last moment, Miriam struggled to figure out who she was, finally losing consciousness due to the drug. That night, the maids gossiped again about Miriam's condition, everyone agreeing she had gone mad. Helena heard everything clearly, each rumor making her feel more sorrow and heartache for her friend. Intabram tried to distract herself, focusing on work, but even that didn't help much. The blonde truly wanted to help Alice, but she remembered forbidding anyone from approaching her for any reason. However, the next morning, the maids informed Miriam that Helena had come to see her while she was sleeping, hoping to chat. Miriam hadn't expected Intabram to be so persistent in wanting to help, so she turned to her assistant. Miriam found Helena strange, as she could have used the time to visit her to better learn imperial etiquette. But the maid's news didn't end there. She presented a letter delivered personally by the empress for the Marquis's daughter. Alice immediately read the letter, in which the empress told her to be prepared, as the Marquis would soon be released. Just in case, Alice burned the letter, as she didn't want anyone else to discover her secret collusion with the empress. Miriam slowly recalled through the fog of her mind that she had intended to kill Helena, so that she herself would be executed and then return home. As the scraps of paper fell onto the table like ashes, Miriam continued to think through every step of the plan to ensure everything went smoothly. At that moment, Miriam asked the maids to prepare the carriage, which made her assistant nervous, as her mistress had been confined to her room. Realizing she had needlessly frightened Emma, Alice calmly explained that she simply needed to go to the imperial palace urgently. Since she had already been labeled as mad, she no longer needed to adhere to any etiquette. The assistants didn't say a word, even though Alice went to the imperial palace in the most ordinary clothes, without any jewelry. Alice found it amusing that only when everyone around her thought she was mad could she truly attain complete freedom. The emperor received the marquis's daughter in a state of irritation, believing that everything she did was to ruin his son. But to this, Miriam responded with a smile, saying that she would never come to the imperial palace for such a purpose in her life, as it wasn't interesting. Alice immediately told the emperor that she truly wanted to break off the engagement directly, as there was no longer any need for it. She was entirely confident that even if the emperor publicly called her a true witch, he couldn't do anything to her. His Majesty was displeased, as Miriam was absolutely right. He was powerless in this situation. Alice pointedly hinted that if she were accused of witchcraft, the people would eventually come to the imperial palace looking for the true culprit. This enraged the emperor to the point of widening his eyes. But despite this, he didn't dare do anything to her. Miriam laughed, demanding that the engagement with the prince be broken off, or she would tell everyone that the empress was the true culprit. The emperor tried to explain that Miriam had no proof, as the criminal who opened the gate was already dead. But these words only brought a genuine smile to the girl's face, and finally, she laughed out loud without restraint. When Alice asked him if he truly believed she had no proof, His Majesty froze in shock. Alice looked at the old man, guessing that he desperately wanted to kill her right now, but he didn't dare move. The emperor's hands trembled slightly, but his voice remained calm as he asked, "Is simply breaking off the engagement truly enough?" Miriam, pleased that the emperor was willing to play by her rules, proposed that Helena become Alex's bride. Alice explained that if Intabrum eventually became empress, no one would care about her origins. The emperor wearily sat back on his throne, lamenting that Alice would have a much easier time surviving in the imperial palace than Helena. Alice, about to leave, stopped in astonishment upon hearing the emperor's words. She then questioned His Majesty, asking how he dared say such a thing, considering how few people he had seen survive within the palace walls. Having said her piece about the imperial rule, Alice turned and left, unwilling to waste another word on the old man. She sincerely hoped this would be her last encounter with the emperor, his stubbornness utterly exasperating her. Imagine Alice's surprise when, right before her eyes, Alex suddenly appeared from around the corner. The prince immediately turned away, not daring to look at her, still fearing she would yell at him as she had during their last meeting. Mustering all his courage, Alex silently walked past Alice, not even wanting to glance at her. Alice couldn't understand how he could pretend nothing had happened. What angered Alice most was Alex's apparent lack of remorse for the pain he had caused her, pain she couldn't let go of. Unable to bear it alone, she hurried to find her loyal knight, Anakin. Tears welling up, she rushed towards the carriage with Anakin, finally breaking down in his arms. Anakin, immediately understanding her need for comfort, embraced her as Alice cried, asking why she alone had to bear all the suffering. Although Alice knew it wasn't her fault, it didn't make her feel any better. Anakin, heartbroken by her pain, could only gently stroke her hair, powerless to do more. Together, they returned to the estate, the journey giving Alice time to compose herself in Anakin's arms. A few hours after Alice's return, the servants brought all of Miriam's belongings to the entrance as he was coming home. Alice, having composed herself, changed into appropriate attire so she could greet her father with a semblance of composure, hiding her vulnerability. Miriam said nothing, though everyone noticed he looked much older than his years after his imprisonment. He walked past Alice without even a greeting, simply instructing her to follow him for an important discussion. Once alone, Miriam raised his cane towards Alice, suspecting her of betrayal and framing him. But Alice, unafraid, declared that if he truly believed that, their relationship as father and daughter was over. Her words only fueled Miriam's rage, convinced that his ruin was imminent. However, Miriam slammed his cane on the floor in anger, turning his back to his daughter, unsure of what to do next. His biggest concern was that the emperor had, for some unknown reason, broken off Alice's engagement with Alec, completely disrupting his plans. He had heard that without the engagement, the charges against him wouldn't be dropped. The Marquis turned to the girl in surprise. Alice, deciding to fabricate an enemy for her father, approached him and asked who had initially wanted to break off her engagement. Miriam hadn't responded to the emperor's accusations of possible treason, but Alice knew he had at least considered it. Trying to plant that suspicion deeper in her father's mind, Alice continued to whisper in his ear, slandering the emperor with a smile. Until the very end, Miriam refused to believe that the emperor had only been pretending to help him. Alice suggested that her father could regain power by making Helena, chosen as Alec's bride, his puppet. After she finished speaking, the Marquis asked suspiciously why his daughter had suddenly decided to give him such good advice. Continuing to feign being on his side, Alice abruptly turned around and declared that it wasn't over yet. Miriam froze when he heard that if Intabrum died, the emperor would make Alice the heir's bride again. Alice reminded him that during the time she was merely betrothed, all the noble daughters had already been engaged. Even the Kegel Duchy had sworn to never become part of the royal family to protect themselves. Therefore, Alice argued, there was nothing wrong with making Helena, a mere count's daughter, the heir's bride. The Marquis pondered for a moment, then suspiciously asked what this stranger, successfully impersonating his daughter, truly wanted. Alice didn't lie, frankly admitting that she only needed a cup coated with a special poison. She explained that Intabrum was just a foolish child, so if someone ordered her to, she would trustingly drink any tea. The Marquis then wondered why, if his daughter wanted to break off the engagement, she was so eager to become the prince's fiancée. Alice quickly fabricated an excuse, claiming she had decided to seize power because it was useful to her. Hearing these reasons, the Marquis, believing her, said he was glad his daughter had finally come to her senses and chosen his plan. Alice smiled wickedly, guessing she had successfully deceived Miriam and would get the poison tea set. A few minutes later, the man returned from his study with a tea set that guaranteed death upon consumption. Picking up one of the cups, Alice immediately noticed that although they looked identical at first glance, there was a difference. The Marquis confirmed her suspicion, saying that only one cup had a different handle, the poison one. Alice carefully examined the poisoned cup, memorizing it so she could later take a normal one without arousing suspicion. Miriam remembered that the emperor and empress were both supposed to have died from poisoning, but she hoped Alice would handle the matter herself. Alice felt sorry for Miriam, as he had meticulously crafted a tea set only to discard it after a single use. But the Marquis coldly informed her that the person was already dead, as he couldn't leave any witnesses. Alice quickly regained her composure upon hearing this news and reminded her father that he had lost his country estate during his imprisonment. Miriam was speechless, as the majority of his assets had indeed been confiscated by the imperial palace. The Marquis could only grit his teeth in anger, but didn't say another word to Alice, fearing he would lose to her again. Alice left her father's study satisfied, not caring about his promise to reclaim all his estates soon. That night, Miriam dreamt that the cold autumn had arrived. Winter was fast approaching, and she had once again killed the very air with her own hands. In the dream, Alice looked at her hands in horror, but they were clean, as if nothing terrible had happened. She remained tormented. Would things have been different if she had called for a servant from the beginning instead of trying to handle everything herself? Even in her dream, Miriam doubted whether she could truly kill Intabrum, given how distraught she had been after the failed assassination attempt on Alec. Then, Anakin appeared in the girl's dream, bringing food, hoping she would nourish herself properly while resting. The Marquis's daughter smiled faintly, saying she hadn't expected him to come. The aide had arrived just in time. The boy placed a basket of food on the bench beside her, explaining that the maids had prepared it for her. Miriam never imagined that the aide in her dream would suggest a walk, only to arrange a secret meeting with the knight. Suddenly, Miriam saw the first snow of the year, which greatly surprised her, and she looked up to get a better view. The knight couldn't help but admire the first snow of the year, having loved this season since childhood. Meanwhile, Alice thought that she only loved Anakin in this world, and felt a great sense of injustice. Since it was only a dream, Alice frankly told the aide that she wished to hold his hand if he didn't mind. The boy smiled gently and offered his hand, their hearts in agreement, though he wouldn't admit it. Even in her dream, Miriam felt that life in this world didn't seem so bad, as Anakin was always by her side. Then, the aide shyly addressed the Marquis's daughter, and she immediately turned to him curiously, ready to listen. Imagine her surprise when the knight said that if things went south, she could run to the witch, and he would buy her time. To this, Miriam finally replied that as long as the young man remained by her side, she would be all right. Alice smiled tenderly at the boy, promising, while it wasn't real, that she would never run away. Anakin smiled back faintly, but his worry for the girl prevented him from relaxing as she was. Miriam was gradually coming to, and called for her assistant again, though she knew she couldn't stay in this world much longer. Alice decided to fully reclaim her true self, a self she had gradually forgotten after being away from her family for so long. The next morning, the girl went to see the empress, truly wanting to speak with her. The empress sadly noted that they had both lost a lot of weight due to stress, but there was no time to dwell on it, as there was too much to do. Alice understood the empress's pain, but said nothing, not wanting to add to her burden. The girl took out a tea set, explaining that one cup had been given away, but no one had forbidden the empresses from using it after the emperor's death. The woman was content with this arrangement, having been prepared to die, as long as her husband didn't have to live alone. As the empress stood, she revealed the existence of a secret passage in the prison should she be captured, surprising Alice. The empress downplayed it, embarrassed by the offer of help, but Alice declared herself unworthy of using the royal escape route, and therefore wouldn't use it. The prince's mother hadn't expected the Marquis's daughter to so readily accept responsibility to achieve her goals. Alice was surprised when the empress asked why those she'd always pleaded with never listened. Alice recalled the scene where the empress wept over her son's death, even though he could have escaped. Alice studied the empress, guessing her grief stemmed from the first prince never heeding her words. Miriam thought to herself how little she still understood this world, though she didn't intend to stay long. Lost in thought after their conversation, Alice walked back along the palace corridors, oblivious to her surroundings. Suddenly, she saw the prince ahead. Not wanting to see him, she froze. Before Alice could react, the prince slammed her against the wall, demanding to know if she truly wanted to break up with him. Miriam tried to question him, but the air grew thick with anger as he pressed for the truth. Angrily, Alice wrenched herself free, reminding him that this was what Alec had always wanted, and now he was blaming her. Stunned, the prince questioned her audacity, but she felt no remorse. With a sly smile, Alice pointed out that Alec could easily kill her, which would greatly damage his reputation. She knew he'd ruined everything, but didn't pity him. Alec stared at her, remarking thoughtfully that she had changed, though he was only just realizing it. Alice laughed, remembering how he'd never believed people could change. Meanwhile, Miriam acted as if nothing had happened, showing no interest in the situation. As the Marquis's daughter was about to leave, Alex suddenly asked her if she still loved him as she had before. Hearing this question, the young woman froze, surprised that the prince dared to ask her such a thing. Alex still hoped that the friend who had once declared her lifelong affection for him remained unchanged. Miriam suddenly burst out laughing, mocking the boy's naivete, as she had no intention of harboring any feelings for him anymore. Alice decided to stop hiding her true identity from the prince and asked him if he wanted to hear an interesting story. Alec listened intently as the young woman recounted how a girl had once deeply loved a boy and believed she would become his queen. But in the end, Miriam realized the futility of her efforts and wished to disappear from the world. Then, the present Alice smiled and asked the heir if he now understood who she was. At that moment, the boy recalled his own story, how he had been a prince from birth, always rigorously raised as the crown prince. One day, while learning to ride a horse, he sprained his ankle, and the maid immediately informed his mother. The empress was displeased because her son still hadn't mastered horseback riding, a skill considered essential. Although the empress often dismissed him, he still longed to see her and asked his aide to take him to his mother's study. Only his stern nanny had reminded him that his mother had forbidden him from visiting unless summoned. The nanny pitied the child. His father was preoccupied with work, and his mother, for some unknown reason, always seemed to avoid him. As a result, the prince felt he had no place in the palace and often sought solace alone outside its walls. Though saddened by the lack of anyone calling his name, Alec tried to pretend everything was fine. But one day, a lovely girl approached him, appearing as beautiful as an angel descending from heaven. She extended her hand and told him that if he was lost, she could lead him out, as she was the daughter of the crown prince's nanny. Alec dared not admit he was the emperor's son, for the girl's hand was warm, and he wanted that warmth to linger. The girl, named Helena, smiled gently at the child, promising to help him leave the palace. Even though Miriam was dressed in a maid's uniform, the prince couldn't bring himself to rudely brush her hand away and keep his distance. She was the only person who had ever spoken to him so naturally and kindly. So, when Intabram realized her mistake, she immediately knelt and begged Alec's forgiveness, hoping to avoid punishment. Alec, wanting no such interaction with the girl, looked at her with disappointment, unable to understand how things had come to this. Finally, the child could no longer contain himself. Clenching his fists, he demanded that Helena stop addressing him with such deference. The earl's daughter stared at the prince in surprise, expecting a harsh reprimand for her perceived disrespect. The emperor's son sat beside the girl, weeping with distress at the thought of losing such a good friend who wasn't afraid of him. Intabram gently wiped the tears from the boy's face and whispered, asking if, now that this was a possibility, they could be friends. The prince, longing for such a turn of events more than anything, almost wept again with happiness. When the boy confirmed their friendship, Helena smiled at him, and in that moment, she was more beautiful than anything in the world. For a long time, Alec believed their friendship was enough, until one day he learned something terrible from the girl's mother. She couldn't contain herself and burst into tears, so he anxiously asked what terrible thing had happened in her life. Alec was shocked when the woman confessed that Marquis Miriam had once severely framed the royal family, yet escaped unscathed. Therefore, when the daughter of this terrible man tried to see the prince, his reaction was extremely hostile. Alec truly couldn't understand why everyone wanted him to marry this girl, as he didn't like her at all. Instead, the boy thought how wonderful it would be if Intabram could magically replace Miriam. Alec couldn't shake the thought that if Alice didn't exist, perhaps Helena would have been chosen as his fiancée. Because of this, he harbored resentment towards the girl, and even when she cried, the prince felt no pity. Instead, at that moment, Alec looked at Alice coldly and rudely told her to leave the palace immediately. But Miriam wasn't upset. Instead, she smiled and said that one day the emperor's son would notice her. But Alec retorted that their engagement was nothing but a sham, so the young lady had nothing to look forward to. Then, he uttered the terrible words that if the girl had never been born, his life would be much easier. From then on, the prince began to interpret any news about the girl as her way of attracting his attention. The attendants often gossiped about the Marquis's daughter's behavior, as everyone knew she had a terrible personality. To Alec's astonishment, Alice even wore the same dress as another noble lady to a ball. Alec felt that Miriam's publicly stealing another girl's dance partner, just to be remembered, was very wrong. He was well aware that the young lady would now stop at nothing to ensure rumors about her reached the palace. Therefore, after hearing the latest gossip, he even put down his book, completely losing his desire to read. For some reason, he remembered the time Miriam suddenly covered her face and begged for forgiveness after hearing his terrible words. But Alice's tear-stained face didn't evoke a shred of remorse in Alec, because he hated her. The boy was certain he would soon hear from the maids that Miriam was smiling again and pursuing him. But suddenly, the attendants said that the girl had actually begun attempting suicide in various ways. However, Alec didn't care about this at all. He assumed the young woman was merely retaliating against him. The emperor's son firmly believed that Alice would continue desperately confessing her love for him. This was an unchanging fact. So, when Miriam suddenly declared with a sly smile that she was no longer the young lady he once knew, Alec was completely stunned. The prince couldn't believe that the girl before him was no longer the Marquis's daughter he had known. Only then did he recall that the noble lady's gaze had indeed been changing daily, but Alec hadn't paid attention before. Unwilling to believe her words, he grabbed her hand and shouted that she was just crazy, that she was lying to him. But Miriam declared that now it was Alec's turn to be alone forever. After saying this, she abruptly turned and left. Alec then realized that he truly needed Alice, so he asked where the young lady who had deeply loved him, was now. When Miriam told him that the real Marquis's daughter was already dead, the Emperor's son was so shocked that he stood frozen in place, not even attempting to chase after the proud stranger who had just departed. Images of the little Alice, always greeting him with a bright smile and trying her best to help him, surfaced in Alec's mind. When she grew up, she mustered the courage to confess her feelings to the prince, even though his heart hadn't accepted her affection. However, the young lady never despaired, gently reminding Alec each time that she still loved him deeply. Now, a sharp pain stabbed at Alec's chest. He was overcome with grief that she was gone. Only too late did the prince understand that this young lady had loved him more than anyone else in the world, yet he had treated her so cruelly. Finally, the boy's tears fell to the ground, because he truly didn't want to lose such a lovely girl. But Miriam's story didn't end there. When she returned to the estate, someone was already waiting for her. Hybris stood beneath her window, fists clenched, wanting very much to talk to her. The maid anxiously told Alice that the young man had been coming to see her for several days, but Miriam had no intention of paying him any attention. Besides this, the young lady was also annoyed by the increasing number of invitations to banquets she was receiving. She guessed that all the nobles were curious about the Marquis's daughter, who was rumored to have gone mad. Looking at the sunlight outside the window, the girl realized how quickly time was passing. There were still many things she wanted to do today. Since the young lady knew very little about the world outside the estate, she diligently read the newspapers. After a while, the maid came in and advised her to rest, as she had been working for a long time. Alice nodded slightly. Just as the maid was about to leave, the Marquis's daughter suddenly called out to her, and Emma stopped. Imagine the maid's surprise when Miriam suddenly asked her what kind of person her deceased mother had been. The maid was visibly confused, as her mistress had never shown any interest in the mother she never knew. Miriam, however, decided to learn more about the world she now inhabited, as she had nothing else to do. Since the maid hadn't told her anything, that night, Miriam took a lamp and went to explore her mother's study. Night accompanied the young woman, but even Anakin had trouble opening the front door as it was inexplicably locked. So, Lady Miriam told the boy to quietly break the handle, which he immediately did. With one swing of his sword, Anakin broke the handle, and Lady Miriam told him to stand guard at the door and turn everyone away. Alice reminded her that if the Marquis came, she could simply tell him the handle was broken and let him in. As soon as the young woman entered the study, she realized it was much smaller than it appeared from the outside. She immediately reached for the book on the family genealogy, as she had no idea where to begin her search. It took Miriam a while to find the information she needed, as she wasn't familiar with these records. Imagine her surprise when she discovered that it was her father who had joined the Miriam family and changed his surname. This piqued Alice's interest, and she suddenly noticed a book on the shelf that wasn't as dusty as the others. She put down what she was holding and reached for the new book that had caught her attention. Imagine the young woman's shock when, at that moment, the bookshelf in front of her slowly moved aside. But she was even more shocked when she saw her mother's coffin in the open room. She froze, afraid to take a step, as the sight was too unexpected. The nameplate next to the coffin confirmed that it was indeed Kay's Miriam, and for some reason, the Marquis had never given her a proper burial. All the items in the room clearly belonged to her, as they were all intended for a woman. The young woman covered her mouth in horror, unable to understand why her father would do such a thing. Suddenly, the Marquis himself appeared behind her, angrily demanding to know how she dared to intrude. Miriam immediately pulled away from the man's grasp, telling him not to touch her, as he now disgusted her. Miriam walked confidently past the Marquis, not wanting to discuss what she had just seen. The lord of the estate tried to grab her, but Anakin arrived just in time, blocking her with his sword. The Marquis grew even angrier at what was happening, but hesitated to act upon seeing the boy's sword. Alice asked her father to answer just one question, after which she would pretend she hadn't seen anything. The Marquis angrily questioned how an outsider dared to threaten him, as he was the master of the estate. But Miriam ignored him and simply asked why he kept his deceased wife's body with him. At this, the Marquis was forced to admit that he was only fulfilling his wife's dying wish. These words greatly surprised Alice, and she asked the maid to elaborate on the story, as she was very interested. To this, the maid replied that due to postpartum depression, Miriam's mother had only requested this one favor and hadn't cared about her daughter. Miriam didn't know how to respond to this information, so she called for her aide to avoid prolonging this pointless conversation. Meanwhile, Alice was determined to find a maid who could tell her the whole truth about her deceased mother, no matter what. The search for such a helper occupied almost the entire night, until the sky above the estate gradually brightened. The maid admitted that she had heard that Alice's mother had been in poor health throughout her life, and her condition worsened after giving birth to Alice. Alice still couldn't understand why Miriam's mother would choose to take her own life, as the Marquis had claimed. Alice was very surprised when the maid suddenly said that her mother had suffered her entire life, not just after giving birth to her. Then, looking thoughtfully at the portrait of the beautiful woman, she asked the maid to elaborate on the story. The maid said that Miriam's mother had witnessed the Marquis's indifference to everything since he was a child. The Marquis calmly and repeatedly told his parents that he didn't want to be anyone because he wasn't interested in anything. Every time the Marquis's parents realized their son's lack of interest in anything, they were shocked. That day, the maid's mother, who served as a maid in the household, said she had never seen such a sad expression on anyone's face. The Marquis's family tried their best to find something that interested their son in order to make his life a little easier. They even bought all sorts of adorable animals, just hoping that the young Marquis would pay more attention to them. But in the end, all the parents' efforts failed completely, and the young Marquis remained melancholic. So, the couple found a handsome young woman and decided to marry their son to her, hoping to brighten his life. The Marquis fell in love with Miriam's mother at first sight, which surprised even himself. At the wedding, the Marquis was so happy that he could hardly contain himself, which was immediately noticed by the nobles, who considered him a good heir to the family. The Marquis tried his best to make Miriam's mother even just slightly smile, because he sincerely wished for her happiness. He gently exchanged rings with his wife, even though he hadn't yet seen a trace of emotion on her face. To the surprise of many, Miriam's mother didn't reject the Marquis in the end, as she had easily rejected many things before. But the Marquis soon realized that his longing for his wife's affection was in vain, as he was often left alone. Every time the maid announced that his wife wouldn't be coming down for dinner, the Marquis could barely suppress the urge to smash his wine glass. Then the Marquis would hurry upstairs and ask his wife why she was so cold to him, even though they had been married for several years. The Marquis angrily declared that the woman he loved deeply had never looked at him with a proper affection. Miriam's mother replied that she didn't need anything from her husband, so she didn't understand why he had any demands. In the end, the Marquis could only resign himself to his fate and began trying his best to please his wife with delicious food and a comfortable life. The maids, delighted by the Marquis's solicitude, happily shared their joy with the silent and listless Miriam. However, even pregnancy hadn't changed Miriam. She still had no desire to live. Therefore, when little Alice was born, a young nursemaid had to care for the infant from her very first moments. Even the Marquis only briefly visited his daughter, more concerned with seeing his wife, whose condition worsened with each passing day. The crux of the matter was that Miriam's health deteriorated sharply after Alice's birth, but she had no desire to recover. She calmly stated that she had given the child life, and that meant her responsibility to that life was fulfilled. The Marquis was shocked when Miriam said she felt no affection for her daughter and still longed for death. Despite his pleas for her to reconsider, she remained resolute and suddenly expressed a request for her husband. Since that day was the first time she had asked anything of him, the Marquis, momentarily forgetting his own emotions, was stunned. The maid said that Miriam herself chose to lie in the coffin placed in the center of the room, surrounded by all her belongings, and the Marquis complied entirely with her wishes. Only now did Alice gradually understand why her father was so fixated on finding her a good match. Alice guessed that he had never truly accepted that his wife would never be capable of loving anyone. Learning more of the story lightened Alice's mood considerably, making it easier for her to follow the plot of the novel. The royal palace had just announced the impending grand wedding of Helena and Alec. Because of this, the protagonist retrieved the dagger she had originally intended to use to assassinate Helena. At this moment, Alice was certain she could finally harm her friend and then safely return home. However, as she held the dagger, the fear and hesitation of killing resurfaced within her. She still remembered the terrible state she had been in after she'd had to hurt the prince. So, as Helena's face appeared before Alice's eyes, she became increasingly uncertain of her purpose. Helena's sweet and sincere smile almost completely occupied Alice's thoughts, though she hadn't realized it at first. Ultimately, following these thoughts, Alice threw the weapon to the ground, understanding that she didn't want to do it at all. Realizing she had absolutely no desire to use Helena for her own gain, Alice trembled with fear. Calming down slightly, she hurriedly called for her aide, who immediately rushed to her side. Alice turned to him, earnestly requesting that he find a way to ensure their safe escape from the estate. But Alice didn't know that the witch occasionally used a crystal ball to monitor her actions. Thus, Mattia almost immediately saw what her ally was doing, instead of attempting to assassinate Helena. The witch snorted in displeasure. In her opinion, Alice had made an incredibly foolish choice, even though she had no control over it whatsoever. Due to their flight, Alice and Anakin were caught in a downpour the next day and forced to take shelter in a village. Even though the food was extremely simple, Alice didn't complain, feeling she finally had time to rest. Miriam knew the Marquis must have started searching for her, but she had no intention of returning to that dreadful life. Eventually, they were stranded in the wilderness overnight as a dam burst and floodwaters blocked all the surrounding roads. Alice gazed sadly out the window. The harsh weather continued to rage, but she still couldn't figure out what to do next. She couldn't understand why Anakin had so readily agreed to flee with her to an unknown destination. When Alice suddenly asked him if he'd ever done anything besides being a knight, Anakin seemed surprised. The young man confessed he had no other aspirations but to follow his dream, which made Alice even more melancholic. Only then did Anakin smile slightly, saying he was happy to finally receive a name from his mistress. But Alice still didn't understand why the knight would so easily abandon everything for her. Suddenly, Alice overheard the villagers gossiping, saying that Miriam had driven her own daughter away. Alice was angered by these completely false rumors, but she had to remain silent to avoid revealing her identity. Meanwhile, Alice hugged her knees tightly, desperately suppressing the feelings of injustice welling up inside her. She looked at Anakin, thinking that if they could leave this place, perhaps she really could live happily with him. But Alice wasn't sure if Helena, forced to marry the heir to the throne, would be happy. This fact pained Alice deeply, so she suddenly decided to return personally to hear Helena's answer to her wishes. Miriam silently vowed that if Helena needed help, she would do everything in her power to save her. She then asked Anakin if he had been happy so far, and after receiving an affirmative answer, Miriam felt a little better. As soon as Alice reached Mattia, she immediately asked her ally what she wanted next. Alice promised that as long as the witch told her how to speak with Helena, she would fulfill any of Mattia's requests. The red-haired girl chuckled with satisfaction, as this deal was far too advantageous for her. Finally, Mattia briefly explained to Miriam how to meet with Helena through a mirror. Miriam listened intently to the witch's advice, narrowing her eyes as she tried to establish eye contact with Helena. One can imagine Helena's surprise when she suddenly saw Alice, whom everyone thought had run away, in the enormous mirror. Helena immediately and anxiously questioned her friend, deeply worried about her sudden disappearance. Suddenly, Alice interrupted Helena, asking her if she wanted to escape the royal palace. Helena hadn't expected Miriam to appear suddenly and offer to help her.